All right, welcome into your Raw review for January 27th, 2014. Before we get to Raw, I got to talk about the website because I want you guys to come and join, man. I talked about this on the TNA review. BlitzSportsNetwork.com. Get NBA articles or some NFL stuff on there, sparingly. More NBA. I focus more on the NBA and pro wrestling. You know, the full career articles on these wrestlers. So even if you're not a fan of these wrestlers, if your favorite had a match with them, you know, you'll be able to hear my opinions on their matches and stuff and booking and things of that nature. Of course, there's a John Cena burial on there where I go through his whole career and look at what was clean, what was not. That one gets a little heated. But you get an article, VIP video, and then links to go watch matches and stuff. Goldberg, Taz, Stone Cold, The Rock, Macho Man Randy Savage, Hulk Hogan, the Hulkamania run, which a lot of people told me they learned a lot from that, because luckily I'm old enough to be able to remember all that stuff. Gosh, Brock Lesnar, Daniel Bryan, CM Punk, Dolph Ziggler, Austin Aries, Mike Awesome. Did I say Taz and Goldberg?
Not yet.
Yeah, Taz and Goldberg. I'm working on Bret Hart. This week I'm doing Bret Hart. I'm going to release a Bret Hart article on his entire career in a VIP video. So make sure to come over and join the website. Give it a try. If you don't, if you try it for a month, you don't like it, just cancel. I'm pretty sure you're gonna like it though. And then I answer Q&A. I actually recorded 8 Q&A videos today. I'm gonna be putting on the website soon. Different various questions about various topics and stuff. So you get all kinds of other stuff on there. Our WrestleMania 28 review. Just all kinds of stuff. Just come check it out. BlitzSportsNetwork.com. Get off the fence. You won't regret it. Okay. A lot of people have gotten off the fence, and a shout out to the VIP Blitz team, by the way. A lot of work goes into that stuff on there. I'll tell you that. Each article takes, on average, I would say 4 weeks to do, because I'm going through all their major matches, pay-per-view matches, championship matches, angles. Some behind the scenes stuff. I rip on certain wrestlers in booking decisions and things of that nature. So make sure to check that out. This is just like the basic stuff. We're recovering now. If you want some stuff that'll entertain you more, that's the way to go. All right. So the Raw's opening video package highlighted Orton retaining the championship and John Cena getting attacked by the Wyatts. John Cena's who this fucking show revolves around.
Fuck Lance Storm.
And that too, but John Cena and shout out to Stone Cold Steve Austin. And by the way, Macho Man Randy Savage Hall of Fame. We were just having a discussion off the air about that. But folks, if you haven't figured it out by now, everything this company does is about Cena. If you don't like Cena, you're fucked. You know what I mean? So let's just get into it. Fuck Cena. We had Stephanie McMahon and Triple H come out to cut a promo. They're completely trolling.
The Bruce.
Huh?
The Bruce, just like the Authority. The Bruce.
Yeah, the Blitz. Actually, the Blitz has a ring to it. Do you smell what the Blitz is cooking? Copyright infringement. Rock pulls. But anyway, the crowd starts chanting yes. Stephanie spins the Royal Rumble as being the most satisfying Royal Rumble. Troll. And the crowd booed her. Triple H responds with, "Oh, did someone not get what they wanted?" Now imagine if another business talked to its customers like that. You know, and this notion that this is all a work is laughable. They don't believe in Daniel Bryan, and it's obvious. The crowd last night and everyone on the internet forced them into this opening stuff here, but the WWE, as usual, went with their hidden agendas. But the lack of competition with pro wrestling in the United States has basically given these fucktards a license to be absolute assholes, a bunch of douchebags towards us, and they take us for granted, honestly. Because if 5% of us give up on the product, there's still 95% who are going to continue to stick around. And really, it's the lack of competition and the lack of an alternative that allows this company to get away with the stupid shit that they do. I mean, let's be honest here. I hope you guys let that soak in. Because if there was competition, some of the stuff that they do, they would have balls. They would take more chances. They would go with Daniel Bryan. But since there is no competition, business-wise, they can continue to ram Cena down your throat. And WCW fucking themselves up, and all this notion that Vince McMahon just swooped in and bought them. No, WCW killed itself. ECW killed itself. Vince bought those companies for penny on the dollar. TNA has the marketing regime that rivals the intelligence of a bag of nails. Okay, if they were actually good at marketing themselves and getting their stars out there and stuff like that, maybe they could provide some viable competition. But even when they brought Hulk Hogan in, it didn't do shit because Hulk Hogan's going on talk shows. He's not talking about TNA, and AJ Styles had a big problem with that. Apparently, TNA didn't find that to be important enough to get Hogan to, hey, how about this? Plug the company you work for.
Plus, he only popped a rating the first show he was on there. After that, the ratings have been stagnant ever since.
Yeah, same with Flair. These guys did nothing when it pertained to growing TNA. So I'll tell you right now, we're going to be stuck with this shit for a long time to come. There is no reason for them to change. They're still pulling in good money. It's a publicly traded company. So there is a little bit of a cushion there for them with that. They cater to the advertisers, not us. I mean, it's as simple as that. D-Style is here. You guys remember Eric from last week? Had a great showing on the review. He put out a tweet and said, wow, these commercials cater to soccer moms. These commercials cater to moms during the show. And that's exactly right. That's what the product's geared towards. They're not geared towards us. They're not geared towards those of us who grew up liking watching wrestling. That's why Cena's going to continue to be shoved down your throat for a few reasons. Kurt Angle bailed. Goldberg had a short run. Steve Austin bailed. The Rock bailed. Batista bailed. Brock Lesnar bailed. All these different guys bailed. And John Cena had no choice but to stay because nothing and nobody else wanted him. So John Cena's been their guy that they feel that they could trust. And on top of that, he's a guy who does whatever they want, and it's not about entertainment with this guy. Anyone who thinks that it is about entertainment with John Cena is wrong. That's why they slant everything in his favor. They protect the shit out of him. They change his merchandise every month. Anybody who compares merchandise sales with John Cena to anybody else, with the way that they switch up his merchandise,
they're selling a fucking Daniel Bryan baseball cap that has a beard for the brim.
Dude, someone sent me a link to the Daniel Bryan merch. I said, "There's no way he can compete because
what?
I mean, seriously, you could have a serious injury and be on morphine and come out of the hospital on morphine, and you wouldn't want to buy that hat. I mean, the reasons that people give and excuses for John Cena still being on the top after this long, to me, is irrelevant. I don't give a fuck how much you try to minimize the frustration that people have. I don't care how much you try to categorize the people who don't like Cena. The fact of the matter is, if people don't like Cena, they just don't like Cena. It's as simple as that. It's an entertainment business. I have never seen movies, music, television. I have never seen another industry or a company in the entertainment industry that fucks with its fans as much as the wrestling industry. If you don't like Cena, say it. Who gives a fuck about how much merchandise he sells? Who gives a fuck about these slanted numbers that people will give you? Him and Orton, their big contract signing for the unification match was the lowest rated show of the year last year. So if people tell you Cena's a draw, it's bullshit. If the company actually, and I guess Mad Genius just put a video up on Virtuoso Sports about this, and he was telling me off the air, I haven't seen the video yet, that he said that if the company actually got behind a Daniel Bryan, that he would be a cash cow. And I couldn't agree more. This is a company that needs to get behind someone like Daniel Bryan and take advantage of it. Oh, Fandangoing becomes a fad, so they got behind that. But Daniel Bryan is over, and they just mildly get behind it. They do not believe he's the guy.
All the top guys in wrestling history, it wasn't just talent that that was the reason for that. It was the fucking machine getting behind these guys. From Austin, like, as much as we love Austin, if WWE wasn't willing to market Austin for what he was and put out the cool looking t-shirts and give him cool shit to do, he wouldn't have sold the merch he sold. You can go, Hogan was already, in that time, I wouldn't say Hogan because back then you still had the territories really strong, but the Austin thing, it was undeniably, it was organic or whatever. But
that was a train that would have run them over if they didn't get on.
But at the same token, all of those guys, their booking situation was nowhere near compared to the Daniel Bryan booking situation, where they just literally refused to give us Daniel Bryan in anything that we care about.
No, and then this has been something that really started brewing around WrestleMania 28. And then what happens is the people who enjoy the current product, which a lot of us do not, will sit there and say, "Oh, be patient. They'll give Daniel Bryan a chance." Like they did Punk, where they gave him that long title reign and then kept him in the mid card unless Cena was involved in the match. Fuck that. Anybody who asks those of us out here to have faith in the WWE doing something that would pleasure a majority of the fans, like, how many years have people been calling for John Cena to turn heel? Let's just, that's something that I think we've all given up on, but let's just think about that for a second. John Cena turns heel. Daniel Bryan's the one to knock him off his square as a character. Why wouldn't that work? And then you give Daniel Bryan the new t-shirts. And here's another point. John Cena will say something, t-shirts out the next day. Daniel Bryan, when he had that promo, that face-to-face promo with John Cena, where he said that John Cena is not a wrestler, that he's a parody of wrestling. Oh, man, that was the best. That was the best promo of the year last year, where he just absolutely said what a lot of us think about John Cena in that promo. Why wasn't there a t-shirt the next day for Daniel Bryan that said, "I am a wrestler"? You know how good that t-shirt would have sold if just a simple, "I am a wrestler." No beard, no flying goat. There's a lot of people in amateur wrestling and whatever, even people who aren't wrestlers, who would want to rock that shirt. They don't give you that. They give you a flying goat t-shirt. What is the other one they're doing now? Fear the beard, or believe in the beard? Or
respect the beard.
Respect the beard. That's some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen for someone that's that older.
So a group of adults, marketers, actually sat around on a table and came up with that idea.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
They're awesome. No, they just don't want Daniel Bryan to be over. I've been convinced of that for a long time. And tonight's show, no matter how much you cheer, it ain't going to happen. And what we really need is competition in the United States with the pro wrestling industry. I don't see TNA ever doing that because they don't have their shit together. I like stuff with TNA, and I've been hot and cold with them for a long time. But there needs to be another company to crop up to fucking knock this, this douchebag-led company off their high horse, because it's getting to that point now where it's no longer wishing for them to come to their senses. It is now wishing for a company to crop up and challenge them, which could take years. I'll put it to you this way. I put out this tweet. In 1990, nobody would have ever guessed that WCW would eventually pass up the WWF. So it's always possible, but it doesn't look likely in the near future, which means that you're stuck with this shit. So anyway, after Triple H pulled the douchebag, which I think there was some shoot to that, to be honest. Like, oh, you guys want something too bad. It's not what we're going to give you. And after he said, oh, did someone not get what they wanted? He said, oh, that's too bad. And then Triple H says, It was an incredible night because Randy Orton defended his championship and defeated John Cena. Brock Lesnar destroyed the Big Show. It was a night where our good friend returned after 4 years. Again, he threw in good friend because there's a lot of articles and stuff out there, and we were talking about how, all of a sudden, Triple H's friends are the ones going over. What a shock. There's another buddy system in place, and there has been for a long time. Fuck the clique. But he said their good friend returned after 4 years to defeat 29 other superstars and win the Royal Rumble. And Dave Bautista secured his spot in the main event at WrestleMania, and the crowd was booing everything he said. Now, I've talked about how I don't like Triple H publicly, and I think guys in the website, gentlemen and ladies who have joined the website, going back in time through some of these matches, and there will be a Triple H article coming, which I'm sure Triple H fans won't enjoy on the website, but, hey, it's coming from my perspective. I'll be fair. But, in these articles where these guys cross paths with Triple H, I'm pretty much going off on him, in these articles. I've never liked him. Never. And the fact that he's booked as a heel, and then they come out and they do this tweener thing. It's like, this week we want to get over. We'll go out there and cut a babyface promo. This week we'll go out there and do some heel shit. Someone might say, well, Triple H was just being a heel. No, he's not a true heel, because 1 week they come out as heels, the next week they seem like tweeners, the next week he's trying to act like a babyface. What I don't understand is, after anyone who knows anything about Triple H's career, do you honestly think he'd be in the position he is in if he didn't, how do I say this nicely, fall in love with the boss's daughter? Right there, I'll keep it clean. I can't stand this fucking guy. And he comes out and they bow down to the game, and you see these guys in the crowd bowing. I'm like, what? From my perspective, if you like Triple H, don't let me try to convince you to not like him. From my perspective, I'm like, why the fuck would anybody bow to this clown? I've never liked him. But the crowd wasn't as good as last night, obviously. But at the very least, they did boo everything that he said. But Triple H coming out there and laying his wang on the table and acting like a complete douchebag, considering the backlash. I thought a better way of going about it, because I felt like he was shooting a little bit during this work. I thought a better way to go about it would have been for them to come out there. No, we really do like Daniel Bryan. Do you like Daniel Bryan? And kind of work it in a tweener fashion. The backlash last night towards the WWE was so massive that they had to go with someone with Daniel Bryan tonight, but in typical fashion, it's all about getting Cena over. Stephanie said there's one more stop before WrestleMania, and it's the Elimination Chamber, and she said Randy Orton will defend his title inside the Elimination Chamber itself, and Daniel Bryan comes out, and the fucking roof came off the place. The crowd just erupted. I can't remember the last time Daniel Bryan came out and a crowd didn't erupt. At this point, when the guy's coming out, he's getting Daniel Bryan chants when he's not even out there in every arena. When the roof's blowing off the place in every arena, anyone who says that this man is not a draw has got to be brain dead. Right. I mean, they've got to be brain dead. Because you can't have a guy come out in this many different venues and him be this over in every venue and then go, it's just a live crowd. I did some research and people at home don't really like him. No, he's over as over could be. That is undeniable at this point.
I think the last time was before he cashed in his Money in the Bank.
Yeah, that was a long time. Yeah.
And even that, when he won Money in the Bank, the fans went nuts.
Well, let's put it this way. Daniel Bryan's not my favorite wrestler. I like him. I enjoy watching him wrestle. I appreciate it, but I think at this point it's so fucking undeniable. I mean, this company is just idiotic if they're not going to. And by the way, if you didn't catch the drift with what went on after SummerSlam, that, honestly, most guys in that position were red hot, or speaking in chemistry terms, white hot. They would already have the belt, right? They would already have the belt. and then they'd get cheated out of the belt after a couple pay-per-view matches, and you cashed in on the popularity. The WWE's track record is we're gonna excuse me, we're gonna ramrod shit down your throat, and you're gonna fucking like it. And the stuff that you do like, too bad. If we don't think it works, I think Mick Foley's son's Facebook post hit it on the head. You got a couple guys who think that they know better than millions.
Well, if I could just add something real quick.
Yeah.
I've seen fans, especially Cena fans, who ironically believe that anybody who criticizes Cena has no level of tolerance, yet they can't tolerate somebody else getting shine, which is astonishing. But what I wanted to say was that this is not even like you can say, oh, this is the flavor of the month, because the flavor of the month lasts 1 month, right? If I recall correctly, the Yes chants became popular, right, when Daniel Bryan was being booked as a heel.
Yep.
Okay, it wasn't even meant to become a chant. It just became a chant because people are gonna just, if they like somebody, they're just gonna cheer for them. They're gonna find a way to tell whoever's putting on the product that we like this guy. Okay, that's how Stone Cold became a star. They didn't ignore the fans. They didn't tell the fans, no. Bret Hart's the face, and Stone Cold's a heel. You're supposed to boo him, right? They didn't do that, all right? It's called an audible. You switch shit around. Now, since I can remember the Yes chants were real big when they booked that match with him and Sheamus that ended in record time or whatever, right? The crowd was going crazy.
It was the night he cashed in his Money in the Bank. That's when he started doing it. And the
All
fans
right,
were so happy he finally had the title. Like, they went nuts.
So it's not going to die down anytime soon. So how long has that been? It's easily over a year.
2011 when he cashed in, I believe. Winter of 2011, November, I think.
Think about that. If it's been alive that long and you're not even pushing it, imagine if you got behind it. Just imagine that.
Yep.
That's the thing that baffles me is there's so much money on the table to be made. I would think that, okay, let's see if we can give a comparison. Let's say kids are sick of Justin Bieber, right? The kids are sick of Bieber. And another guy comes along who people think's better. And they're like, oh, this guy's fucking awesome and whatever. And then some record company goes, nah, we're gonna keep shoving Bieber down people's throats, and forget this groundswell for this guy. And you know what else? We're gonna have this guy. He's gonna appear on Bieber's album. They're gonna be like, fuck that, fuck Bieber, get the motherfucking Bieber out of the way. And by the way, you said Cena fans are against this, and I used Bieber because it's.
Right.
I guess a current. I would say Tupac or Biggie, but I don't think as many people would identify. But you said Cena fans. Cena fans, you've had your chance. Let's be honest here. If you don't think John Cena's been on top for long enough, why don't you take one look at wrestling history? Now, as I always say, if you like Cena, more power to you. But at this point, the run that your boy Cena's had, if you're not satisfied with that by this point, then I don't know. You're not looking at it realistically. Fans of other wrestlers deserve a chance. Okay. So, like I said, the crowd went nuts. Daniel Bryan comes out. You had Triple Douchebag and Stephanie, and they're smiling. Yeah, we're not going to ever give you the spot. So Daniel Bryan gets in the ring. The crowd is chanting, Daniel Bryan, and yes, yes, yes. Daniel Bryan cut a great promo. This promo was close to that promo he cut on Cena. He's the stuff that he's booked to say on the mic isn't always all that great, but when push came to shove, go back and rewatch that promo he cut on John Cena. If you let him talk about something that he believes in, he can cut promos. And you could tell he really believed in this, because you could tell that he got into it. He was like, I'm standing up for my fans and whatever. Daniel Bryan said, guys, if you could please stop the yesing. They don't like it. If you guys can stop chanting Daniel Bryan, I don't think they like it. He said, we don't want to make the authority mad. Daniel Bryan said he had one of the toughest matches of his career last night. Daniel Bryan said, a lot of people are talking about this match. And the yes chants start again. Of course, the most over guy in the company does clean jobs. John Cena loses a match to Orton, their 18th championship match, and they literally had 4 different ways of protecting him in that match. We went through that. If you haven't seen the Royal Rumble review, check it out. Triple H says he gives Daniel Bryan all the credit in the world. It was a good little effort, man. Daniel Bryan says when people talk about the biggest disappointments of the Royal Rumble, they're talking about him not being in the Royal Rumble match. Daniel Bryan says he came to them time and time again and said he wanted to be in the Royal Rumble. Daniel Bryan starts yelling, listen to the people. They wanted me in the Royal Rumble. Folks, that crowd last night in the groundswell on the internet and people all over the world, you forced this. This I can almost 100% guarantee you this was not the plan for Daniel Bryan to start the show. You know, they had to call an audible because there was such a backlash against the WWE. So kudos to all of you out there. Daniel Bryan starts yelling, no. He said, listen, there's a movement going on, a yes movement. But every time I knocked on the door and asked to be in the Royal Rumble, you guys said no. Stephanie said they were concerned for his health, you know, didn't want to put his health in jeopardy. You suck chants start from the crowd. Thank you. I don't know why people are cheering for them and bowing to them when they come out, but Daniel Bryan answers by asking how many times, and by the way, when she said that they were concerned for his health, I was thinking gauntlet matches, handicap match, you know, 2-on-3, Punk and Bryan against the Shield. And by the way, where was Punk tonight? I don't know.
We know he was hurt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you could tell. You could tell. So I would have liked to at least have seen maybe a Punk highlight or something. But anyway, yeah, we called that with the way he was laying around. Remember Mad Genius doing the review? I said, dude, he did a lot of laying around in the Royal Rumble. So Daniel Bryan says, how many times has he wrestled all 3 members of the Shield, all 3 members of the Wyatts, and wrestled on Raw more than once in the same night? And he's talking about the gauntlet matches. And he said countless times. So thank God there was some storyline continuity there, because my head explodes with all the lack of storyline continuity. Triple H says it's a fair point, which is why we didn't want to do it to you again and make you work twice. This is all just kayfabe bullshit at this point. Daniel Bryan responds, you don't care about protecting my health, and you don't care about what's best for business, because you care more about what's worse for Daniel Bryan. Maybe a work shoot, but you know, right there at the end. But pretty much the kayfabe. Stephanie accuses Daniel Bryan of being selfish. Yeah. Stephanie McMahon. Wait, who was it that beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania? Stephanie McMahon says they have a whole lot of other people to think about, and do you honestly believe that all these people in the arena only came to see you? So at least they fed into it. At least you fed into it. The entire arena, of course, erupted with yes chants. You can't deny this fucking force right now. I mean,
bro, it's ridiculous.
It is. This is crazy. Every once in a while, you see something like this in wrestling, and it's special. You know, that's why I think it's so frustrating for a lot of us. It's like, wait a minute, this is the part where, you know,
That's what we've been waiting for.
yeah, he should be going over it. And you would have never picked Daniel Bryan to be this guy, but you know, Stone Cold Steve Austin put out a tweet, and he called it Yes-a-mania. Daniel Bryan says, let me answer your question with a question. And he starts asking the crowd this. Did you come here to see Randy Orton? They all, no. Did you come here to see Triple H? No. My favorite part of this program. Daniel Bryan says, people come and watch whoever they want. They pick whoever they want. Yeah, that's the beauty of the WWE. But listen to these people. The yes chants start again. Stephanie says she can't hear what people are saying, so they start chanting Daniel Bryan like clearly. You know, that kind of interaction right there. Again, he's fucking over. This was a dead crowd tonight, and Daniel Bryan kept waking him up. Daniel Bryan said, there it is. He said, I'm not here to complain because what's happened has happened, but at the Elimination Chamber, in the Elimination Chamber match, the WWE World Heavyweight Championship will be on the line. I want in that match. Huge yes chance. Dude, this is crazy to watch. You know, in the comment section, how awesome is it to see someone who's this over? You are not going to see this many times in your lifetime. I promise you, as being a longtime wrestling fan. Been watching it for about 30 years. You know, and it's rare. I remember the Hulkamania run in the 80s vividly. You know, you had Stone Cold. The Rock had his moments where he was really over, but the Rock's balloon would fizzle out because he was arguably top 2 or 3 heel of all time, and he's an awesome heel. You see guys who get over like this every once in a while, you know. So anyway, Daniel Bryan says, I want that match. They want that match. And Stephanie, if you want to step aside, Hunter, I don't think either of us should leave the ring until I get what I want. So he nuts up on Triple H, gets up in his face. They go nose to nose. Daniel Bryan chants are going in the background.
It's a big nose right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You don't have to take too many steps forward to get nose to nose with him. But Triple H says that sounds good, but it's not just me and you right now. You've got company. And the Shield's music hits. And I'm like, so much for that immediate dissension with the Shield. You know. They didn't really even address that tonight. Which was,
nope.
Well,
you can kind of see it with them, between them, but nobody addressed it. Like,
no, there were so many storylines that they just,
you know,
we don't got time for it. We'll put a shitty Divas match on, you know. Because I honestly think they go into these creative meetings and they're like, all right, so this is what we're going to do. How can we try to get Cena over tonight? And then it's like everything else. Yeah, how much more time do we got to fill? All right, Fandango against R-Truth. We'll give them 5 minutes. That's what it feels like. Okay, so the Shield attack Daniel Bryan. As they get in the ring, Daniel Bryan grabs a chair, but Roman Reigns hits Daniel Bryan from behind, and they start jumping Daniel Bryan. And here's the part where, whoa! I can feel it building up. By the way, for those of you who watched the Royal Rumble review, which there was a lot of you, and by the way, to all the new subscribers and whatnot, thanks for joining the channel, man. You know, we're just regular guys. We just talk wrestling. On Monday nights, we do these round tables, and then I now am trying to do these short versions of the Raw review for people who don't have time to stick around for the full review. You know, we're nothing special, but that's honestly how I feel. But it's really cool to have big audiences and stuff. So a big shout out to everybody who watched the Royal Rumble review.
And shout out to fuckboy Lance Storm.
Yeah, dude, fuck him.
I'm not letting this go, bro. He tweeted me and then deleted it because he sounded like a fucking idiot.
Oh, he did. See, that's why I screenshotted when Jim Ross and I got into it.
Oh, I screenshotted it. Oh, believe me.
Oh, yeah, you got to put that shit on. Yeah. We'll throw that up on the website, too. But I still have the screenshots of my war with Dana White and the one with Jim Ross.
Cuban.
Mark, what's that?
Mark Cuban, or was that Jesse?
I think that was Jesse. I never got into it with Cuban. I did get into it with Evil Dick, though. And that's a real character from a TV show. But I predicted last night, I said, somehow they're going to use this to put Cena next to Daniel Bryan. I said, I fucking guarantee it. Something's going to happen on Raw where they're going to put Daniel Bryan next to Cena. Do you know how many people tweeted me? Dude, you were right. How did you know? I'm like, you don't want, no offense to you guys. They've been doing the same shit forever. They use Make-A-Wish. They use troops. You know, I'm surprised they haven't dragged corpses out there yet. You know, John Cena tried to save his life. He was jumping out of a burning building. And, you know, I mean, of course they were going to. This groundswell for Daniel Bryan. They've done this a million times where they tried to send Cena out there, and the pro wrestling terminology is to get a rub.
John Cena resuscitates Abe Lincoln.
Yeah, John Cena has brought George Washington back to life, and the debt is gone. John Cena cured cancer. You know, and I'm not making a joke about cancer. We've all lost loved ones to cancer. But that would be really cool if someone did that, right? So I'm surprised the WWE hasn't run with that fucking storyline. So they send Fuckboy Buckethead. Why do I call him Fuckboy Buckethead to you new viewers? Because he's a fuckboy and his head looks like a bucket. Yeah, I call him Fuckboy Buckethead. Or my favorite term for him that I've come up with is the shit factor of professional wrestling. Because Bobby Roode is the it factor and John Cena to me is the shit factor for me. If you like Cena, probably the wrong channel for you. You know, enjoy his shit, man. If you like him, enjoy him. That's what wrestling's about. If you like someone, enjoy him. You're not kind of like, well, we have to say about him for our opinions, but sure enough, you knew that the shit factor of professional wrestling was going to end up out here with Daniel Bryan. So Sheamus comes out first. You know, of course, Triple H is a workout buddy, and one of Triple H's buddies comes out. Anybody surprised there? But
No.
you know, there's a lot of people that think that, you know, the dirt sheet readers think that eventually Sheamus turns heel and turns on D-Bry. So we'll see. But he comes out, you know, he's still getting the returning star pop. Soon enough, people will be chanting boring during his matches if he stays babyface. He's a way, way better heel.
Night and day.
Yeah, I like Sheamus as a heel.
Heel Sheamus is the shit.
If I have to see another 1-800-Feller.
Oh my God, bro. You
That
remember
shit-
the
that
review where I said if I watch this shit again, I want to call that shit and kick myself in the face?
Oh,
Like,
yeah. Uh-oh.
what was that?
Did Mad Genius start cutting for you, Eric?
No.
No.
Huh?
Are you there, Bruce? I think we're having some issues again.
Well, I don't know. I'm here.
No,
but-
we're good.
Okay. What to say? Me and him can hear each other fine. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Well,
Just give me a second. I'm plugging in my headphones. All right, can you guys hear me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Why isn't the sound working on my...
It says you're muted at the bottom of your screen. I don't know why.
I know you guys hear me. I'm just having a problem with my...
Do you guys know when Daniel Bryan's contract is up by any chance?
I don't know. Maybe I should just switch headphones? What did I do wrong?
When his contract is up,
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Oh, dude, you know what it is? I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I turned down the sound on
All
my laptop.
Oh,
But
you did
anyway,
now?
yeah, that.
Okay.
The only
Yeah.
reason I bring that up is because it almost seems, to me anyway, that they're almost concerned of maybe he becomes extremely popular, and when the contract negotiations comes up again, maybe he'll demand a lot of money or go to the competition or something. And that seems to me like it's a concern they have, and that's why they don't want to really push guys all that much. Like, they're real comfortable with Cena because he'll never leave because he can't do anything.
Well, the thing with Bryan is now, his wife is gonna still be working for WWE. I don't see Bryan leaving, which is the part that sucks. You know, but that's part of the reason why they change these guys' names when they come in, not only for trademark purposes, but they try to erase anything that these guys are known for doing in the past. Like, I'm still, to this day, I'm surprised CM Punk still has the CM Punk name. That's obviously something he, like, really had to fight for. But
Right.
all these guys, like fucking Seth Rollins, Antonio Cesaro, Dean Ambrose, like all of these indie guys that are there, totally different names. Like they don't want people to be able to like say, oh, I'm gonna go on YouTube and type in this guy's name and see what I can find on him. Because if they typed in the person's real name or the one they wrestled under before, you're gonna find a lot more stuff that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'll find better matches.
Oh shit, hell yeah. But that's why I appreciate ROH, because they troll the fuck out of WWE when like now and then, like when Bryan and Cesaro had that match, or Bryan and Rollins had that match, the first thing ROH does the next day, or on Thursday, they put up a match between the two that they had in ROH. Like, I just fucking love when they do that.
Well, yeah, but back to the segment. So the Shield starts beating down Sheamus, and I was thinking to myself, oh, there's no doubt that Cena's coming out here now. And sure enough, his fucking music hits, and the shit factor of professional wrestling can't get himself over. So, but what better way to get him over than to use Daniel Bryan, sick children, terminally ill children, troops. They try everything with this guy. They don't get behind anybody else like this. You cannot call someone. You can't say that someone can't be the top guy in the company when they don't even give them half the support that they give John, but not even a tenth of the support that they give Cena. They put everything behind him. So he comes out because he's a failure and he's fucking trash, and he needs Daniel Bryan to get him over. So here he comes. By the way, back when Hogan and Austin were the top guys, because Cena has officially been the guy the WWE's pushed as the top guy for longer than Hogan or Austin, we're getting pretty close to them combined, to be honest, if we haven't passed that. Wouldn't it be the guy who were out there with Hogan and Austin was the one getting the rub? Why is it that Daniel Bryan's the one giving Cena the rub if he's the man? I'm sorry, he's a fucking failure as a top guy.
Right.
I don't give a fuck. You can tell me about merchandise and all that bullshit. That's a slanted comparison. When you change the motherfucker's colors on his T-shirt and he's got a core fan base, a niche audience, he's going to, he's going to get some, he's going to sell some T-shirts. So, whatever. That doesn't impress me.
Yeah, I get what you mean, because I remember Hogan, when Hogan was on top, right? He was a big baby face. They would do like tag matches with Hogan and Warrior and just stuff like that. And Hogan would always do that whole, like, where he would point at the guy and then do the thumbs up at the fans. Like, I endorse this guy. I'm the face of the company. I endorse him, right? Cena can't do that because no one cares what he thinks.
Agreed. All right, so, here comes fuckboy Buckethead. Whatever, they end up it ends up sitting a tag team match in the main event. Basically, the WWE has to come out every week and get on their hands and knees and beg people to like it. Kind of a face of a company is this fucking guy. If it takes this much effort to try to keep him on top, I don't get that, guys. I don't get it. Why do they continue to...
Right.
I do get it. I've got my theories. I've got my theories, and my theory is that they're afraid to give someone else that rub. You know what I mean? Because they're afraid they might...
Okay, you're cutting in and out, Bruce.
Yeah.
One second. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
I can't hear.
I got to bounce back and forth. I was talking to the tech guy, and he told me that we might have some of the same problems as last night. I was talking to him before the show. I was like, "You sure this is good?" He said, "Well, don't be surprised if it acts up again." So I said, "Oh, I've got a backup plan in place."
Wow.
And there were some people who were like, "You're being DOS'd and stuff like that." No, I checked my modem logs, and there actually is a protection system around my modem itself. No, that's not it either. It's an issue that we're having with our streams with Google Hangouts. But look, pretty seamless transition to the main feed messing up to come into this one, right? So, Um, all in all, sending John Cena out there to try to leech off Daniel Bryan is one of the most frustrating things that you could watch. Because, you know, you sit there and you say to yourself, when is this company going to finally make a fucking change? You've got a guy who's slapping you right in the face. It's his time. You had CM Punk slapping you right in the face. It's his time. You had a point where Edge was slapping him right in the face. It was his time. You know, but they just continue to not. They're not willing to change. I mean, look at the history. The guys who get organically over end up working next to Cena. They can't build them up on their own. It's Monday Night Cena. If you don't like, you know, like I said, if you don't like John Cena, the company's fucked. And in a lot of our opinions, you can't fucking wrestle. He's a garbage wrestler in my book. If you think he's good, I don't care. In my book, he's a horrible wrestler. I hate his promos. I hate his persona. I hate the way he's booked. I hated him when it was the Thuganomics gimmick. I hated him prototype and all this other bullshit. I can't fucking stand the guy as a performer. I don't know him personally. I can't fucking stand him as a performer. So when you got such a special situation where Daniel Bryan's as over as he is, and all they ultimately do is use fucking Daniel Bryan to try to get John Cena over, I've got one thing to say: fuck you, WWE. Fuck the WWE, man. If they're not willing to move, get John Cena out of the fucking way. We've been saying this for how long? And you cannot tell me that you can't call the WWE genius on one hand and then tell me that they couldn't have possibly built up alternatives to John Cena by this point. He's the only one who has the magic talent to be the top guy. Fuck you! I am so sick and tired of those excuses, man. Sick and fucking tired of it. This has got to be one of the most stale television shows on the planet. Can someone name me a television show that's regurgitated the same old shit as much as the WWE? Name one, guys on the panel. Name one. Wheel of Fortune? That's a game show. They've got a format. The WWE has been stuck in the same mold like Wheel of Fortune. They just won't
Price
change.
is Right.
Gotta be fucking Cena. Fuck Cena, dude. Fuck him. Go ahead and take it, guys.
Oh, I mean, go for it.
You know, I'm trying to figure out like what's, because we know what's happening on the outside. Like it's pretty clear, right? But there's something happening backstage. There has to be. Right? Like, there has to be some type of stroke that's being pulled backstage, and it's got to be by Cena, because I cannot fathom somebody believing in him this much, right? Never in history did the top name in the company, all right, need help from anybody, all right, need to leech off of anybody. Never. Hogan never needed somebody to push him, to give him the thumbs up. Not even the guys below him, like Savage and Warrior, needed that, okay? It's clear the fans are telling you what they want, all right? And you're not giving it to them. And it would work if I knew that eventually this was part of a storyline to get Daniel Bryan over, but I know it's not. They're inserting Cena into it. They're hoping that Cena reaps the benefits of the whole Daniel Bryan thing right now. So I think this is terrible, man. I don't have much more to say than that, because we're still going to talk more about Cena. So yeah.
There's never been a guy like Cena.
Get him.
There's never been a guy who's turned this many faces away from not just the WWE, but from wrestling as a whole. Do you know how frustrating it is when people when you tell people, yeah, I watch wrestling or I cover wrestling, and they say, you still watch that? Isn't that with that guy John Cena? Like the fact that this guy, that even the casual fans now are the wrestling business is now synonymous with a guy in John Cena to casual fans is ridiculous. A guy who can't wrestle, a guy who can't cut a promo, a guy who's not believable, that's phony, is synonymous with the wrestling business now. Do you just think about that for a second? When you say when you say basketball, you think guys like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and for the older fans, you remember a lot of the older guys like the Knicks and the Bulls and the old Lakers, the Magics and the Birds of the world, and the newer people like LeBron and the Kobe's and now the Durants and whatnot. You think of football, Barry Sanders, Peyton Manning, Walter Payton, Jerry Rice, Dan Marino, John Elway. And you get, even baseball, the Barry Bonds, the Babe Ruth, hell, even the Alex Rodriguez, steroids or not, he was a great player in his younger days still. And then you get to wrestling. John Cena. What? John Cena. What? Synonymous with the wrestling business. And do you understand that the reason we still watch wrestling, at least the stuff that we enjoy, is because we appreciate the athleticism that these guys have. We appreciate the acting ability that these guys have when it comes to telling a story and selling a storyline. Things that John Cena can't do to save his fucking life. But this guy is supposed to be the guy that they're pushing as the greatest of all time, the guy that is supposed to be synonymous with the wrestling business, the guy that they are trying to make synonymous with the name WWE. And just listen to that. Wrestling, John Cena. What? Just listen to how fucking stupid that sounds. Like people these days people these days they don't even think when people say wrestling, they don't even think Austin, Savage, Hogan, all these other greats. They think Cena. It's on both sides. When they think wrestling, they either think about how bad Cena sucks or how much they like Cena. The fact that he's even in this conversation is fucking stupid. A guy who can't wrestle. He's the antithesis of what a fucking wrestler is. Do you know how many people in the world that we can just list between the three of us, whether it be throughout history or now, that are far superior entertainers and wrestlers and storytellers and actors than John Cena? But for this guy to be synonymous with the sport is ridiculous. All those guys I mentioned from the other sports, they're probably, depending on where you rank them, they're debatably, top, 10, 20, 30 of all time. We wouldn't even consider Cena a top 5,000 wrestler. Hell, I mean, you guys are huge MMA and boxing fans, just like I am. When you say boxing, you think Ali, Tyson, Frazier. You go down the list, you think De La Hoyas and the Pacquiaos and the Floyd Mayweathers. All guys we would consider to be all-time greats on some level. Whether your placement is, that varies, but Cena wouldn't even be considered an all-time great. Let alone to even be in this conversation is fucking ridiculous. And WWE is trying to push this guy and tell me that he's the greatest of all time. Like, we just don't remember what the fuck happened in the past. Like, I haven't been watching wrestling for the majority of my life. Like, I have not seen anybody else wrestle but John Cena. It baffles me. I'm honestly just stumped. How can you excuse that? And the problem starts with the people just. I understand that now people are up, in a ruckus over the Daniel Bryan thing, which I'm totally behind. I'm a fan of Daniel Bryan, have been for 11 years. But the uproar should have been here. When fucking Edge had the chance, the uproar should have been there. When fucking guys like Angle towards the end of his run was when Cena really came in, but they should have been in an uproar back then, even when Cena first came in. All the guys who have been there since the time Cena's been there, there should this uproar for Daniel Bryan. Okay, you have a connection with the guy, but the booing of Cena in particular, in the same old shit chants and the you can't wrestle chants and all of these chants, it should not have to happen on a special occasion.
He's the bushwhackers. John Cena's the bushwhackers of the face. When you talk about faces of wrestling companies, he's the fucking bushwhackers. You had the Legion of Doom, you had the Steiner brothers, you had these great tag teams, and then you had the bushwhackers. Oh, they did shit for the troops. The bushwhackers did shit for the troops. They did shit for the kids. John Cena, to me, is the fucking bushwhackers.
Actually, the bushwhackers transcended the business a little bit. They were on an episode of Family Matters. I have never seen Cena on a TV show that mattered.
Well, we don't watch Nickelodeon.
Well, I'm just saying, if you guys remember
No.
Family Matters with Urkel and shit, the Bushwhackers were on an episode of that where Urkel was in the fucking ring, like wrestling, and it was hilarious. I have not to see Cena on a TV show that matters.
And if you want to hear us stop talking about Cena, then WWE can stop shoving him down our throats, because we're going to continue to talk about this motherfucker until they fucking move on.
Yeah, and fuck Lance Storm.
And fuck John Cena.
You cannot go on a hunger strike with this company. Because they're going to open your mouth and they're going to shove the food down your throat. I mean, they're going to shove them down your throat, whether you like it or not.
They're going to turn you into. I had this one guy who sent me this. I get this every once in a while, where someone will send me a private message or an email and they'll say, "Dude, I got to admit, the Cena shit's starting to work on me," and I'm like,
Huh?
"Say what?"
It should be the opposite.
Well, how about this, though? Like, how about this? Like, it's like if you go to, let's say, McDonald's, right? And for whatever reason, people stopped liking the Big Mac, right? Like, I don't like the Big Mac. And every time people saw it on the menu, they said, ugh, the Big Mac, right? And they reported to the higher-ups, hey, everybody looks at the Big Mac and they're not buying it. Like, do they get a reaction out of it, though? Yeah, they go, ugh, right? Well, but there's a reaction, right? Yeah, there's a reaction.
That'd be like
Take
McDonald's.
everything off the menu. Give them Big Macs.
No, fuck the Big Mac. The thing people really like about McDonald's is the fucking fries. Do you know how crazy people would go if they changed the fucking fries at McDonald's?
I'd be
People
fine with
would
that.
flip shit. That is literally the thing that people like the most from McDonald's. The vast majority. If McDonald's changed the fucking fries, people would not go to McDonald's.
Yeah. All right. But
It's crazy. It's just like somebody tweeted me earlier yesterday. I said I don't like liver. That doesn't mean I have to keep eating it.
it's just I guess what kills me is that people boo him and they try to pass it off as, oh wow, he gets a reaction out of people.
Oh,
Like
bro,
if it's
tonight
an aura that he has that demands attention. No, that's not what it is. You know?
They pipe in the sounds, man. Tonight you can see it. Like you see a bunch of people in the crowd doing the yes chants, but you don't hear it. Like what?
And then you get these guys who are like, you do realize that even talking about him is helping him. Fuck that! You think sitting here and fucking saying how much the guy sucks is helping him? You're out of your mind. That's like someone saying all these people who bury Lil Wayne's music. Well, they're helping his record sales, you know. No, they're not. They're not fucking helping shit. Fuck that bum. He's a bum to me. If you like him, fine. He's a bum to me. He's garbage from day one. And then I every once in a while I get these guys who will come in. They'll say, "Yeah, but you liked him when he was a Thugonomic." No, I did not. I fucking hated him. Holy
Yeah, but here's the
shit!
thing, though. Let's put opinions aside, right? Let's just talk facts. He's getting booed.
Yes.
He's not getting the reaction from people.
No.
They're trying to use others to push him, right? They're making it sound as if he's the only WWE wrestler that gives to charity. He's the only one that goes to Make-A-Wish. He's the only one that supports the troops. Just John Cena. Nobody else does it. You know, and I just don't understand why their fans don't see that. Like, even if we put the opinion of how we feel about him aside, he's not over, and they're trying to get him over in very disgusting ways. When you use sick kids to try and get a wrestler over, that's disgusting to me. All right? And he's an asshole for going along with it, too. And he's an asshole for using those kids for a reason not to go heel. And that's all I got to say about Cena for now.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, and this holds so true now because with the way society has changed, when it comes to forms of entertainment, people no longer buy forms of entertainment because of how talented the person might actually be. They buy into the person themselves. That's why guys like Lil Wayne, no matter how garbage the music he puts out is, people still buy the fucking records. Well, the thing with Cena is we don't buy into who he is as a person. Which is why you're seeing the outlash.
And by the way, if the negative reactions were fine and it was a good thing, then why does this company go to such great lengths to try to get him over? If it was a good thing, like Eric was bringing up, like they try to tell you it's a good thing, they're making noise, they're on their feet. Then why are they using human shields? Why are they using Daniel Bryan tonight to try to get Cena over? Because it's not a good thing. That's why. Because it's not a good thing. Let's use our fucking heads here.
And let me add on, because I was telling Bruce about this before we got on the show about the Daniel Bryan thing. This Daniel Bryan situation, it is no longer a situation just about wrestling anymore, or it's no longer about suspending your belief to watch a entertainment product. WWE has let this get to a point to where people are not upset about what the hell is going on TV. They're upset about what's happening behind the scenes.
Right.
Yes.
In masses. So not only do you have the kids catching on, like Eric said, D. Styles said earlier, the kids are going to cheer for the good guy. So not only are they cheering for that, but you have the adults who understand that what's happening behind the scenes is the problem now. It's not about, this guy's on TV and he's losing. No. People are angry because they understand he's being fucking pushed down behind the scenes now. When have you ever seen a time where somebody was getting pushed down behind the scenes and fans were in an uproar because of it? I mean, we can sit here and talk, me and Bruce, we can sit here and talk about the Savage Hogan thing all day, but the fans never were like in an uproar about what was happening behind the scenes like this.
Look, I was just going to say, I know I said I was done, but one more thing. If Cena was over, okay, if the fans are chanting Cena, Cena, and it was clear, then they would have I still wouldn't like him, but they would have an argument as to why he's on top, right? I mean, it would be irrelevant what I think about his lack of wrestling skills, and because that, to me, is not an opinion. He's horrible, okay? He cannot take a proper bump. If you know what a proper bump is, you know he does not take a proper bump. That's not, to me, it's not an opinion. To me, that's a fact, okay? But if he was over, then Cena fans would have an argument. And they always use the same thing. They always say, no, because he's been on top for so long that, it just become a cool thing to boo him. That's why they do it. No, they're just tired of him. They want to love the product. They know what's going on behind a kayfabe, and they want him out.
Yep.
Or at least turn heel or get the hell out of the way. That's all we want. That's it.
Yeah. And why do you think that the allure is there with CM Punk? Not only are people buying into CM Punk as a person, but they understand what's going on behind the scenes too. Like WWE needs to understand that the internet is here. It ain't going away no time soon. People are going to know what's going on behind the scenes now. And that's how they act. They treat it like nobody knows that guys are behind the scenes getting buried. That guys like Dolph Ziggler are getting buried because of what he's saying about Orton and Cena. Like CM Punk, during the whole 2011 stint or whatever, that he wasn't unhappy and he was voicing his opinions backstage. They act like people don't know this now. Like, hell, a lot of times if you just type in a guy's name into fucking Google, the fucking dirt sheets or the news sites, that's some of the first stuff that's going to pop up. They treat it like it's not there. Like, we don't live in a society where everything is out in the open now. Between social media and just other internet sites, everything is out in the open at this point. You can't act like it doesn't exist. You can't act like the backlash for Cena isn't there. Or they like to act like it when they come out with a fucking shirt that's deliberately aimed at fans like us. But outside of that, they ignore it. They act like there isn't this just giant outcry. It's crazy.
It is. It is. And
you guys think that Vince's ego is like so big that he told people, I'm gonna get this guy over. Watch, I can do this. Vince McMahon. I think Vince thinks he can do it. I do.
Right, and until he's out of that top position, it's something that's frustrated me for years. If you want to come to the channel with dumb conspiracy theories as to why we talk about Cena, you can leave. It's something that it's been the most frustrating thing that I've watched in wrestling in my entire lifetime. I never thought anything would compare to my frustration for Lex Luger, personally. But this Cena thing is the most frustrating thing. And every week on Monday, you turn on the same show. Shit. It sucks. All right, so moving on. Fuck Cena. So Rey Mysterio and Sin Cara wrestled against the real Americans, Jack Swagger and Antonio Cesaro. The match wasn't all that great. I was pretty bored with it. Rey Mysterio kind of did his thing. Sin Cara and Lax Swagger suck. You know, Antonio Cesaro is a boss. I definitely agree with Matt Genius on that one. And it was nice to see him as the guy who finished the match, but in the grand scheme of things, what does it really matter? It's just time filler. You know what I'm saying? So.
Well,
Cesaro, they terribly mistreat Cesaro. That's another guy on my list that they just completely fuck over. This Hunico with Sin Cara, it ain't working. Even though I think his style of lucha is more adapted to the WWE style, he still doesn't wrestle at a fast enough pace to make it come off right. You know, and Rey Mysterio at this point is old. It's over for Rey Mysterio in terms of in-ring ability, in my opinion. He's nowhere near what he used to be. And Jack Swagger just sucks. Like, nobody cares about Jack Swagger.
Nope.
I can't name the last time anybody did or if they ever did.
All right,
Yeah.
so moving on. Next, we got the Bad News Barrett promo, a.k.a. really lame, cheap heat promos that he's cutting. He said, I've got some bad news for the television viewers. Later tonight, it will be The Miz versus Dolph Ziggler, a match that has been
He
titled...
was right there.
What's that? Yeah.
He was right in that sentence.
But he said, well, a match, yeah, anything with The Miz, you know. But he said a match that's been titled The Battle of Cleveland. I'm just glad it's not the Battle for Cleveland because that match would have two losers. So, boo. Cleveland is a town that is inhabited exclusively by losers. Did this really do it for anybody?
No. Well, the only loser there was the guy in the front row with a fucking D Wade jersey on and a fucking Steelers hat. I mean, Steelers headband or hat. Like, if there was one way to like piss off a city, in Cleveland, you show up in the jersey of like the rival basketball team where LeBron abandoned your city, and then you show up in the hat of the rival football team, all in one outfit.
Boy, it irritates me when people tell me what to say or what not to say. That irritates me. When's the last time you've been having a conversation with someone and they walked up to you and went, could you stop talking about that like someone you don't even know? Who the fuck are you? Get away from me, you fucking retard.
What would happen to a guy if he showed up to a Bulls game in a fucking Heat jersey and a Packers hat?
yeah.
Well, he better park his car close to he better have that VIP parking at the United
He better park inside the tunnel.
Better have VIP parking, that's all I'll say. And, yeah. So that was a fail. We see that on the WWE Network that there's going to be a show that features the Monday Night War. Get ready for some WWE propaganda. I can't watch their DVDs on the Monday Night Wars. I can't watch their DVDs on ECW because they give their side to the story. And I just can't do that. Oh, they were always inferior. I don't know. CM Punk said the Goldberg tasing was a bad idea. Talked about that in my Goldberg article on the website. Shawn Michaels said we did whatever we wanted. Yep, and the click still does. So, I don't know. Interesting commercial. It seems like they are going to pump out some pretty good content on that WWE Network. And I pay a lot of money for League Pass for the NBA, Sunday Ticket for the NFL. I love the Red Zone channel on Sundays during the NFL season. Pay a lot of money for UFC and boxing pay-per-views. $10 a month ain't too bad. That's probably one of the best things the WWE has going right now. Is that
until you find out you got to pay that $60 up front.
Oh, you got paid up front? Yeah.
There's a 6-month commitment, so you're locked in for those 6 months. Yeah.
But then is it you're locked into $10 payments after that, or is the price going to go up?
No, it's just 6-month commitments each time.
Oh, so they could jack up the price by the time that 6 months comes around after they get everybody to buy in.
Which is what they'll probably do. It'll probably be a year or two before they jack up the price, but do expect it to go up.
Well, I don't know.
They want to suck in the subscribers first. So they're gonna keep the price that low as long as they can. And then boom, hit the switch on everybody.
That's the way it works. I mean, look at UFC. They just raised their pay-per-view prices. Dana White promised that it was only for the Weidman Silva match, and now it looks like it's going to be for all their pay-per-views, which sucks.
I think that next season Ultimate Fighter, I think Vanderlei and somebody's on it. It's going to be exclusive to like the UFC Fight Pass.
Oh wow!
I can't remember who was on the season itself, but I know it was I think it was Vanderlei and somebody else.
Who's been calling him out?
I can't remember.
I don't know. Whatever. I've got the wrestling thinking cap on right now. Fandango against R-Truth. I guess the best thing about this was Emma was in the crowd. Pretty quick and boring match. R-Truth went over. So what? Fucking boring garbage. That's the way I would sum that match up. I don't think there's.
It's Vanderlei Silva and Chael Sonnen. Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was calling out, but I thought Chael was done.
No, I think it's Ultimate Fighter. The Ultimate Fighter Brazil. That's what it is. No, that's why it's probably going to be on the Fight Pass then. Never mind.
I don't know if you guys saw who just came in.
Hell motherfucking yeah.
All right, everybody out there.
Sit back, relax.
I'm just going to mute my mic and turn off my camcorder for a while, or my webcam, so that Grits can talk about Daniel Bryan and what's going on with that and WWE, and try not to go too hard at the fans of the wrestling program.
No. Y'all continue. I'm gonna say that for a little bit. I just got in the crib. I want to catch up, see the subject material, find out where we at with the review. I'm holding that for a little bit later.
Because we're the same place we was 2 weeks ago.
We're the same place
and 3 years ago.
It's the same show every day. Like every week, it's the same show. So.
Wow. Dude in the comments says WWE needs 400,000 subscribers
to break even.
Even, and then they turn a profit.
They only put 40 mil into the making a network.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And they worked with MLB. They have like their own little version of like League Pass and stuff, and they're using MLB's technology. So they worked really close with MLB to put it together.
One of my good friends is like a huge baseball junkie, and he actually was the one that told me that. He was like, "Did you hear that WWE? I know you do those Roth videos."
Yeah.
He told me about that a while back, and I said, "No, I didn't know that." Honestly, I was like, "Who cares?" But it does seem like it's going to be a good thing.
I'm telling you, let them hit that one. I think that 1 million subscriber mark is where they hike the price up, because that's when they know they got them.
We'll see. I don't think it would be a huge price increase.
No,
I know they thought about charging everyone $1 to access their channel. Was it on YouTube?
Oh yeah, on YouTube, yeah.
And then they pulled the plug on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, you think about it. Even if they raise the price $10 to double it to 20, or even if they go to 15, you're talking about almost doubling your profits.
Well, yeah. I mean, hey, when they put time and effort into building something like that, yeah. I mean, you got to make some money off it if you can. But with all the footage that they have and the money, I mean, does that even count the money they've spent on buying the licensing rights to the footage? So they've compiled a hell of a library. And
edited and doctored footage.
Oh, well, they're saying it's not going to be, but you know that when they start talking about historical stuff, it's all going to have a spin. And that's why I just had to stop with the fucking DVDs. I said, I'm not gonna do it.
That's why the only thing you really can watch it for is like the classic matches, like not the documentary style type stuff.
They just cannot paint the proper picture of their competition from the past. They just can't find it in their heart to do it. You're not competing against them anymore.
Oh, they're coming out. Heyman DVD is in the works. I'm not watching it.
Oh no.
Yeah, Heyman's confirmed it, and he's talked about it on Twitter. They're making a Heyman DVD, but you already know where they're going to end up going with that one.
Of course. So Randy Orton comes out, and on Twitter, on my Twitter account, I said, everyone get the no-dos. Get the no-dos. Here comes Orton. Orton says the champ is here. He says he beat Cena. It doesn't matter how he won, it just matters that he won. So a lot of us have seen the same old shit for a long time. It does matter. When they literally, any way that you could protect a wrestler in a singular match, they did. And they're like, you know, hit him with the title belt, ref bump, he taps out.
There was literally everything but a low blow. Like,
yeah. I mean, everything. Distraction, you know, attack. You know, everything that they could do, they're like, we have got to protect Cena because you know what? His fans might stop liking him if we don't protect
bastard kicked out of his own finisher. He wouldn't even go down to his own move.
Well, the finisher's one of the dumbest finishers ever next to Hulk Hogan's leg drop.
By the way, Orton did both of his finishers better than him.
Watch your mouth.
Come on, dude. Hogan's leg drop is lame. The big boot was more believable than the leg drop.
Let a 6'8", 302-pound man with skin the color of Frankfurters drop a leg on your mouth.
Oh, and by the way, Grits, the WWE tried to clear Hulk Hogan for WrestleMania, and every doctor they went to said, nope, he can't even just throw punches. We won't clear him for anything. So with that one video where you and I were arguing, and I said, we were talking about the potential for a Bully Ray Hulk Hogan match at TNA.
Oh my God,
and I said the only way they could do that match is if it's a wheelchair match, you know, like wheelchair basketball.
Oh my God, we made that video, bro.
It was hilarious though, because Grits was getting mad, but
I'm getting mad right now, man.
Hey man, it ain't our fault Hogan can't walk without crutches.
Yeah, but it is from all those years of working. So
well, plus the last back surgery they fucked up.
Yeah, I'll never forget when he tweeted that picture of his back after surgery. I don't know if you folks ever saw this. You might be able to find it in a Google search. I know I posted it on my site. You'd have to use the search bar on the site. I posted a link to this picture on his Twitter. It was Hulk Hogan after back surgery, and you could see the battery pack that they had put under his skin. Like, it looked like someone put a big, massive, old-school cell phone in his back, under his skin. And I was like, oh, shit, dude.
Maybe they should get Hogan some shoes with the wheels on the bottom of them. Some Heelys.
He doesn't have that type of balance.
Let him skate down the ramp.
No, but the whole reason they wanted Hogan at Mania was so they could put him out there with Cena so they could try to get Cena over by using Hulk Hogan, which Grits would have lost his fucking mind as a big Hulk Hogan fan. I don't know.
Grits is just silent.
He is.
Well, that would have sucked.
Grits, what would you have done if they would have tried to use Hogan to get Fuckboy Buckethead over?
I would have ended up in prison somehow.
They're still gonna try it. Don't get it twisted. Hogan's gonna, first time you hear Hogan talk, he's gonna start talking about how great Cena is.
Oh, guaranteed. You know, the funny thing is, I invite Grits every week, but if Grits doesn't show up, there's always that one guy in the comments like, "Where's Grits? You guys suck. You didn't get Grits on." And I'm like, sometimes he's just busy. You know what I mean? So remember that next week. I invite him every week, and some weeks he can make it, some weeks he can't.
You don't have the right to like Grits. Grits is getting Daniel Bryan reactions, but you guys do not have the right to like him.
No.
We're gonna use Grits to get D Styles over here. That's what we're gonna do. Grits, we're not gonna push you. People can't see you.
So back to this fucking Orton promo. You know, after he said it just mattered that he won, he said he was upset that he had to defend his title 5 times in a month. He demands respect, which got boos, of course. And I still have to take my hat off to Orton for trolling the fans last night when they were so mad.
My God, that's hilarious.
Yeah. He said, I got to defend my title 5 times in a month. I'm like, huh? 5 times in a month? What's he talking about? He said he's the face of the
chamber. Gotta be.
Oh, the other guys in the match?
It's gotta be.
Yeah, 5 times in a month. I'm like, They aren't defending that belt every week on Raw. They don't do that. He said he's the face of the WWE, not Batista, not Brock Lesnar, and Batista comes out. And I'm like, this ought to be interesting. Does he have the skinny jeans on this week? You know?
Nah, he was a little bit more thugged out this week.
He was. He was like, Vince came to him, Batista, Linda brought an extra pair of pants for you again this week. And Batista was like,
fucking Yosemite Sam pants, bro.
Yeah. Batista's like, tell Linda to take them pants home. You know, but no, yeah, dude looked, you know, a little more normal this
Came
week.
out in jeans and some wheat Timbs and a hoodie.
Yeah, he did. Last week, he had a shirt on under his sweatshirt. Where last week, I don't know what the fuck that was. And there were a couple guys like, why do you care so much about what he's wearing? Because you think Brock Lesnar would come out wearing that?
I'd be backstage F5ing people through windows.
Yes. You think any of us? No, because we didn't identify with it, you know?
Yeah, Hogan wouldn't even wear that shit.
No, Hogan's rocking cool-ass J's on Twitter.
The bandanas.
Well...
with the hair extensions.
That's by necessity, you know? Who was it that said that? Warrior?
Yeah.
Like, Warrior in that shoot was like...
Oh, in that hair?
60-year-old man.
Those are extensions.
Wears extensions in his hair.
Still wearing a bandana?
Yeah. Fucking... And people are like, yeah, Hulk Hogan should induct the Warrior. Don't see that happening, honestly. I don't see that happening.
If that happens, the world will explode. I'm sure. If I see Hogan inducting Warrior, they've had to pay Hogan and they've had to pay Warrior like $40 million.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Sting inducts him.
I'm with you on that.
The Blade Runners.
Super Sting.
Super Sting. Fuck out of here, bro.
He's not living that down, bro.
Arsenio Hall gonna induct him.
Or Arsenio Hall's couch that he flipped.
Those were great. See how fucking cool the WWF used to be, man. Motherfuckers going Arsenio Hall. When Rick Rude and Bobby the Brain was on Arsenio Hall, that was one of the best fucking episodes, man. And they stayed in character for the whole fucking show.
Oh, Bruce, we were just talking about Bruce said Cena's the Bushwhackers, and I was like, well, the Bushwhackers were actually on Family Matters. Like, they were on a show that people cared about. Like,
yeah, but Grits, back in the day with all the tag teams. You remember the Steiner brothers ended up coming in a little later. You had LOD.
Yeah.
What did they call fucking Warlord and Barbarian? The Powers of Pain or something like that?
Powers of Pain, yeah.
Yeah, you had them. You had Demolition. You know, you had these badass tag teams. And then the Bushwhackers would come out, like, walking, and they'd start licking kids' heads. And I remember in the WWF magazine once they showed them, like, I think it was like 91 or something like that. They were over in Iraq with the troops. And it all clicked tonight. I said, John Cena's the fucking Bushwhackers of WWE, WWF champions. That's what he is to me. He's the Bushwhacker.
Bushwhackers wrestling Urkel way cooler than John Cena at any point in his career.
Oh no, dude! Now I remember that episode.
Yes,
oh,
you know what? And fucking Carl and Steve had on like the fucking mask and shit, like the Vader mask and shit.
Yes.
Listen, I'm gonna break it down like this. This is just a comparison for argument's sake, for subject matter's sake. Let's say the ruthless aggression era, we're gonna pretend that's the golden era. And then you had that 91 going towards the new generation era where they brought in all the cartoon shit.
Oh.
That's what the fuckboy Buckethead era was. That's when they brought in the cartoon shit, because they made him just a fucking cartoon character. You can sit up here and shit on Hogan all you want. I used to watch the cartoon in the morning, having my
Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling
porridge or whatever. I used to watch that shit. They used to get in the van. 18 motherfuckers getting in the van. They rolling out. Roddy Piper and the Iron Sheik was the bad guy every week. But the thing is, I've seen the man put on some tough shit. Whether he had 7 moves, whatever the fuck, the big Frankfurter colored thigh dropping on the fucking whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? He was still, he had an it factor. This cocksucking bastard comes around, man, and it's just, everything has gone to shit. I seen somebody tweet today about how it's a dictatorship, man, with the McMahon-Helmsley regime and the McShams, I call them. And it truly is, man. This is not a product that has anything to do with the fans or what the fans want or what the business is about. People, you can't even look at the footage like you just said. You can't look at all the old clips, anything, because it's all been manipulated by the powers that be. So nobody's going to get a real history lesson unless you go out there and research it yourself, read the articles on the Blitz Sports Network. Those are the only ways you're going to get the real, because otherwise, leave this fucking shit alone. But let's get back. Batista was out here. I want to hear about this. I missed the show, so what happened with Batista?
He was about to get bitch smacked around the ring.
Oh, yeah.
Lesnar.
So,
Lesnar like he was about to rip his head off, bro.
Well, I'll get to the details here. So Batista gets
yeah.
booed when he comes out. He, actually looked like he wasn't trying to be a parody of Justin Bieber this week or something. But Batista tells Randy congratulations. He said it was a hell of a performance. Daniel Bryan chants started. Yeah. Batista said he's back for 3 reasons: win the Royal Rumble, headline WrestleMania, and walk out of WrestleMania as the champion. He said, I've got 2 out of 3 of those down. He said he doesn't care if it's Orton, The Shield, Cena, or Daniel Bryan. And he looks at the crowd, or the winner of the Elimination Chamber match. Batista said he doesn't care if Orton or the Authority care because he's walking out of WrestleMania as the WWE champion.
He almost said Brock. He was at the B and the R, and then boom.
Yep, I caught that too. And then Brock Lesnar fucking comes out with Paul Heyman, and the crowd was like, oh shit, here comes a real badass right here. So fucking Lesnar comes out. Wait, Jay hasn't come in?
Batista and Brock in the same ring?
Let me send Jay another invite, because
where the fuck is Jay?
Where's Jay? We're talking about Lesnar. Like, you would expect Jay, all of a sudden his head just pops up. The Beast Incarnate, Brock Lesnar. So Heyman says that it was, by the way, I don't give a shit, man. As soon as Lesnar came out, I was like, Daniel who?
The fans stopped chanting it too.
Yeah, I was like, Daniel who? But no, that doesn't change the fact that Daniel Bryan he deserves that fucking belt in a long push. Heyman says that Lesnar's patience is running thin. Tonight, the authority has 2 choices. Heyman suggests that they make history. And then, did you see him pause? He's like, I hate doing this.
Yep.
In Cleveland, Ohio. Like, I'm going for the cheap pop. And of course, they popped. I was like, wow, that is almost like tweener mode now for Lesnar, at the very least. But make history by making a match between Randy Orton against Brock Lesnar. And he said option number 2 is giving Brock Lesnar a match against Batista tonight for the #1 contendership. Heyman says that they want their answer. If they want their answer tonight or else. So, so they're clearly going with Orton, Batista, and Brock. This is going to be the 3 guys around that championship belt going into Mania. I think you can just bank on it now. And I'll go ahead and throw something out there. I'm going to make a prediction. I don't read dirt sheets. Like, there was one guy who was so mad at me for my Royal Rumble preview. He's like, why did you give away all these spoilers? I said, I was just guessing based on the way the storylines were going. I honestly don't read that shit. And this is where I'm guessing this is going. You get Batista's already gone to Mania, right? Mm-hmm. So you get Brock against Orton at Elimination Chamber is what I end up thinks happening, I think ends up happening. Brock wins the belt, and that sets up the big Brock Batista match at Mania. I think that's probably where they're going with this. You can forget about Daniel Bryan being in that match. They're going to throw him in the mid card. I think that since we're in WrestleMania season, I think you can gear yourself up Brock will be in the Elimination Chamber match because they said Randy Orton's belt. Brock will be in that Elimination Chamber match, which would actually make sense with the way that they're kind of going with Brock right now. Oh, Brock with the belt, dude, that'll be cool. I don't give a shit. Just to see Brock with the belt for a little bit.
The belts. It's no longer
the belts. Yeah, but it's a unified championship. You know what I'm saying? But to see Brock with that, just one more time. I mean, think about how long it's been since Brock was champion. That'll be pretty cool. But I think, I can't remember her name. Someone was sending me some messages on Twitter. I can't remember her name. She said, how cool would it be Brock versus Daniel Bryan, and Daniel Bryan takes the belt off Brock, like a David and Goliath match. Dude, that would be incredible. So I think if they were able to work towards that, it would actually serve both purposes.
That would happen.
Yeah, I don't think it would happen, but I'm just saying I think it would be. But just think about the build for that match. Oh, there's no way Daniel Bryan.
Whoever proposes that idea in the boardroom,
they're fired. Yeah.
No. That's awesome. You know what? Let's just replace him with Cena.
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. I
The
think
idea is great. Let's just switch the guy. That's all.
We're going to have Daniel Bryan busy in a feud with 3MB. So we're going to have to slide.
Jesus.
We're going to have to slide Cena into that slot.
I think I know where this is going, though.
Okay, all right. I'm going to sit back and let's hear your thoughts, guys. I'll shut up for a minute.
I still think we get Batista Orton at Mania. I think what's going to happen is Lesnar's just going to come out there every week demanding his title match, and he's just going to beat the shit out of people for a month straight until Undertaker comes back to stop him. That's where I think they're going to go with this.
Yeah, but if they sign Sting, that's not happening.
Now, if they sign Sting, then plans obviously changed.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you guys something for the record. Sting's matches have been horrible for quite a while. I will warn you of that. The build for a Sting-Undertaker match could be very cool. I think they need to get that song that they ran with Sting with the girl, where they basically imitated the Crow going into that match at Starrcade with Hogan. I think they need to recreate that for a Sting Undertaker. Remember that one year where everybody thought that it was Sting in those video packages?
Oh, was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago, and then TNA trolled everybody, and they ran the same video package.
Yep.
Where he's in the rain and shit. But the build could be really good. And I was a big Sting fan back in the day. But I'm just looking at this from watching his matches in TNA. That match is going to pale.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
And I'm being serious, believe it or not. It's a serious question.
Oh, boy.
I understand that he's bad. I haven't seen the matches, but is it worse than Cena?
Nothing's worse than Cena at this point.
No, and I'm being serious.
Raped in jail is the only thing worse than Cena.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than Cena. Dude, see, here's the thing. Cena may even be able to pull off a couple moves. But Sting's presence about him, and by the way, Sting cuts, for those of you who haven't been watching Sting since the WCW days, he didn't cut good promos back then. He's cut some really good promos in TNA. And I'm not kidding. Like promos where you're like, that was a good promo. And I think that Sting building a match for The Undertaker would be really fucking epic television. Here's the problem. Remember when The Undertaker tried to cut promos last year? It was last year, because 2 years ago, him and Triple H didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord, was The Undertaker bad on the mic last year.
Ugh.
But Sting could really carry that part of it, and I think Undertaker could carry the match. So I think they could pull it off, but it's not going to be as good as Taker and Shawn, let's say.
Oh yeah, of course. Like I said, the Brock Lesnar contingency all depends on if Sting gets signed or not.
Then they go triple threat. Oh no! What if they do a triple threat match with Orton and Batista and Brock?
Oh. I
hate triple threat. Do you like triple threat matches, Eric? In a title match at WrestleMania? I hate those.
They shouldn't be in WrestleMania. There's one I did like, but I just don't want to mention the guy's name. That's all.
Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking
But that was actually a surprisingly good match.
It was.
You know, however, I just don't think they needed the three of them. That's all. You know what I mean? To pull that off, really. But
with the match that Brock and Punk had, I'm just going to throw this out there. With the match that Punk and Brock had, and I understand, I watched that interview with the dude from the MMA website. I can never remember his name.
Ariel.
Something. Yeah, he's got the same name as the Little Mermaid, I think. But he does. That's all I can remember. But and I know he's on Fox Sports 1 too, like the UFC coverage. Very good at what he does. He's come up from scratch. He's
Ariel Helwani or something.
Yes. I saw the interview with him and Punk, and see, that's what makes Punk so cool. Is you watch something like that, and it's like this dude is just so fucking relatable. And obviously, I have a background, but for anybody, he's over the years, the guy's made a lot of money. He's a big star, and he still comes off as himself. You know, and I think that's probably the coolest thing about Punk. I really enjoyed that interview. But he confirmed in the interview his contract is up in 5 months.
Yep.
He would not say whether he wants to stay. He would not say whether he wants to leave. He said he's not going to say either way, because then whatever happens, no matter what he said, people will get mad at him. So I don't know if Punk is going to be there on that. It seems like there's a lot of uncertainty with that. And Punk seems like the kind of guy who would be happy to walk away, go back and work some matches in ROH or something, and, you know, get back to his roots, and he's probably made enough money to do something like that. But that's probably one of the reasons why that they're not going to really give Punk a big run as champion or anything. But I don't think it would have been such a bad thing for Punk to be in Randy Orton's spot by this point in time, and then you put Punk and Brock in the main event, or even better, Punk and Daniel Bryan. Because look at that match that Punk and Brock had at SummerSlam. I'm just throwing out there that I think that no matter what, I would rather see Punk in the spot that they've given to Randy Orton. I'm just throwing that out there. But all right, I'll shut up.
But his certainty around Punk. I gotta find out when ROH's deal with Sinclair is up, because that could have a lot of influence on it. Because if their deal with Sinclair is up and they're in the market to find, you know, a TV network to pick them up, having an AJ Styles there at the moment, and, you know, hopefully being able to convince Punk to come back for like his last run in the wrestling business in ROH, where he pretty much, you know, really got his following at, that'd be huge for them to be able to pull something like that off. But
can I throw something out there?
Mm-hmm.
I want to throw something out there for you guys to comment on. And I've actually had this thought for 2 weeks, and I keep forgetting to bring it up. That if they do a Brock versus Undertaker WrestleMania match, I really think that it should be Undertaker as the American Badass against Brock.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that the Dead Man gimmick would sell the match as good as the American Badass music hits. He had like, what, eight different songs, the American Badass. But his music hits and he comes out on the fucking motorcycle to confront Brock. I think that would be perfect. Don't just have him come out and the gong hits, you know, because he can be more. I liked American Badass better than the Dead Man thing. You know, I know it was Dead Man Inc., but I'm talking about, you know, the urn and all that shit. I like the American Badass version of Undertaker way better.
Honestly, that match worries me for Undertaker's health-wise. He barely been able to make it out of like the last 2 or 3 Mania matches. With the way these two got, Brock and Taker don't necessarily like each other, and with the way Lesnar been breaking chairs lately, I ain't really too happy for. I'm
gonna throw this out there because someone on Twitter asked me. You would have to be out of your mind, in my opinion, to have watched what Brock Lesnar did in MMA. And you look at what he did to an ultra-skilled fighter in Frank Mir. You look at what he did to Randy Couture, you know, a living legend. And if anybody on this planet honestly thinks that The Undertaker could beat Brock Lesnar up in a real fight, in my opinion, you need to get your head checked. This is a guy who transitioned over to MMA, had to build up his experience quick. and was thrown onto the grand stage with not much experience and became UFC heavyweight champion while fighting diverticulitis.
Yeah.
Okay, and with the Undertaker's high center of gravity and how tall he is, going against a wrestler like Brock Lesnar in a fight, and if you saw what Lesnar did to Frank Mir's face when he got him down, if you're an Undertaker fan, you would not want to see your boy Undertaker fight Brock Lesnar. So let's just throw that out there right away. When the Undertaker nutted up on Brock at that UFC where he lost to Cain Velasquez, I thought that was very disrespectful, especially for a guy who would get his ass kicked. And I respect the shit out of the Undertaker, but especially for a guy who would get his ass kicked in a real fight with Brock. Let's just throw that out there right now. And I'm sure there'll be a few Undertaker fans. No, I've heard the Undertaker's tough. UFC heavyweight champion. Period.
Oh, go ahead, guys.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where we are, because like, what part of Raw are we at right now?
Oh, the Lesnar and Batista and Orton segment.
Oh yeah. It's just we kind of. All right, because we started talking about the Undertaker Sting, and it just, I don't know. I don't want to really entertain the whole Sting thing because it's been a rumor for years, you know. But if they do the Sting match, you know, that's why you have chairs and Kindle sticks and stuff like that, I guess. Look, I like the fact that they brought Lesnar out there. I think that was great. My complaint is when well, that echo is like really distracting. But I lost my train of thought. All right, so let me just gather my thoughts again. I apologize. When Paul Heyman said "or else," like I thought, like, oh shit, like Lesnar's gonna wreak havoc. You know, like he's gonna like destroy the whole fucking roster if you don't give him what he wants right now. You know, or he's gonna threaten to leave, or just something like extremely serious, right? I was not impressed with the "or else." I just wasn't. What ended up happening? He beats up the Rhodes brothers. You know, which doesn't make any sense. Doesn't the Authority hate the Rhodes brothers? I mean, that was just, I don't know. I felt so underwhelming. I felt that the way Lesnar had that presence about him, that the end of the show had to somehow involve Lesnar. Like that show, like just the way they set it up, I had it in my mind, like this show cannot end without the final shot having Lesnar standing over somebody, whether it's Bryan, Cena, I don't care who. And they just failed at that. It was just horrible. Now, the way I think Heyman's always good in the mic, obviously, okay? And obviously Batista, I saw it through his, is it me or did his eyes like look crossed? Like, it was just weird. Right? He had like these cross-eyed things going on. I don't know when he was looking at Lesnar.
He was trying not to look at Brock in the eyes.
Right. But he was like cross-eyed, like, you know, I don't know, it was weird. And then Orton, you know, just doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. However, I will say that I think Orton and Brock can actually have a good match. I think they can pull out a good match, to be honest. I keep thinking, for some strange reason, though, that there's a possibility they maybe have like Lesnar versus Batista for the #1 contendership or something. I don't know why I keep having that in my head at Elimination Chamber, and maybe Del Rio cost Batista the match because Lesnar cannot win cleanly. The only reason I'm saying that is because why else would they have, you know, Del Rio saying that Batista's not going to make it to Mania unless they put Del Rio.
They're going to have a match at Elimination Chamber one-on-one because Batista's not going to be in the chamber. He's already the #1 contender at Mania. So they're just going to have one match between Batista and Del Rio at the chamber and blow it off there.
Right, that's weak. You know, like
why do you guys got to steal my thunder? That's in my notes. that there's just going to be a match. That my prediction is there's going to be a match at Elimination Chamber between Batista and Del Rio for the #1 contenders for the main event. That,
It's predictable.
It's just going to be it's just a tune-up match for Batista, pretty much.
Right.
And Del Rio's a good guy to work with. I mean, Del Rio's not a terrible worker. He's a pretty good worker. It's just his gimmick falls flat sometimes.
And it was horrible as a face, like no doubt.
Yeah.
But,
well.
Yeah.
Talking about a legit, Del Rio might, if you really want to talk about being legit, Del Rio might really beat Batista's ass.
I guess if there's one thing I want everybody to take away from what I'm saying is the way Lesnar came out and the way the crowd reacted. Okay, you would think that it was literally a threat, like either give my guy a title shot or put him in the ring with Batista or else. Like just think about that. Think about that threat. And think about what led to it. That was weak. You know, it was like a waste of an appearance by Brock Lesnar, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's just I still think if Sting is not signed, it's all just build up to fucking Taker, because they're really trying. If you notice, I mean, even though they've booked him in some pussy ways as of late, they really make sure to make it a point of him destroying guys at the end of the day. You look at what he did to Henry, and you look at what he did to Big Show. He came out there, destroyed the Rose Brothers today. They're just gonna keep doing this until Taker comes back. Like I'm sold on this idea. Like that is where they're going with this, unless Sting is signed. Like that match is happening. They've been planning on that match for years now. There's no way there's no way, especially when it comes to money, Taker and Lesnar is a bigger draw than Batista and Lesnar. And that's why I still think they go that route.
Well, it is. Because of that video.
And that's exactly why I think they go that route. I think, because the thing about Batista is, had not the whole Daniel Bryan thing like took over, he'd probably still be getting cheered, and you go into Mania with him as a face and Orton as the bad guy. But the whole Daniel Bryan thing really flipped the script on Batista that they did not know was going to happen.
They should have seen it coming, though. Come on.
Well, not like that. I mean, because, yeah, you get Daniel Bryan chants all throughout the show, but you really don't expect Batista to just come out to all boos like that. You would have still expected Batista to get cheered at least. Maybe not be as over as Daniel Bryan, obviously, but not like complete 100% boos like he's getting.
And the commenters are with me on the American Badass thing. And Jay Rodriguez says if he comes back to Limp Bizkit rolling, he'll shit his pants.
Undertaker was awesome. It's the most relatable Taker, the most realistic Taker.
One thing before I had lost my train of thought, I was going to bring up real quick. I did like, however, the fact that Batista recognized the fans chanting for Daniel Bryan. Right, that's number one, because it has to be a natural reaction, right? And I like the fact that when he said Daniel Bryan, he looked at the crowd. Now that was kind of heelish, but it really is what it is. You got to go with whatever the crowd is giving you, right? I'm just glad he didn't pull some Cena shit like, I don't know. You know what Cena would do, Yeah, I love Bryan too. I think it's bullshit that he wasn't in the Rumble. I don't know.
All right. Here's a good example. One guy says Brock Lesnar will get tombstone by The Undertaker in a real fight. He's joking. This guy says Taker said want to do it to Lesnar, meaning to have a match at Mania. No, Brock Lesnar, and if you were a VIP member of BlitzSportsNetwork.com, you would know that's not the case. Because Brock Lesnar did an interview where he said, no, there's legitimate problems that Undertaker and I have with each other. And he was talking about how Undertaker said something to one of their mutual friends, and Lesnar shot back at Undertaker through this mutual friend, and they legitimately were having problems at the time. So that whole thing was, while it appeared to be a work, Brock Lesnar himself said it was not. That they just do not fucking like each other. He's like, he said, remember what Kane did to him. Again, this is kind of an example what you get with those articles on there. But remember what Kane did to him in that fight. I mean, Lesnar was. He said he didn't even know what neighborhood he was in. And he said he got out of the octagon. He saw Undertaker there, and he didn't even really know what was going on. But when asked about it, he said, no, yeah, it was definitely that we had real problems with each other. So there definitely was some real heat between the two, but that doesn't mean there's still real heat right now. So I don't know. There's some people that are saying that Undertaker. There's a guy who thinks that Undertaker in his prime could have been champion. Dude, you need to separate wrestling from real fighting. You do not know that. Yeah, I mean, Brock Lesnar. First of all, the discipline that does the best in MMA is wrestling, and then guys add to their wrestling base.
Because of the rules.
Yes, yeah, you got to separate pro wrestling from MMA. A guy Undertaker's height would be at a huge disadvantage against some of the great. Could you really see the Undertaker hanging with Fedor Emelianenko? I'm sorry. I would have to see the Undertaker in a handful of MMA fights before I even utter those words. You are really taking a leap of faith by saying that, my friend. And I respect your opinion, but
I mean, look, Undertaker's a big guy. If I ran into him in a dark alley, he'd probably intimidate me, but.
Oh, absolutely, me too.
He's a tough guy. That's all that matters. But
Undertaker's a badass wrestler. Yeah, who's got he's got some legitimate attributes to him. He's legitimately trained and things of that nature. But to take the quantum leap of faith and say that he could have been an MMA champion,
you don't know that.
Dude, there's been some really good fighters that never reached that level. Brock Lesnar was a national champion wrestler. Okay, this dude was real. I still question Kurt Angle, which I went into detail into that in that article when he was calling out Chuck Liddell. If Kurt Angle would have made that a career, maybe there could have been a good chance, because, I mean, you're talking about Olympic gold medals, but...
Too old by then, man.
Yeah, he was just too old by then, yeah. But to take the leap of faith that Undertaker could have been a champion, I don't know. Tim Sylvia was a champion as a big man, but the heavyweight division was kind of watered down, and like his best opponent was Andre Arlovsky at the time. Maybe Undertaker could have been pretty good at that point in time, but it's a big maybe, my friend. And I respect the living shit out of the Undertaker, but let's not get crazy here. Brock Lesnar's proven. So to take a guy who's not proven, and I've seen people doing this. I'm not saying anyone in the comments is, but just to say someone in the Undertaker who's not proven could beat someone who is a proven mixed martial arts champion in Brock Lesnar. Look at his resume. I can't co-sign that. I'm sorry. I'm a huge MMA.
We don't even know if he's Batista. So.
Well, Batista. Yeah, a lot of people probably would have thought Batista would have been a badass MMA fighter, and then he ended up fighting a replacement fighter who literally was a bar fighter. And when I say bar fighter, I'm not talking about bar fights. I'm talking about MMA matches that take place in bars. I've actually got a friend.
I mean, I saw the match. I don't think he did that bad, but
he was losing the fight.
But Eric, he was getting tagged by this guy.
But here's the thing. I mean, there's butterflies involved. That guy had like 40 fights already, and you could say it was against bums or not. But the thing is, Batista's not that young.
No, he's not.
To kind of jump from one thing to another, it's.
And by the way, we sit here and talk about that. I still have to take my hat off to Batista for trying.
Yeah.
I have to take my hat off to him for trying. But yeah, Brock would destroy Batista, Undertaker, you name it.
I think Del Rio might destroy Batista. I mean, Del Rio got a legit Greco-Roman wrestling background. Like, he's been an MMA fighter before.
I don't know about that.
As of right now, I'm not saying if you give Batista like a year or two to train, then it's something different. But as of right now, I think Del Rio has him.
I don't know about that. I still think that's a quantum leap.
Because you look at Batista, Batista's not a great striker. If you just looked at him,
no, he's not.
And then it means it's going to come down to wrestling and stuff. And Del Rio's going to have the advantage in that aspect.
In wrestling, there's a reason why there's weight classes in wrestling.
True.
Randy Couture was a more technical wrestler. Randy Couture was a more technical wrestler, but he couldn't hang with Brock Lesnar's strength. So
but Brock Lesnar was also like a former collegiate wrestler. Batista's never been a wrestler. Like,
that's true. I'm not saying Batista would beat him. You said destroy. I don't know about that.
There's no way to know anyway. I mean,
there's not. It's pointless. But for the record, Lesnar the baddest motherfucker in wrestling history. So that's well established. I mean, there's been many guys. I remember sitting there just thinking to myself, this is really hard to watch Bam Bam Bigelow get his ass kicked when he tried to go over to MMA. It was hard. You know, it wasn't too hard, but Ludwig Borga. A lot of you probably aren't old enough to remember Ludwig Borga. A lot of you are. Ludwig Borga came off as this badass motherfucking guy that he was a Vince McMahon experiment, and you know, just like his clotheslines looked vicious and whatever. And he went over to UFC and tried his hand at UFC Tony Helm, and got his shit pushed in. You know, you could name other guys. Ken Shamrock was a crossover professional wrestler. He had a pancreation background and stuff like that. But most wrestlers, I think the Ultimate Warrior said it best, that most wrestlers get their asses handed to them in that sense. So I just wanted to kind of stick up for the MMA side of things here and say, let's not get crazy with this Undertaker talk. Okay, so Dolph Ziggler against The Miz, the Battle of Cleveland, another novelty match for Ziggs. There was actually a Cleveland sucks chance in the crowd from the residents of Cincinnati, I'm assuming, who made the trip. But of course, The Miz is, you know, he's got a pretty low ceiling for his matches. He tries. I'll give him that. He's better as a heel than a face, but his matches just, they're only going to be so good. Ziggler, he's the fucking man. I'll say this, at least Ziggler didn't have pink hair. He got rid of the pink hair. Ziggler went over with the zigzag. Wasn't all that great, but, you know, it's always good to see Ziggler out there. But at the same time, you know, it's good to see Ziggler win, but you get sick of watching him beat jobbers. So, moving on. Ryback and Curtis Axel. I guess the nut did fall far from the tree with Axel, but against the Usos. By the way, how lame is Rye Trash? You know, how lame is that guy to watch? This dude's out there ramming Jey Uso from corner to corner to start the match. I'm like, oh, intimidating. But just fucking, just a garbage performer. You know? But I want to point something out. Mad Genius, last night I predicted that the New Age Outlaws are going to drop them belts to the Usos. You remember that. We had no indication of that.
Yeah.
During this match, the announcers were propping up the Usos. JBL, the heel announcer, said that the baby faces would be the future tag team champions.
Mm-hmm.
The Usos went over, and there was clearly a build for the Usos against the New Age Outlaws, because the announcers even said that the New Age Outlaws should be worried about the Usos. They're getting those belts.
Talk about change of direction the night after Rikishi bashes WWE for the way they're treating his sons.
I honestly think that's where they were going with it, though. I really do. I think the New Age Outlaws are transitional champions. As crazy as that sounds, as big as they were in their time. I honestly, right away, I said, well, they had to get the belts off Rhodes and Goldust, and their next best tag team is the Usos as far as babyface, so you need a transitional champion to put the belts on before you give it to them. I think Rikishi, going off or not, that they were going to go with the Usos next anyway. You know, because I still think that somewhere here they're going to set up a Rhodes and Cody Rhodes and Goldust match for Mania, because they really want to do that match together. So I think they'll get what they want. And by the way, that Cody Rhodes and Goldust is going to be my sleeper match at Mania for really stealing the show, because I think they're going to go out there and kill.
Oh, they got a real good shot at that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the Usos getting a push. Like I said yesterday, we just had different opinions on how they should get the belts, but we both agree that they both should have them eventually. So I'm all for the Usos getting a push. They deserved it. They've been putting in the work. Whether it was against the Shield, whether it was against the Wyatts, they've been putting in the work the last 6 months. So it's definitely their time for the tag team belts.
Someone just piggybacking on this, I'm looking at some of the comments. A guy said he thinks that Kurt Angle could have done it. Yeah, he probably could have. Kurt Angle's a fucking savage. He's one of the #1 reasons to watch TNA, in my opinion. Gosh, that Angle and Rude match last week. I got to talk about this for the WWE fans who didn't see it. Kurt Angle did a moonsault off the top of his steel cage last Thursday night on Impact. I shit you not. The motherfucker is crazy. And him and Bobby Roode, if you have not seen this match, it was awesome. By the way, anything better than we're offered tonight, which is something I haven't been able to see for TNA for a while. I've been burying it in the TNA reviews. But the Kurt Angle is the most underrated wrestler of all time. He's one of them for sure.
Plus, being such a great technical wrestler, he doesn't even have to do these moonsaults off of cages, you know?
No. Has there ever been anyone? And by the way, I went OCD on my Kurt Angle article, and me and Mad Genius did a 3-hour VIP video. But I got to tell you, the response to that was almost as strong on the website to the response to the Cena burial. Because people were like, fuck yeah, you gave Angle his shine, you know. Angle is one of the he's a legend. I mean, when you talk about his performance and everything that he's done, but we do have some news on Kurt Angle that we would like to share with you guys about him coming back to WWE that Mad Genius has to share.
Yeah, because you know that they're over in the UK right now. I needed an interview. Hold on, there's an echo from somebody. But he just did an interview over in the UK, and you know he basically said that he wanted to come back to WWE to finish off his career. He said he was tired of lying to TNA and WWE about it. He said he's just going to be upfront and honest with them about it. Yes, he wants to come back and finish his career. Said his contract is up in September, but he says he doesn't know if it's going to end up being this year or somewhere, you know, like next year or somewhere, but he does want to come back, and he wants to have a program with Punk and Bryan. He mentioned Bryan first and then Punk, but he does plan on finishing his career off in the WWE with the Mania match too.
There you go. So,
somebody mentioned Tank Abbott.
Tank Abbott was a career pit fighter.
Or Dan Severn. We forgot Dan Severn.
No, I didn't forget Dan Severn. I didn't say him, but I brought him up every time we've had this conversation. But Tank Abbott was a career pit fighter. And what I mean by pit fighter is he was doing illegal underground fights like his entire life. He was Kimbo before there was YouTube. Honestly. That's what Tank Abbott was. That's why he had no front teeth. Tank Abbott had been a fighter his entire life. So, yeah. All right, moving on. So we're getting ready to have Kofi Kingston against Del Rio. Del Rio cuts one of those old school pre-recorded promos in the corner of the screen on Batista. Del Rio said that, here's my notes, my thunder that you guys stole. Damn you! Here I try to, I basically kind of steal Mad Genius's thunder the whole show. And here I'm complaining about one time, but Del Rio said that Batista won't make it to WrestleMania, aka Elimination Chamber match, obviously, and they're going to put the #1 contendership on the line because I'll explain within the flow of the match what tipped me off to that. The crowd could have given a fuck about this match, though. Can we all agree on that? They started.
This was the highlight of my night.
Oh yeah, they started chanting Randy Savage. I don't know if you caught that. The chant didn't really pick up steam, but it sounded like Randy Savage to me. That was the first chant they tried. Then they started chanting JBL. So JBL stood up to acknowledge the crowd, like, yeah, I don't care about this match either.
And Del Rio gets pissed though.
He was like, what the fuck are you doing, motherfucker?
I love this part. They were chanting, and JBL was literally at the point that the fans were at, like, you know what? I don't give a fuck about this match either. Let me stand up and tip my hat and get my encore.
All right, Eric, tell me if I say this right. Del Rio looked over and he goes, Chingue tu madre, puta. Was that close?
Puto.
Puto. Chingue tu madre, puto. See, my buddies taught me some shit back in the day. He was mucho caliente.
Madre puto.
There you go. That's what the proper pronunciation. But no, I didn't actually catch him saying that. But try to be cool and act like I know some Spanish, right? But then the crowd starts chanting Jerry Lawler. He didn't acknowledge the crowd right away. They chanted Michael Cole. Why? He's terrible.
They didn't care about the match.
Yeah,
what do you
but
mean,
Michael
why?
Cole, I mean, chant Renee Young or something.
Oh, I would have been happy with her standing up.
Pervert. Mad Genius the pervert. Um,
Never denied it.
yeah, well, I've never. You're the only guy I know that wants to bang Dixie Carter. So, but you know, Jerry Lawler ended up acknowledging the crowd. I noticed a sign in the crowd that said Sting versus Undertaker at WrestleMania 30. I don't know if you guys caught that. There was also a sign in the crowd that said, Nikki, I will marry you. Like, Nikki, I will marry you. You know, taking a shot at Cena. Sorry, I can't marry you. I can't do it. I can't give you kids. This is literally what he said to her. I can't give you kids. Because we're not going to have a kid. And then I come home 10 years later, and I'm finally their dad. And they missed their dad for 10 years. I'm like, that's where I said, wait a minute. He thinks he's wrestling for 10 more years. Shit! I was pretty bored with the match, for sure. It kind of felt like they were going through the motions. Did you guys get that feeling, too? It felt like they were going through the motions.
Fuck the motions. No, I just didn't care.
Well, it did feel like they were just kind of going through the motions. But here's something that tipped me off. Let me know if you guys caught this, too. Del Rio kept looking at the WrestleMania sign during the match. I could be right. I could be wrong with this. But to me, that tips me off to Del Rio wants that main event. Batista, you know, you give me a shot for that main event or you're a coward. You know what I mean? I have a feeling that they are going to go with that for the Elimination Chamber to add a stipulation to it. You know, that if he wins, he gets the main event.
Actually, if they do that, that gives them an excuse to put Brock in the chamber. And then even if you don't set up the Taker match now, you can set it up later, because by putting Brock in the chamber, that way you can have like 3 or 4 guys gang up on Brock, and that'd be a way to have him not lose clean before you go into the Taker feud.
Right, where you have like 5 guys on him for the pin.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the only way I would want to see Brock lose at this point. That's just me. I'm not Jay. I'm not as bad as Jay.
As long as he doesn't take an attitude adjustment as the last one before he gets pinned.
And I don't blame Jay for being a big fan of Brock. Could be worse. He could like Fandango. Yeah. I don't think anyone should give Jay a hard time for liking Brock.
I'd say if Jay liked Fandango, we probably wouldn't be friends.
No, that'd be about it.
If I caught Jay doing the dance, I'd be like, Jay, this just isn't working out.
Jay, we invited you. Google, man, you know. But, no, Alberto Del Rio ends up hitting a sidekick on a Neil Kofi Kingston for the finish. We should just start calling him Alberto the Ninja Del Rio. You know, I mean, Del Rio wins, which I think most of us expected that. You know, they're going to give him a build going into this Batista thing.
Yeah.
Like, you ever had like, you know, during the wintertime when you got like those chunks of ice like on your tires, like around your bumper.
Oh, yeah.
You try to kick them off. That's what Del Rio reminds me of when he's kicking people.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly weird. People in down south, they wouldn't understand about the chunks of ice on the cars. But, I mean, if you live in a place where it gets cold and you get snow, you would totally understand.
I just don't see why he's kicking. He doesn't look like a martial artist as far as, like
well, that's what they try to sell him as. That's why he does look like cross-arm breaker and... I mean, when he was a face, they tried to sell him with more of a lucha style, but...
No, but, like, he looks more like a grappler to me than a good dude that kicks. Like, you know what I mean? I just don't understand what the kicks is all about. You know, I just don't... It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, there's guys in the comments who didn't
It all
see
started
the
with him
angle.
kicking people's arms, though. That's where it all started. Like,
It did.
It
But
there's arms, and then it started to headshots.
there's guys in the comments who didn't see the angle match, and they're like, "Oh shit, are you serious? A fucking moonsault off the cage?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah. On free TV, you know, the Cody Rhodes moonsault that he did against Cesaro from like a month ago was at a live event. You didn't even get a chance to see it on TV.
Renee Young over with some of our male viewers.
You got that right. She's got that girl next door look, man.
All of a sudden, you like that look.
No, I've been like Renee Young, bro. She started on NXT.
No. Usually, Mad Genius likes the look where it looks like the booty is big enough to fit inside a garbage truck. You know, I mean, looks
Hey,
like
man.
they eat and it all goes right to their ass.
Hey, man, I need something to grab. You know what I'm saying? I got big hands.
You ass, dude. Oh my gosh. I don't think that's it.
I mean, unless it's Dixie Carter. I mean, I just want to put my hands all over her.
Oh no. Ugh. Well, we did establish.
I did not mention Dixie until you mentioned her, bro. You mentioned her first.
We did establish in the TNA review, and he's going to deny it because I told him I was going to call him out on this. We did establish in the TNA review that Mad Genius wants Summer Rae.
Not true.
Yes, you said.
Guys, Bruce is trying to ruin me. Every week he comes up with a new name. I would not touch Summer Rae if I had a fucking Spider-Man mask on and I had to save the fucking city.
Did you or did you not utter the words that you would choose Summer Rae?
Who was the other option? Barbara Bush.
No, you.
It was Summer Rae or Barbara Bush, bro. And I had to pick. And I asked you, is there a shotgun around? And you were adamant that I had to pick between Summer Rae and Barbara Bush.
He said he wants Summer Rae. I don't
over
care who
Barbara
it is against.
Bush, bro. Look, if you told me I had to mess with Summer Rae or the city was gonna burn down, yeah, let that motherfucker burn. It's done for. I'll just move to another city. I'm telling you.
I have no idea who Summer Rae is, so I wouldn't even.
The girl who came out with Fandango.
Yeah, and then Jerry Lawler made a comment about how beautiful she is, and I'm like,
oh my god! I was like, Jerry, okay, there's one thing to be a creep, but there's another thing just to be out your mind.
Oh, I've seen Jerry Lawler's girl. He did good for himself.
Oh, he really did, though.
Yeah.
I can't hate on him for that.
Congratulations to him. No, so I guess he's already got some points that he can use up by saying stuff like that. Because someone could tweet him Summer Rae, and he could be like, "Look at my girl."
True.
So anyway, the New Age Outlaws, the Road Dogg, Jesse James, the Badass Billy Gunn. They wrestled against Goldust and Cody Rhodes, WWE Tag Team Championship. Road Dogg on the mic during the shtick.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. To the person in the comments section that does not like what the fuck I have to say, too bad. That's fuck off.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for how long now? If you don't like it, so what?
We get that every week. Yeah. I think it's someone just trolling for a reaction, to be honest. When you see someone who's like, yeah. I had one guy who was like, you guys are trying to use Cena for views.
No, if we didn't have to talk about it, we'd be a lot happier. Trust me.
I blocked him, first of all. But secondly, no. We actually have a hell of a lot more fun talking about wrestling that we like. But unfortunately, every week it's the same shit, and you gotta talk about Cena because he's such a huge part of the show.
Yeah. And how about if the show was fucking entertaining? Maybe I wouldn't spend my time on talking about which one of the women on the show that I wanted to fuck. Maybe if there was something else that caught my attention, like some good fucking wrestling, we wouldn't have to go into these conversations.
No, and I have a feeling that the WWE family is pretty big. And if we did a show where we supported all that they do, probably be a little more popular, but we wouldn't be ourselves. So.
Yep.
What we talk about on here is how we really feel. It's opinions. It's not a big deal. There's no fucking hidden agenda. And anyone who starts going that route, I don't have time to deal with it. So, Road Dogg responds to the criticism that New Age Outlaws got the tag belts because of their friendship with Triple H. He said, no, they got them because they're the best at what they do. Well, it helps that you're friends with Triple H. So, yeah.
I like the fact they acknowledged it, though.
He did. He trolled a little bit about it, but, whatever. I mean, like I said, I was a New Age Outlaws fan. I'm not going to sit here and flame on them being tag team champions. When in my mind, I've set my mind that I'm set on the fact they're transitional champions. That's what they are. And it's a nostalgia championship. You know what I mean? Like The Rock. The Rock, as big as he is a megastar, he was a transitional champion. Like I said in the Punk article on the website, like I said in the Rock article. I think that The Rock
should have stayed retired.
No, should have put Punk over. Well, yeah, the fact that he put Cena over, I thought he should have put Punk over. But like I said in the Royal Rumble preview, I think that they had Rock win that belt to kind of try to deflect from the anger towards Cena winning the Rumble. But whatever. The Rock definitely. Nobody sold more. If you look at CM Punk's title reign, nobody sold more during their match than The Rock for Punk. I mean, he literally sold the whole match. As soon as Punk got one move on him, The Rock's like, ooh. And people were like, The Rock has no wind. That's the way he's always sold. He always sells like he's, I'm beat down and drained. I'm getting beat up. He fucking sold like that for Punk the whole time. So I give The Rock a lot of credit for that. But I still think that it's a travesty that
it'd be one thing if he had the title and he had a title reign and that meant something, and then he dropped it to Cena, but his title reign was specifically designed to be a transitional reign to drop it to Cena. That's what makes it worse.
Exactly. That's that. And I came on YouTube and I'm like, fuck this shit, I'm done. If they don't change my WrestleMania 30, that's it, I'm done. I said all these things in the heat of the moment. Everybody get up and just walk out to the foyer. And of course, I talked about this John Cena walkout with people walking out. It
goes viral.
Yeah, I talked about them walking out, and people immediately thought that I meant walking up to the foyer where the concessions are, and actually walking out of the building. No, I meant walk out while he's wrestling and then come back in when he's done. Big deal. And I even explained that in a video, and there's still people to this day who misquote what I meant with that, but I was just pissed. And yes, we're going to keep covering wrestling after WrestleMania 30. How many times have I answered that now? But no, I was fucking pissed, dude. But anyway, we always end up going off track and talking all-time shit. I think that's why a lot of people like the show. So it's a free-flowing conversation.
Plus, they like hearing me talking about how much I want to bang Dixie Carter.
They do not.
It's true. It's true.
I've had requests to mute your mic when you start talking about Dixie Carter. Many of them.
It's damn true.
So, anyway, JBL responded during the match to the criticism that he wasted a slot in the Royal Rumble and took someone else's spot. JBL followed the theme of the show. Remember Triple H at the beginning? Oh, you didn't get what you want? Too bad. You're going to like what we feed you. And JBL went with the same thing, and he's responded to the criticism of him even being in the Rumble. Well, too bad, he said. I'm like, really? I understand heels doing that shit, but they are responding to booking decisions at this point. You're not responding to a storyline. They're responding to a booking decision like that. And to me, that's just fucking stupid. Goldust hit a sunset flip powerbomb on Road Dogg. That was the move of the match. Might have been the move of the night. Where the fuck did Dustin Rhodes come from in this return? Never wrestled this good in his entire career. You have to go back to a match with Dustin Rhodes against Stone Cold back in WCW to find matches like this.
Yeah, that's the first thing we said when he came back. I mean, even just look at the way he runs the ropes.
Yeah, Goldust has just been on his game. Somehow, how did Road Dogg get cut on his forehead during that? By his foot? Because I went back and watched it 3 times and didn't see anywhere where... it must have been from his shoe, from Goldust's boot, when they went down. I don't know.
Where the hell were Goldust's gloves at? It was weird.
I don't know what was going on there, but Cody took the hot tag. He worked over Billy Gunn. Cody told Road Dogg to suck it, which I guess they're giving guys more free reign with that now. As long as they're not actually on a microphone, I don't know. Cody hit a springboard dropkick on both the Outlaws, which the crowd popped for. Cody went for the disaster kick, but Billy Gunn ducked and hit the clothesline on Cody. and then Brock Lesnar comes out. This is what Eric was alluding to. So Brock Lesnar comes out, and this is the Brock Lesnar I want to see. I don't give a shit. I mean, you're talking about the baddest motherfucker in wrestling history, you know? Brock Lesnar comes out, and he just F5s Cody and Goldust. I'm like, yeah! And you can tell the crowd liked it, you know? Paul Heyman grabbed a mic and said the Authority had a choice between choice 1 and choice number 2. But apparently they chose choice number 3, and he throws a steel chair into the ring. I'm like, I'm loving this. This is nice. This is a little edgy, violent, aggressive, you know. So he said, so this is what happens when my client Brock Lesnar doesn't get what he wants. So he laid in 2 chair shots in Goldust, and he laid in 4 on Cody. He's like, fuck, Cody, you're young, you can take it, bitch.
He made Goldust roll over.
he pushed him over, like, take the chair shot, give me your back. It was a little underwhelming, but I think that you're going to see him continue to beat guys up. And actually, probably the best Brock Lesnar segment since he's come back was the 3MB, where he came out and just demolished 3MB.
F5 fucking Heath Slater on the barricade. And the way he slid out the ring when he cut off, was it McIntyre?
Oh, yeah, and I'm all for him coming out in F5 and John Cena every week. You know, that sounds like a plan to me. And I'm with D-Style. If he came out F5 Cena to end the show, I would have been happy. You know, I was down with that. Have him F5 Sheamus too while he's at it.
Yeah, I like the match though. Like you said, this is the best match on Raw tonight. Well, not the best match. You had the main event, even though Cena was in it. There were spots in that I like from outside of Cena.
No, I don't know about that match, dude. To be honest with you.
Well, it was really towards the end with Rollins and Bryan, and then Reigns.
Yeah, but Cena was the one in the ring for most of that match.
That's why I said outside of. That's why I said towards the end, outside of Cena. But. I really like the beginning of the match though. With the New Age Outlaws really selling, healing it up a lot, and then I like the aggressive part where Cody and Gold just start going after him, and Gold does. I don't know what the hell Gold does. He found the fucking Fountain of Youth or something. He's in there. He's been tearing it up. I don't think Goldust has had a bad showing since he's been back, honestly. And so I mean the match was good. I just can't wait to see what they do with Cody and Goldust. See how they kind of plan that feud. And then Lesnar, I'm happy with Lesnar. I mean, he was gonna come out and attack a face. I have no problem with it. It's only gonna get. He's only gonna come out there and demolish more guys. Hopefully, The Miz is next. Hopefully, Kofi Kingston's on that list too. As long as Dolph Ziggler, Daniel Bryan, and CM Punk ain't on that list, I'm fine with him destroying whoever. Oh, and Roman Reigns, obviously.
I read comments that pertain to stuff that we've already talked about, so it kind of throws out the flow a little bit, but we'll just move on to the next segment after this. Tiggy510 says, LOL, this whole time I've been thinking MG's been too hard on Summer Rae, and then I saw her on NXT in a match with her hair pulled back and her forehead exposed, and she looked like the Crypt Keeper.
Bro, I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, she can't wrestle either. My hate for Summer Rae stems way before she even was on Raw.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out whether Goldust has raised his level or the WWE has lowered their level. You know what I mean? And I think
he's raised it, dude.
The wrestling is horrible though, so I think it gives. Maybe he did raise it, but the bar's been lowered like so much at this point that any slight improvement, we're impressed. It's just like a halfway decent match that would not pass as a good match on, like 10 years ago is considered something good now. From the way I'm seeing it. These guys are capable of a lot more. A lot of these guys, right? So.
Oh yeah, that's the argument I make every week.
But yeah, I liked the match. I liked it, and look, I'll admit that yes, it's cool to see Lesnar go out and tear shit up.
Beat the fuck out of somebody, dude.
Yeah, but I just think that just the way they were threatening.
Yeah.
Like that show had to end with Lesnar standing on top of somebody. It had to, in my opinion.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you can't start off big right now. You got to build up to the big one, though. Like you can't start off with him destroying the top guys this week, and then next week he comes out and destroys like a lower card guy. Like you can't start off that way because this is going to be an ongoing thing where he just comes out every week. You know, you can't have him start off with the guys in the main event, and then next week he's out there like destroying fucking Jack Swagger or El Torito or some shit. Like they'd be going backwards.
Now that we're getting towards the end of the show, I'm going to throw a line out to a couple guys. Because we're going to get a massive discussion here at the end.
Oh, we're going to get the world's biggest fuck Cena at the end.
Oh, Grits has been sitting there listening to this. Grits, notice how Grits has been very quiet? Grits, are you still alive?
He might have fell asleep during this whack shit.
I doubt it.
No, I'm here.
I told you. I've got to get Billy and Grits on at the same time. I have to. I have a feeling that some hilarity is going to ensue.
Oh, Jesse. Jesse.
I invite Jesse, and then...
I seen you in the comments earlier, Jesse. If you're still there, hop on.
We're gonna see if Bull Spit's available. We're gonna go crazy, huge panel here, like the grand finale. I think I want to start doing this every week. Jesse, yes. Let's see if Calvin's out there.
Oh yes.
let's see if Sam's out there. He hasn't been on in a while. Who am I missing? Vegas Mike.
Oh, Vegas. Oh, Vegas.
Big homie.
All right, there's a lot of... here comes Billy. Billy, you asshole with that comment about Jenna Marbles.
We're gonna go crazy, huge panel here.
You got to turn down your speakers, bro.
Got it, man.
Why are you hating on me in the comments about Jenna Marbles, dude?
Because you want to fuck her. That's all good, though. A lot of guys do.
I find her videos to be entertaining.
You find her pussy to be entertaining. That's good. I want to fuck her too. There's no shame in it. She's okay. I like she drops the F-bomb. She's okay.
I so.
Hey, what's up, James?
What's going on?
I so came in at the wrong time. First thing I heard coming on here was pussy, and I was like, "Whoa, okay."
I don't know. I call that the right time.
And we have Bull Spit on. Look at this panel, and we're gonna get more people in. We're getting ready to do our big audition showdown.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Bull Spit? You guys are viewers now. You can be part of the show here in the near future. So that's how we roll. That's how we did it on the podcast. What was the most amount of phone calls I took in one night, Mad Genius? Like, I think we had one night where we took about 45 or 50.
Bro, we had there was one night we had like 20-something people on the line at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
That's the way.
It was crazy.
Yes. And there were a lot of nights where I'm like, dude, we have 800 people on the line who want to get on the show. You know.
Damn, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, just talking sports. Dude, we had podcasts with like, I think the most was, what was it, Mad Genius? Like 110,000 listeners?
Yeah, it had to. I think it was on like a Saturday on one of the fight nights. Like
one of the fight. Oh, it was the fucking sucker punch night.
Oh, Floyd and Ortiz.
Yes, it was the sucker punch night. All right, so next up. Oh, we just ripped one.
Oh.
I was thinking, should I admit that on the air? Fuck it. I'm serious. All of a sudden, I look at AJ Lee, Tamina Snuka, and then we got AJ Lee, Tamina Snuka, Alicia Fox, Oksana against the Bellas of Funkadactyls. As usual, the match was fucking terrible. And then after this triple suplex spot where the wrestling fans were like, they did a move! They did a move! You know, you got the flying ass tackle for the win. Literally, Naomi flying ass bumped AJ Lee, and that was your finish.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Hold on, let me just say this real quick. I wish fucking Naomi and Alicia Fox were more technically skilled in the ring, because with their athleticism, if they could actually get in there and like wrestle, they would tear shit up.
No, hold on.
I said if they were more technically skilled in the ring. I didn't say they could now.
Hold on. Mad Genius wants to absolutely smash them.
Alicia Fox, yes. Boy, you put Alicia Fox in front of me, man. I fucking tell you. That ass is mine.
So let's be honest here. And by the way, people who are like, send me an invite too. Send me an invite too. Let's be honest here. Okay, before we get to that, the guys who are on the panel either are my friends or they've auditioned. They've sent in videos to audition to get on the air. So we're not just going to be like, hey, someone's going to be like, hey, send me an invite. Well, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would overload Google with people on here, believe me. But let's be honest here, Mad Genius. You want to bang Naomi?
No, just Alicia Fox.
What's the other Funkadactyl?
Oh, Cameron?
Yeah, he's all over that. I can already tell.
Alicia Fox, give me Alicia Fox, bro. I'm down. I'm down for Alicia Fox. Them long ass legs, bro.
Listen to this guy. And Billy's talking about me. When that's all that Mad Genius talks about the whole show.
No, it's not.
But
that's all that WWE gives me to talk about.
Billy's criticism of the Jenna Marbles is on point. Because that really is why a lot of people watch her videos.
Well, yeah, they're jizzing all over the keyboards with that shit, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Logitech makes a washable one. You can wash that shit in the sink. So there you go. Just invest $30. You're all good.
Well, can I at least get
grab the peanut butter?
Could I at least get this out of you with Jenna Marbles? 50 times more talented than iJustine, in my opinion.
I will agree. Yes.
Okay. WWE Hall of Fame induction announcement for Jake the Snake Roberts.
Yeah.
Yes. And a lot of you may not know this about the Ultimate Warrior, and follow me here because it may seem like I'm bouncing away from talking about Jake the Snake, but I'm not. The Ultimate Warrior is a smart motherfucker. I mean, he is well-read. He's put up a bunch of videos on YouTube that he took down. And I've watched some of these videos. This is a guy who's philosophically in tune with a lot of shit. And you could tell he's read a ton of books. His motivational speeches on YouTube that he's given made me want to literally smash my head into a wall
Yes.
and go out and just work out for 4 hours at the gym. I'm like, oh yeah, the Warrior punked. You know, the Warrior, and then Jake the Snake has done a couple videos on YouTube. I want to see the Ultimate Warrior and Jake the Snake's Hall of Fame induction speeches in full. Not this shit where they edit it and give you 15 seconds. I want to see that shit in full.
You're going to have to buy the WWE Network, probably.
Well, I would do that anyway.
That's the reaction I was looking for.
I want to see it in full. Because these guys are going to give... Jake the Snake's Hall of Fame speech is going to be fucking real as shit. Because I guarantee you he talks about some of his demons and ups and downs. And the Ultimate Warrior... Oh, man. You know during his speech, before they edit it and chop it up and shit, if someone dropped... Who dropped? Bullspit. If they don't put Savage in this year, you know the Warrior's going to mention him. The videos the Ultimate Warrior did paying respect to Randy Savage between him and DDP. And by the way, if they're going in, why isn't DDP going in? I'm going to say this again. If you're going to buy up the footage and make money off the footage of WCW and ECW, then their stars should be going into the Hall of Fame too. Taz, Tommy Dreamer, Raven, RVD, Jerry Lynn, okay? And believe me, I'm leaving, I could keep going on. For WCW, Goldberg, Sting, DDP,
Scott Hall.
Scott Hall. Gosh, there's too many to name.
Scott Hawk will get in with Razor Ramon alone. So
yes, absolutely. And when you look at the long list of guys that aren't in there, and then you hear people say, well, they're running out of people to put in.
Huh?
No, they're not. Why is don't buy into the conspiracy theory bullshit. I went into that in detail in the Savage section of the website. And I don't want to get into that whole thing on here because we'll open a huge can of worms. See, this is why the conspiracy, oh, well, they don't want to put Savage in because of Stephanie. They tried putting him in. They've tried a bunch of times to put Savage in. And I covered exactly why Savage was at odds with WWF. And it had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with Slim Jim. And guys, we were talking about this off the air, man. Genius, you'll vouch. He wanted his family in there with him, and there was something that transpired that I'm not going to go into. It's take a while to explain, but there was something that transpired back in the day with Savage in the WWF and not respecting his wishes on something. So he was standing firm on the fact that if you put me in the Hall of Fame, it's going to be with my dad and it's going to be with my brother. And Eric off the air said that the quick way to fix this is make a family wing to the Hall of Fame where you put wrestling families in the family wing. But Lanny Poffo, the genius, said that the WWE came to him again to put Savage in, and he told them, no, I've got to respect my brother's wishes, and my brother's wishes were that he does not go in until we go in as a family. And then Lanny Poffo continued to say that I give them my permission to put him in without my permission. That's literally the way he said it. Like, put him in without my permission. He deserves to be in there. But it will be without me condoning it, is basically what he said. So they have tried to put him in so the conspiracy theories can just go. This is Macho Man wanted his family in there with him. Without his dad, and this again, something else I covered in the Savage thing on the site, but without his dad, Savage wouldn't even be a wrestler. So that's why Savage isn't in this, because of that. Because the WWE is just too stubborn to just put the family in. What's the fucking difference? You have Drew Carey in there, for crap's sakes. Put Angelo Poffo in there and Lanny, because the Genius was a memorable character anyway. And you basically ripped him off, which he gave his blessing. But you basically took the Genius's character and gave it to Damian Sandow. So why not put the fucking Genius and Savage and Angelo Poffo in there together? It baffles me. But there's so many guys. DDP was the man in WCW, and then he came to WWF in another article I plan to write in the future, and I'm gonna kill them for the fucking DDP part with that. But with the invasion, they made him look like a schmuck when he came over to WWF. DDP was a fucking man. If you go back and look at that feud with him and Savage in WCW, it was magic. The fact that DDP's not in there, I mean, if you're gonna use their footage to promote a network and you're gonna sell their footage in DVDs and stuff like that, then the guys in that footage that you're making money off of deserve to be in the Hall of Fame just as much as the guys who worked for you for a long period of time. Period. You own the rights to all that now, so put them in. DDP should go in this year too. If you're going to put Jake in there, in my opinion, how can you not put DDP in there?
True.
So I think DDP needs to be the next guy. And then I say for the very end, the last guy, wasn't Bruno Sammartino the last one they introduced last year?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, or inducted. Yeah, it should be Savage this year. Just put him in there. Fuck. And I know Owen, and that's eggshell. They're on eggshells with the Owen thing because of what happened. And Owen's wife doesn't want anything to do with it, so I understand that. But Owen, in my book, was the best worker in the company at one point in time for them. And, Owen is a Hall of Famer to me.
Yeah.
So I'll turn it over. Let's start with Eric. I know you've got a lot to say on this. You're a big Jake fan. So Jake's going in, you know. Go ahead.
Well, the thing about Jake the Snake, I think that there's just some guys that you just look at their eyes, you just look at their presence. I mean, think about it. This guy, he wasn't even like, he didn't have like a chiseled body or nothing like that. Like, he just looked like straight out of a bar, you know. But it just didn't matter. He just had a presence about him. And even when he didn't have the snake with him, but it just became synonymous with him. I was a huge fan of his when I was some of the best promos I've ever seen. Just I can't even do it, but just his voice, just everything about him. He just had the it factor. You know, just you can't really point to what it is. He just had it. Should have been the champion of the company, in my opinion, at some point. There's one criticism I have of the old school eras is that a lot of guys that deserve to have been a world champion never became a world champion. You know, that's not here nor there, but he should definitely had his run. I was a big fan. There are very few guys that just have that. I think like the best word I have for is venomous. He had a very venomous look about him, like, and like he looked that he could fucking kill you. You know, he just had that look, and not something that the WWE pushes on guys anymore. But there are some dudes that have that venomous look. Like Roman Reigns to me has it, and
Yeah.
Jake the Snake had it, man. I mean, he was just think about it. He had such a presence that it didn't even matter that he didn't look like in the best shape, you know. And I was a big fan of the DDT, you know. Shouldn't have been doing it, but I was DDTing my friends all the time, you know, in the playground, you know, Jake the Snake style. So I'm glad it's going in. I'm glad the Warrior's going in, although I'm sure Warrior had to put a lot of ego on the side himself here, because that DVD that they released on him, to me, it was just pathetic. Just because, I mean, they tried to bury him a couple years ago. They literally tried to bury him as if he was a guy that didn't deserve anything, that didn't belong anywhere. All the Hogan parts of that DVD, you could tell was extremely edited. All right, they didn't put everything Hogan said in there, and they had guys that just didn't like him be the main people talking on that DVD. And to me, for a company that prides itself supposedly when it's convenient to them that, oh, we're about the kids and this and that when it comes to Cena, right? If there was ever a guy that the kids loved more than anybody that I could recall, it's either Hulk Hogan or the Warrior. And there was at one point where there was nothing bigger than the Ultimate Warrior. All right, I was a huge Warrior fan. I always wanted to paint my face. Okay, he was like out of the, but I mean, people loved it, man. People loved it. He had like an intensity about him, you know, that only like Savage had, you know. So I'm glad they're going in. I'm glad that they're getting to shine. However, I'm surprised that Warrior accepted. I'll just say that. They tried to bury him a couple years ago.
Okay.
And I'm good.
Yeah. Oh, let me just touch on the Warrior thing real quick. I think a big reason about for him to finally just say, "I'm gonna do this," is something we haven't mentioned, and it's the fact that he loves his fans, and his fans have been calling this. Okay.
Hey, Bullspit, I gotta mute you, bro. We're getting a lot of sound from you there. Go ahead.
All right, but Warrior's a guy who really loves his fans, and his fans have been calling for this for years now, and I think that has a huge part in him setting his ego aside, like D Style said, because anybody who's seen like the videos of Warrior's like autograph signings, this guy literally takes the time out to literally get acquainted with every person. It's not like he just goes up there, take your picture, and move on. No, he takes the time to talk to the guy, take the picture. Then he's nice enough to say, "Do you like this picture? If you want to retake it." Like, Warrior really loves his fans, and he appreciates them more than we've seen a lot of people who come through the business do. And I think that has a huge part with him finally saying, "You know what? It's time." Plus his fans want to see a new DVD. He wanted to see a new DVD made, like D Styles mentioned. They did everything they could to bury him. So, I would not be surprised if when he got up on that stage, he said, "I'm doing this for the fans." And then Jake the Snake, you're talking about probably, one of the he's the all-time great psychologist of the ring. I mean, there were others, but Jake the Snake is synonymous with being just an amazing psychologist when it came to wrestling. Like D Styles said, he just had a presence about him. Just the way he could just stand there, and you just knew he was a badass motherfucker you wouldn't want to fuck with. And I mean, the feud with Savage, I really enjoyed that. I mean, hell, if you go back, we just came off the Rumble, go back and watch the '92 Rumble, the interaction between Jake and Savage. I mean, that Jake the Snake is the motherfucking man. When people talk about psychology, he is literally one of the first people you should go look at. I mean, even down to the way he threw his punches. There were so many guys back then who threw far better looking and more legit looking punches, but Jake the Snake is one of the guys who really stood out. Just the little things about Jake the Snake are what sets him apart from most of the people who've come through the business.
Come on, Grits. I know you're getting in on this one. Grits.
Told you.
Well, no, I'm there. I'll keep having.
Grits. Jake the Snake is in the Hall of Fame. Thoughts?
Fuck the Hall of Fame. First and foremost, fuck the WWE Hall of Fame. Take that shit and fuck it 6 ways from Sunday, man. I can't stand the WWE Hall of Fame. It's a fucking is a circus of fuckery. That's what the WWE Hall of Fame. What the fuck is Drew Carey doing in the motherfucking WWE Hall of Fame? You got motherfuckers who can't even walk right now like a normal person because of the blood, sweat, and tears they put into that company, and these fuck motherfuckers go and acknowledge bullshit over. Oh man, I don't. We come up here, but I can never reiterate it enough, man. The business is so far gone from what it is because of this company being the name, the brand, the face of what wrestling is. Whether that's for good or bad, that's not the issue. Point is that the WWE is the face of wrestling. It's what people think of when you think of wrestling in general and mainstream, the average Joe walking down a block. And it's just so far gone, man, from what it's all about that I applaud people who watch the indie scene, who are into the indie scene, who knows what's going on, who go out there to the local motherfucking high school and watch a fucking indie wrestling show. It could be anything from any level to Ring of Honor to maybe just some promotion passing through town, because that's what the business is truly all about. That's what the culture behind this shit, being a fan, is all about, man. It's about going out there and watching motherfuckers who really love this shit put it out there on the line, be a little rowdy in the audience, having a good time. You know, it's not this WWE bullshit, man, that we get up here and we destroy and we bury every week. That's why we get up here and we can go so far, of course, with what the fuck we're talking about when it comes to a review. Because what the fuck are we reviewing? We're reviewing Ed Sullivan with men. It's the Ed Sullivan show with fucking men in tights. That's what this shit has became, man. And who got inducted? Jake the Snake?
Yep.
or Ultimate Warriors in. Yeah, this year they got some people in there, man. And you know why they finally coming around to this shit? Because they realize nobody gives a fuck. Everybody sits there. You get people up there, nice. They fill the room up. They fill the arena, whatever have you, whatever venue. They fill it up with fans and this, that, and the third, and they give you all the pageantry and the bullshit behind it, but it's not even a building, man. They don't even have a fucking Hall of Fame building, man. So again, here's Vince McSham and his shenanigans, man. It's this company, man, is like I said in many a review. You're either a wrestling fan or you're a WWE fan. I used to compromise when I made that statement. I'm not compromising anymore. You're either a wrestling fan or a WWE fan. If you're a WWE fan, maybe you watch wrestling every once in a while. If you're a wrestling fan, maybe you watch the WWE every once in a while. But fuck that. You could be both bullshit. That's gone. Fuck out of here. This place don't even have a building. The Hall of Shame. The Hall of Shame. That's what the fuck it is. Motherfuckers who should be ashamed because they're not in there, or motherfuckers who should be ashamed that they are. What the fuck is Ultimate Warrior doing fucking with Vince? What kind of check did Vince McSham cut for this motherfucker to, you know what I'm saying? He's in the video. I'm not hating. I love it all. He's in the video game, and now he's going into the Hall of Fame and all this. Okay, Warrior, I see you. But it speaks volumes, man, that they still have to live off a legacy. They still have to just keep. What the fuck is Kevin Nash doing in the Royal Rumble, man? It's 2014, man.
Exactly.
Listen, if I gotta watch fucking Shawn Michaels walk down that ramp looking like he just hopped out of his Jeep Wrangler, listen to the best of four and a one more fucking sound, I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket, right? You got the fucking middle-aged outlaws out there, man, with the fucking tag team championships.
I'm the fucking Wrangler.
So listen, I'm trying to tell people it's a dictatorship. And man, you know what it is? It's a bunch of rich motherfuckers who have their own show and do what the fuck they want. That's it, and take it on the road. That's all it is, man. The same motherfuckers who's in the comments, and I'm. This is for my peoples. The same motherfuckers who's in the comments talking about why the fuck isn't Daniel Bryan in a certain position. I could guarantee we go back maybe almost a year, and you was making the same comment, man. But you're still watching this shit, or hopefully you're just watching the review and not the show. And I could go in on my Daniel Bryan. I don't know if you want that now, because I could really go in on that, man. Or I could go in on this whole Daniel Bryan situation, man. Because again, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, I like to call it. All the WWE fan base done did this shit to themselves. All you guys out here in the comments and the viewers and shit, y'all brought this shit upon yourself, man. I won't go as far as to use the phrase lily liver or anything like that, but you know where I stand. I'm the type of motherfucker throw a battery at the motherfucker and like, this shit's whack. You know what I'm saying? I'll get escorted out the building by security. That's how I approach my shit. I don't give a motherfuckers about, oh, you got people who paid good money to go see Raw, and this guy Bruce Blitz wants you to walk out. Shut your homeless looking ass up, motherfucker. Yeah, that's what the fuck we want to do. Pay money to walk out on this shit, because that's what the fuck needs to be done. Some type of real boycott, some type of real fucking movement. Or then you get these other cocksuckers. These guys don't understand what the WWE is about. John Cena is a great wrestler. Man, take off that fucking John Cena shirt and wipe the cum off your pillowcase, because you've been fucking your own bed. That's the only way you get pie. Alright? You got too many of these motherfuckers out here in the world. Alright, man? You got too many of these motherfuckers out here in the world. And somehow they became the majority of the WWE fan base. So I'm not gonna rag on our viewers or anything like that. But too much of the WWE fan base is a bunch of fucking sheep. Half the people who want Daniel Bryan, they screaming Daniel Bryan, this, that, and the third. I can listen to me. And no disrespect to your boy, Mad Jizza. But 65 to almost 80% of the people screaming and hollering Daniel Bryan are only doing it because it's trendy, because it's the cool shit to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's behind it is nothing but boufale. You know what I'm saying? It's too much phoniness even behind that. Even with the yes chants and all that shit. It's like, yeah, everybody thinks Daniel Bryan should, yeah, let's all go with that. Let's all run with that. Because that's what the fuck the WWE fan base has become. Now, I don't know what's going on. Like, with the movement that started with the Rumble, and you got, fans really voicing their opinion and all that. That's what's up. That's what's up. But for the most part, city to city, it just goes from shitty to shitty. Because the fan base is a bunch of sheep, man. The fan base is a bunch of sheep. The motherfuckers don't realize the power is in your hands. Whether you're dipping in your wallet, whether you're writing a check, whether you're going online and putting in your credit card info, that's one way the power is in your hands. Because your money, all right? Second of all, this was the business. First and foremost, this was the business. Whether he was in a little smoke-filled arena, whether it was Bruno Sammartino in Madison Square Garden, whatever fuck you want, people would fucking let their distaste be heard to the point this motherfucker can never get in the ring in front of these people again because they will go crazy. Or we got to get this such and such down here because people want to see this person and things like that. But no, you got motherfuckers. Let's tout. Let's make a video and hopefully it'll get shown. Let's tout because John Cena is shut the fuck up with your fucking cat, fucking bullshit. Yeah, I see fucking grown men walking around with these fucking wristbands and all this dumb shit. Get out of here, man. You got fucking man. Listen, I don't stay away from that. But so don't sit.
Did he cut out for you guys?
Yeah.
I think he just threw his phone. I really think he just threw his phone.
I'm still here. I
thought I heard something in my headset before he cut out. I'm like, did he just throw something?
No, I'm
in other words, fuck John Cena.
Yeah.
Fuck John Cena.
Fuck
my
John
God.
Cena, man. With a fuck John Cena.
He'll
with
be
a bumper
back.
Off a UPS truck.
He'll be back. Because I want to let him loose on. You know what? I really need to just bring him on the website and let him say what he really wants to say. The stuff he says off the air.
You can't hear me?
All right. Here we go. Daniel Bryan, Sheamus, and John Cena against Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and Dean Ambrose. A guy keeps begging me to bring up the fact that Seth Rollins fell coming to the ring earlier in the show. There you go. So this was a 6-man tag team elimination chamber qualifying match. Please like Cena. He's out here with Daniel Bryan. Please like him. Of course, the crowd erupted when D-Bry came out. Just seeing, for me, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but just seeing Sheamus and John Cena out there with Daniel Bryan was pretty pathetic to me. It's like, yeah, nothing else works. Maybe this Daniel Bryan thing will work. You know,
Bruce.
Yeah.
And Bruce, why the fuck is John Cena in this match in particular? Because didn't he just 24 hours ago just got screwed over by the Wyatts? Why isn't he out looking out to beat some ass with the Wyatts? Why is he? But you know, hey, let's put John Cena with Daniel Bryan. I guess I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly, man.
Well, let's go back a little further. I mean, Orton beat the shit out of his dad. Apparently, his dad had to wear a neck brace. Why is he still not chasing Orton?
Yeah.
Who was in the car?
Who was in the car?
We never figured, and we're still waiting for Eric Bischoff to explain how.
It was Rikishi in the card.
It was Rikishi, yeah, it was Rikishi.
No, but
A year and a
that's
half
a good
later.
point, though. Like, somebody just costs you the title match, but then again, he gets like 20 title shots a year, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, who cares?
It's not that bad.
Same.
No, but like back in the day, like when somebody would get screwed over in a title match, like the guys would like talk like, "Man, that might be the last time I ever get a title shot." Like, that'll sound retarded today, you know. So
You used to have Stone Cold Steve Austin back in '97 when the Hart Foundation screwed him out the title. He'd be out there in the Hart Foundation's locker room beating their daughter like, "Get your asses outside." Shit like that, man. But not John Cena, like, "Oh well, I got screwed out of the title, but I'm gonna get another one, so hey, all is well." Fuck off.
Or Stone Cold would come out there with a chair. I'm not leaving this damn ring till he gets out here with his ass. You know, or fucking Macho Man Randy Savage. I want some answers. I'm not talking. I'm not leaving the ring until someone comes out here with stroke. And then, like, these guys come in the ring, and they're all mad. Chavo Guerrero's all mad because Macho Man won't leave the ring, and Macho Man's sitting there in a chair, and Chavo's like, "Come on, leave the ring." And then Savage just stands up and punches him in the face. Yeah, you're not going to get that. That would make sense.
You remember that?
You know? John Cena,
You remember that?
I mean, could they make it any more obvious? They're like, well, you know, they don't. Cena sucks chance. They don't matter. It's good that they're on their feet, but we're going to use Daniel Bryan to get him over. Their actions speak louder than their words. When they're like, you see, he gets a reaction. Now, why do you got to use all these different things to try to get him over?
Because they're fuck boys, man.
Good job avenging his dad.
Cena sucks. Throw shit in the ring. Fuck it.
Yeah, that happened at One Night Stand.
Cena cheerleads those cheers. He cheerleads. He did that before 2008, right? Cena sucks. He cheerleaded that shit. He doesn't mind that. Throw shit at that motherfucker. Fuck it.
Well, I would really like to see. I'd like to see a show where everyone's in the crowd and they're like into the show, and then all of a sudden Cena comes out and they just stand up and walk up and get some food and leave. Not the whole building, like some people interpreted it, but they just. Oh, could you imagine that? Like the whole section on the camera, opposite the hard camera, just gets up and walks out.
Oh, they'd be so embarrassed. That'd be great.
That would be, yeah. I think that would be the best way to fucking own him. And then there's other people that have suggested turning their back while he's out there. Just stand up and turn around and show your back the whole match.
I'd say throw shit at him and get arrested.
But
man. I don't give a fuck.
you know, I thought the crowd got them pretty good at Royal Rumble. Let's not forget that. The crowd did get them at the Rumble. The WWE ran a commercial, Christians returning, on SmackDown. Yeah, it's like, okay. So he's still not going to matter in their world.
He's getting to SmackDown.
Could the Cena sucks chance have been any louder tonight? Did you hear the vitriol? He's out there with Daniel Bryan. He's
but it's a reaction. It's a reaction. Look at the WWE universe.
Yeah, it's a good reaction. That's why we keep trying to find ways to get you to stop doing it.
They're all booing the shit out of them, but hey, they're having a great time.
I told you what it is. They absolutely cannot. They can't. If they trying to get Cena over as hard as they really say they are, like, you can't put them anywhere near Daniel Bryan, because at this point, like I said earlier, this ain't got nothing to do with storylines no more. This got everything to do with the backstage politics, and fans know Cena is one of the reasons Daniel Bryan is being kept down.
Fuck
they gonna continue to put this
storylines. Fuck storylines. This garbage. Storylines. Fuck this. What the fuck kind of shenanigans is this? Fucking Sheamus and John Cena and Daniel Bryan. Your boy is over. Who's your boy over with? Your boy is over what? What was Daniel Bryan? Who is he over with? Listen,
everyone.
A lot of people, bro.
Everyone. But this is the thing. He will not be that transcendent star. That he won't be that. He doesn't have that shit. He
don't
doesn't
have to be
that shit. And now when it comes, what I'm gonna say when it comes
at
to
this point, you just got to be better than Cena.
Listen. Hey, listen. I know the wino down the street. with 3 teeth. He's probably better than Cena. But the thing is, what Daniel Bryan can represent is change. As far as people want to see a wrestler, an actual wrestler, you know what I'm saying? They wanted that with CM Punk, and Punk is a great example of what the fuck will happen to Daniel Bryan anyway in the long run. It doesn't fucking matter how much you paid your dues and all the shit you did. You just, what the fuck does it matter, man? Because it's a dictatorship. Whether you're over mainstream, whether you're over with hardcore wrestling fans, whether you're over with the WWE universe, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't fucking matter, cause Nipple H, Vince McMahon, Shawn Michaels. It's
What did you call him?
Porn Michaels, man. He looks like he was in tranny porn, man. I swear, I seen him. Best of Brazil She-Males #7. I've seen him on a flyer or something like that. But yeah, man. It's because of this inner circle. It's a cabal. You know what I'm saying? It's this WWE Illuminati, whatever the fuck.
They're all Freemasons.
Look at this emotion. Look at this emotion that John Cena is giving to everybody. This emotion.
Triple H gave one of the most hypocritical ass promos back in 2011 with CM Punk, when he looked at CM Punk in the face, and you could tell from CM Punk's face he saw the bullshit. But Triple H was like, hey, it's not up to me. If you want to be over in this business, you gotta get over with the crowd. And
do you guys remember Michael Richards when he went crazy and he went on that racist rant?
Yeah.
Could you hear the WWE spin doctors now? Did you hear that reaction he got?
Oh.
He's getting a reaction out of the crowd.
I mean, shit, Kevin Nash has already basically done it. He's just running around. Vanilla midget. Like, what is
have you guys heard of Carl Lewis sing the national anthem?
Yes.
Yeah, that was great.
Like, he got a reaction, though, right? People still talk about it to this day. So it must be one of the greatest national anthems ever sang.
The fucking situation.
By their logic.
No, don't go with Jersey Shore.
No, I have to. The situation where I thought he was a stand-up comic at Donald Trump roast. Oh, but he got a reaction, so he did something great.
The best one was fucking Jamie Foxx when he owned that one guy. And
you're talking about
roast,
God damn.
I can't remember his name.
The light-skinned dude. Damn, he ruined my man's career too, cause and
Jamie Foxx was like, "This is your conscience. I'm fucking up. Maybe I should just sit down. Nobody here knows who the fuck I am. They're not laughing. Oh, let me try that joke. This is your conscience. Nope.
In other words, he doesn't get a kayfabe reaction at all, and that's the problem.
No.
I mean, somebody in the comment section, I'm a 90s kid, so I grew up playing Pokemon. This shit is hilarious. Cena used Leech Life is not very effective. If you guys knew about Pokemon growing up, that shit is fucking crazy.
Tupac once said that when there's hopelessness, people revolt. We're just revolting, that's all.
That's exactly right.
That's a great segue, because let me tell you something right now.
I'm just going to mute myself. Oh, by the way, Grits, we couldn't hear you. The viewers were saying they could hear you. We could not hear you. I thought you threw your phone.
Oh, nah, I should have threw it. Listen, and that's another great segue. Throwing your phone. Listen to me, man. At this point, it doesn't matter who's over with the crowd. Not until the crowd is over with the WWE. You won't have fucking change. Listen. Tupac, we need more motherfuckers in the audience who look like Tupac and less motherfuckers who look like the lead singer from the Foo Fighters. You understand what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Take that personal or whatever the fuck you want.
Pretty good, man.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck at this point anymore, man.
The Foo Fighters are alright.
Listen, I like their music back in the day. Listen, if you look at my iTunes selection, you see everything from Wu-Tang to Weezer, Billy Joel to Biggie Smalls.
Fuck yeah, man. That's what's up.
Right? You understand? I'm eccentric with my shit. I got an eclectic taste when it comes to music.
Hell yeah, man.
Anybody, but I am telling you the real shit, though, man. We need some motherfucking thugs in the crowd. I'm telling you, from the fucking Attitude Era up until about 2006, maybe. Well,
yup.
Stretching it, but you had motherfuckers in the crowd who wasn't playing that shit, who was rowdy. You had bad bitches in the crowd coming to watch this shit. What the fuck do you have coming to these fucking
40-year-old fans?
It looks like motherfuckers just sitting around eating Oreos all day, man. Wearing fucking, they don't even wear boxes. These motherfuckers wear tighty whities and shit to sleep. You know what I'm saying? They wear tighty whities to sleep with stocks, man. You know what I'm saying? With the John Cena shit, man. That's these kind of bitch ass motherfuckers filling up these arenas every fucking
They still
week,
sleep
man.
with pajamas too.
They still sleep with pajamas head to toe, pussy pajama wearing motherfuckers. I'm tired of this shit. Listen, I'm telling you.
Hold on. One piece pajama though. The one piece with a zipper.
The toe,
What the footies?
on the feet. The plastic shit on the feet. You know
I
what
like
I'm
that
talking
Christmas
about.
story.
Yes. It's getting to the point where I know the audiences, and you would never catch me hanging out with these motherfuckers. They wouldn't sit next to me. If they got on the same bus I was on, they'd stay in the front of the bus. They wouldn't come sit next to me and the people I'm chilling with in the back. If they got on the train that I was on, they wouldn't be on the car, me and my fucking peoples. They would get away. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers who when you're in the movie theaters laugh and say, yo, you seen that shit? They the motherfucker Usher. These guys are shut your bitch ass. That's who's in the fucking audience nowadays. Some Usher security calling cocksuckers, man. Oh, this guy's too rowdy. It's a fucking wrestling show. Take a 32-ounce cup of soda upside your fucking head, bitch ass. That's what you need nowadays. I want to see a fight or some type of shit. I've seen somebody say,
Thank you.
right, tweet it. Oh man, what's my man's name? I can't remember, homeboy. He told me we need to go bust a lick. I think he was at the show this week. He was like, he's down for me to rob all these motherfuckers in the parking lot and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But he told me that somebody had a Batista suck sign and it got taken away. Listen, back in the day, man, and we're not even supposed to use the word, but it's a derogatory term nowadays, socially sensitive bullshit. But somebody had the sign that said Vince is the first two letters is F-A, and the last letter is the letter after F in the alphabet. You know what I'm saying? And somebody had that sign in the fucking audience, and the camera panned to it and showed it. This must have been like 97, 98. And somewhere between 97 and 99, we had signs like that in the crowd. Now somebody has a sign that simply says Batista sucks, and it gets taken away. Why the fuck aren't the people in the goddamn audience punching ushers or kicking security down a fucking flight of stairs?
Exactly, man.
Because it's a bunch of fucking pussies that come to this show, man. It's stop with this bullshit. Stop promoting this bullshit. The industry is gone. You go to the indie scene, you're gonna have a great time. The way you can voice your opinion, say some shit. Go to a Ring of Honor show. Oh my God! If the Ring of Honor fan base was filled up with motherfuckers from the ECW eras in the '90s, wouldn't nobody be talking about WWE? You know, it's a little bit reflective of culture and society as a whole when it comes to the WWE fan base. But something has got to give, man. We could sit up here and talk about Daniel Bryan is over.
Yep.
Why is they shouting his name? Why isn't because nobody shouting his name ain't enough at this fucking point, man. The fuck y'all going? Now, I'm not promoting violence. I'm not saying go out there and throw your fucking life away because of John Cena, bitch ass. Because you know what I'm saying, you tired of seeing this motherfucker with some old Navy shorts and all this bullshit going on. Nobody, don't throw your life away for this shit. But it's gonna
They don't
take
even sell the shorts.
Oh, Navy shorts.
listen, it's going to take a certain contingent. It's going to take a certain elite
percentage. It's gonna take a certain demographic within this WWE fan base to really spark change. Because yelling and screaming, just like my man beginning that said, these motherfuckers came out here and said it's about the fans voicing their opinions that's gonna determine who's on. No, it's not. No, it's not. You sit up here and you do the little bullshit votes on the WWE app and all that bullshit. None of that shit matters. It's all fake. And none of this shit matters. Your voice is not being heard. So when your voice is not being heard, your hands gotta be felt, man. You know what I'm saying? And take that how you want it. Like I said, I'm not promoting violence or nothing like that. But I've seen crowds. I've been part of crowds. I understand audiences that really provoke change. And this WWE universe doesn't provoke change. They just sit here and they take it right up the fucking ass, hardcore, to the shit coming out of their mouth, man. You know what I'm saying? They just take it up the ass. They don't give a fuck. They keep coming to the shows. I would love, like Bruce said, for them to pan around and see motherfuckers leaving the arena, some type of shit. Throw something at Michael Cole. Throw something at fucking John Bradshaw.
Hell yeah.
That motherfucker looked like he sodomized the small children. He has a very eerie face, John Bradshaw Layfield. That's the type of motherfucker I want to. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to watch him walking down the block in front of a school, or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Wow. But why not, man? Why not? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so scary, man. It's so scary. It's called crowd control now, where they actually control the crowd. So how the fuck can you think the crowd controls what's gonna happen? Y'all don't, man. Y'all don't. No, everybody, I don't give a fuck. I'm at this point. The WrestleMania is almost here. Bruce said there was 30, WrestleMania 30, that's it. That's the crescendo. It's coming to that season, y'all. It's what the fuck do y'all want to do? We spent a whole fucking year up here talking about the same shit. My man DS just told y'all the same show we talked about a year ago. We gotta say the same shit right now. At this very point, it's still the same fucking shit. So what the fuck you think? Voting on your WWE app is gonna change some shit? Going to the fucking arena with a fucking t-shirt that says I like Bryan more than Cena, because that's basically all you fucking doing. You think that's gonna do shit? No. Either stop watching in mass, or cause a fucking riot. I don't give a fucking, because y'all ain't getting change. You can sit up here and bleed hair out your fucking ass in honor of Daniel Bryan. That ain't gonna change shit. Start a fucking riot or some shit. You want fucking change? Like my man Stone Cold did back. Drive a fucking truck into the arena if you fucking.
Fuck yeah, man.
Hit Michael Cole side of it. I would love while Michael Cole is in there during a fucking John Cena match and he's announcing, somebody just hit him upside the fucking side of the head with a cup of soda. Or when they, you know what I'm saying? When they got it on the Big Titan Tron and they showing Michael Cole and Tom Brad, throw some shit at them. Throw a whole motherfucking box of popcorn. Throw a hot dog at JBL. Right at his fucking cheek. Got ketchup smearing down his fucking face. Do some shit like that. Fuck you, JBL. Boom. Hit
my God.
With a tray of nachos. What the fuck, man? That's the era I came up in. You had to call motherfuckers to go to Raw back in the day, to go to a pay-per-view back in the day. Chicago, New York, LA, any of these places. You wanted to be in that audience, you couldn't be no pussy. Nowadays, these fucking whole places is packed. I don't want to hear this, oh, it's family. Fuck you, fuck all your family members, too. Kick your fucking grandmother out there in a rocking chair. I don't give a fuck anymore. You want to change, start a fucking life. This message is not approved by anybody else on this fucking panel, and the damn sure ain't approved by Bruce, and the opinions that I voice are not his. Cocksuckers.
Amen, man. Amen to fucking grits, man.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
For the
If you
record,
were to
I
throw
endorse
stuff-
Grits' comments.
Grits is
if you were
man.
If you were to throw stuff at the commentators, they would just turn around and say, "See, this type of reaction that only John Cena can give." Like they're I'm telling, they would just, that's what they would do. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I rest my case.
They would. They would.
He's got a fucking nose broken
Please, everybody talk about this.
The sad thing is I can actually see them doing that. Just try hitting that. Oh, it's really
I'll be the first one to see.
main event match tonight.
They could go in there, bro. They could go in there and throw a fucking brick at John Cena square in the head. You're having a great time tonight. Wow.
Never in the history have we seen this type of emotion.
Not even Hulk Hogan invoked the emotion to make fans want to throw bricks and rolls of quarters.
The most polarizing figure in WWE history.
Oh my gosh!
The perseverance of John Cena.
I swear to you, if I spot Grits in the crowd in New York one day, oh my gosh!
Just have the bail money ready, man. Just have the bail money ready.
We'll take up a donation on YouTube to get him out. Oh. The emotion that he evokes, yeah. Oh, dude, I'm done. I should just stop it the review right there.
Yeah, and shout out to my homegirl, my cutie Florida girl. I just want to give her a shout out. Really.
Chris is getting some pie from the show. Oh my gosh, Chris.
Yeah, she's special to the kid. You know what I'm saying? And because hey, take it how you want, man. But there's some real motherfuckers, whether they men, women, boys, girls, white, black, Latino, from New York to LA, every place in between. I know y'all out there, man, and the power's within y'all, man. You know, if we could either force this fucking company to change or find it's because it's gonna be hard to bring it down to nothing. It's gonna be hard to make this shit go out of business. That's almost gonna be impossible. Nothing is impossible, but that shit is gonna be hard. But if you really want change, man, you stop with all this the chants and bullshit. That's just one way. And like I said, the next week, once they get hold of the footage, they could just doctor it and edit it that those chants are gone. So
they do every time.
Yeah, the only way to do it is at Raw, a live Raw, or a live pay-per-view or some shit. It's got to be a way to shut a pay-per-view down. Y'all want to hurt them? Shut a pay-per-view down. Shut a Raw down. Shut that shit down. So that they have to go off the air. They're like, fuck, we got to just play footage from an old show because this whole shit is gone bananas. Do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't, you know, something's got to be done, man. Shut shit down. Shit the fuck down. That's it.
You know what they'll do if the crowd gets rowdy? They'll just throw Cena out there. He'll be like, "Oh, well, you guys are pretty angry tonight. I'm angry too." Like,
I'm really upset about what happened to Daniel Bryan. Yeah.
I hope somebody throws a battery at that motherfucker next time he throws out or something. Throw something at him. Shit.
Dude, I gotta tell you, you guys didn't see it because I cut the camera off. And I just I was walking around and kind of stretching out a little bit. And as soon as Matt Genius was like, throw some in Michael Cole, I laid down on the floor.
That wasn't me. That was somebody else that said that.
Or Grit said that. Yeah, I just started dying. I'm like, oh no. Grits is on a roll. Yeah, so
you may love him, you may hate him, but no one brings this type of emotion. I always say.
And fuck Lance Storm.
Like, you already know that if Vince or somebody watches this review, you know that's what they're saying, right? That they're actually like, no, but look, you see, they have been talking about Cena for a whole hour, so obviously, you know, we're doing something right. So
We want him off the TV. He's terrible. See, it worked.
Oh.
It worked.
They are so lucky I don't live in fucking Connecticut, because I swear I will walk to the fucking headquarters and then go take a shit on Triple H's desk. Steamy shit. Make sure I eat like 10 burritos before I go up in that motherfucker. And take the just nastiest, sloppiest shit on Triple H's desk.
You guys are something, man.
Hey, John, breaking news. Breaking news. A guy came into our office. That is the emotion of our WWE.
It was John Cena. He invoked emotion. Okay.
You know, they think that, though. That's the frustrating part.
It is. They're delusional.
It kind of reminds me of a cult that's on Prozac or some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dudes just like that shit.
Yeah, you know, it was a sad story, but Billy, I know you follow the news, and some of you guys in the panel will remember this. I think it was in New Mexico or Arizona. I can't remember which state, where the guy literally had people in a sweat tent out in the middle of the desert, and people died from this cold. That's what it kind of feels like. You know, for instance, they throw up on the screen tonight. Fans voted on the WWE app, you know, or no, they didn't throw it up on the screen. Someone sent it to me on Twitter. 75%, supposedly, 75% of fans who voted said that Batista was more impressive at the Rumble than
Bullshit.
Than Brock Lesnar.
Oh, just like that other fucking poll, like we're supposed fucking who's the real Curtis Axel? Curtis Axel or Ben Roethlisberger? Who the fuck cares?
Oh my god.
But think about that. They really tried to feed to their audience in their app users, which I've never tried it. But they really tried to feed to them that 75% thought Batista was more impressive at the Rumble than Brock Lesnar, where like most people are just get fucking Batista out of here. Even though a lot of us were excited to have him back, but people just want fucking Daniel Bryan. So like anybody that gets in front of that train right now, including Rey Mysterio, who got killed at the Rumble, but they really think that people are going to be like, Batista was more impressive. You know, no, that's not the way a lot of us operate. You know what I mean?
God, man.
Oh, nobody on that roster is safe from being booed except fucking CM Punk and Brock Lesnar. And Brock Lesnar's a heel, so he's obviously going to get booed. But nobody on that roster is safe except CM Punk when it comes to Daniel Bryan right now.
But as soon as Brock Lesnar walks out, the crowd's like, oh shit, someone's getting
that's what I'm saying. Brock Lesnar's exempt from the entire conversation.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, nobody, I'm not necessarily CM Punk might not even be an exempt, because when he got eliminated, they were still chanting Daniel Bryan. They didn't give a fuck. Like, nobody except Brock Lesnar is exempt from the Daniel Bryan thing right now with the crowds. Like, they don't give a fuck about nothing else going on in the show. Well, maybe Roman Reigns, because he's starting to get some pops. But
yeah, Roman Reigns is starting to get some pops. But okay, so, by the way, can we throw a little side note in there? Can the WWE make it less obvious that they're putting plants in the front row?
Dude, oh my god.
Thank you. Thank you.
What plant? What was the plant?
Maybe it had to been the guy in the Heat jersey and the Steelers.
No, they throw these Cena fans in the front row.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like, no one goes to a concert. Well, I guess there's people out there, but no one goes to a concert, to a wrestling show, boxing match, UFC show. No one goes to these places by themselves. Okay.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
So to see somebody by themselves, like cheering. Especially when like the whole crowd is just looking at them like, what the hell are you doing? You know?
Right. Yeah, they're there in every piece of Cena apparel that's been available in the last year, and holding up a sign that says Cena still owns The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, the piped-in chants. Wow, dude, they were bad tonight. Like,
oh, bro, you seen people doing the yes chant and you didn't hear anything. Like, what?
They were jacking with the audio from the crowd, folks, during the show tonight. And they're you look in the background behind the match, everyone's just sitting there. They're just sitting there watching the match, and all of a sudden, let's go, Cena! Like, really loud. Like you know how chants usually build?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, why don't you use that gain and start low and then kind of bring it up to actually make it seem believable? No, they're piping that shit in. There's no doubt in my mind, and we've had first-hand accounts saying they pipe it in.
The funny part is that they don't even have any audio where it sounds more manly, at least. You know what I mean? Like, let's go Cena. What the fuck is that? Like, you don't have any like, let's go Cena. You know, I don't know. I'm just saying.
You had one guy. You had one guy in the crowd in the Macho Man shirt that Mad Genius and I own. He was in the purple Macho Man shirt.
Yes.
And he had the bandana, and he kept standing up. Cena sucks. Like into it. And
that probably was the best part of the crowd because you had him in the Macho Man shirt, you had the guy in the Jake the Snake shirt right there, you had the girl in the Rock shirt, the Boost the Ass, the Team Bring It shirt. Like that's the best part of the crowd.
Yeah. Dude was in the Savage shirt, like fuck this guy. You know?
I saw that.
But no, the pipe didn't chance. And by the way, I am so sick and tired that you're supposed to be selling a wrestling match, simulated fighting, and here's Cena. Okay, someone's got him in a headlock, and they'll go, let's go Cena, and he pops his head up, and then they'll go, Cena sucks, and he pops his head down, and then they'll go, let's go Cena, and he'll pop his head up, and they'll go, Cena sucks, and he pops his head down. I'm so sick of that. I'm so sick of that.
Yeah,
it looks fucking dumb.
This thinks this is a game. He really thinks this is a good thing.
Yeah. Well, it's because he gets away with it. There's never been a top guy to lose steam. I mean, folks, people were chanting Cena sucks in 2005. I can show you the matches.
I believe you, man.
No, the 2005. That's when people really started hammering him. But okay, here to feed into D-Style. JBL spins the Cena sucks stuff as some are booing, some are cheering, but everyone's making noise.
Including even the speakers are making noise.
That's like going to a restaurant and you have 60% of the people in the restaurant going, my food's cold, this is undercooked. I said I wanted it well done. What the fuck's going on in the kitchen? And then the manager goes, well, some like the food, some don't, but everybody's in here. It's dumb, dude. It's dumb.
And then the chef goes, but you saw the reaction, right?
Yeah. But let's keep it real here.
Like if you shit on a plate and you feed it to someone to eat it, that's gonna be a reaction, right?
Exactly.
There was a reaction to 2 Girls, 1 Cup. It was a good thing.
They report us to authorities. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What was that? The BME whatever Pain
BME
Olympics.
Pain Olympics. Don't make them look at that, Bruce. They're gonna be
there was a reaction. A guy cut his nuts off.
Wow.
But, no, let's look at this logically and use common sense. A guy that you put so much money and time behind, every arena he goes into, there's a large contingency. Fuck putting a percentage on it. There's a large contingency that boo him, and a large contingency that scream he sucks. No, that's not a good thing. No, I'm sorry.
No, compare it to like a fucking record company. You got 2 artists. You got one artist who goes out there, they sell like 100,000 albums, and then half the crowd's fucking empty. And then you got another person who's out there, and they're capable of selling 1 million records, and the crowds are full every night. But that guy only comes out with an album once every 10 years, and then the guy who doesn't sell shit comes out once every year. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, you can't tell me that I'm supposed to buy into this shit. Right now, Daniel Bryan is moving the fucking crowd, and Gris is going to love this reference. Right now, Daniel Bryan is a motherfucking MC in WWE. He is moving that motherfucking crowd. In the music business, especially hip-hop, if you can't move the motherfucking crowd, people just stop fucking going. They don't give a fuck anymore.
Here's the thing, Gritz. This is where I gotta disagree with you on the Daniel Bryan thing. You and I almost agree on everything. When you listen to the crowd during his matches, you can hear them gasp. You can hear them come up and down. Not just yes chants, not just Daniel Bryan chants. You can hear them audibly living on the edge or sitting on the edge of their seats on every move. Like if he starts building up and then gets cut off, you can just hear the air suck out of the building. I think that this Daniel Bryan thing is really more than fat. I think people really like him. I think they really genuinely like the guy. Will he ever be a crossover star like The Rock or as popular as Hogan? No.
But that's not why people like him, though.
No, they
people like him because he's a normal, relatable guy.
Yes.
And yeah, he's sort of like an underdog, kind of.
He's the underdog.
He's not the larger-than-life personality that seems like out of reach.
A level of popularity like a Bret Hart or Shawn Michaels, in my
opinion. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
the whole size argument and tough guy argument. Well, if you support Shawn Michaels, that's thrown out the window.
Fuck Shawn Michaels.
Okay. But
fucking flower forward of the fucking WWE. Fuck Shawn Michaels.
I'm gonna put this. Let's make this as clear as water. White people react.
Listen here, you little puke.
Yeah, white people react to Cena the way that they do, is because they're sick of them. They don't want to see him. It's not because it's a good thing. It's a bad thing. So let's keep that very simple and clear.
No, but the thing with Cena is he's not getting heat.
No.
Like a good heel is going to get heat. You know what I mean? They're just going to find a way. A good heel, even the fans like him, right? They're going to find a way for the fans to boo. But the fans are just being part of the show. You know, it's all kayfabe.
Like a Brock Lesnar.
You know, yeah, like something like that. You know, even though they'll still cheer when he slams somebody, but that's because it's cool to cheer because somebody got slammed and shit. You know, but John Cena, it's like I don't know if they think it's heat or they just think it's a good thing that there's some type of reaction, even if the reaction is, well, fuck this shit, you know?
Agreed. The separation when we're talking about just pure wrestling, if you look at this match, the separation between Cena, Sheamus, and Daniel Bryan as in-ring workers was so obvious. You have the shit factor of professional wrestling, who's fucking awkward to watch when it pertains to wrestling a match. Sheamus is passable. You know, I think Sheamus is a decent worker for a big guy. I do. And then you have Daniel Bryan, who can work. And then you have the Shield, who can work. And it's like, okay, Cena's literally less popular than the Shield. He's the worst wrestler in the ring. But this whole show was revolved around him. Anyway, it doesn't make any sense. But
and there were so many plot holes in this show. Like my man Eric suggested. We never found out who was driving the fucking car.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it was Rikishi.
It was Rikishi.
Yeah,
Vince comes out. It was me all along. I can't do it as good as Lyrical did last night.
Yeah, cause like I'm telling you, like this main event, like it was just a fucking cheap way to just put Cena back in the chamber match, just to give him another fucking title shot, man.
Another title shot.
Another fucking title shot, yo. And he just fucking lost last night.
Comes back off an injury.
And then exactly.
He just sounded like Calvin when he said that. He did last night.
He did.
And like Sheamus, I'm like, all right, Sheamus came back from the Royal Rumble, and then Sheamus gets in a chamber match for the, for the 2 titles. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? You didn't even earn shit.
No.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. If he's so over and his fans are so loyal and he sells so much merchandise, well, then put him in the mid card and get him the fuck out of the way of all these other guys.
You would think they would like to build up somebody so they can make more money. If they're making money off of Cena, wouldn't you like to have 2 guys you can make money off of?
Not them, no.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I mean, at one point, McDonald's, they just had the Big Mac, but eventually they came along with the fucking chicken nuggets, didn't they?
And a quarter pounder cheeseburger and the chicken sandwich and a fillet of fish, which is probably the only thing I'll eat off their menu as far as dinner or lunch. But
look, man, Hogan and Stone Cold are 2 of the most popular stars of all time, right?
Amen.
There were still other guys they pushed, even when those guys were on top.
Amen.
That's just the reality.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, let's think about this here, okay? I gotta defend my man, guys. Did you guys know last week Cena had a press conference over in Jerusalem?
No.
Yeah, James, man, you're fucking awesome.
And a press conference in Jerusalem. WWE had a show in Pittsburgh last week. He took the time to fly out to Pittsburgh to do a show, and then flew all the way back to Jerusalem to finish the guys, he's dedicated. That's why he's in the match. Because he worked hard for you and me and all the universe.
I mean, you would think he actually flew the plane himself, you know?
He built the plane. He built the plane.
It's such hard work to like fly around. It's hard.
He built the plane. Of course, the WWE books.
And he flies in the plane with his uniform on still. Whatever the fuck it is.
Bro, he lives life in that shit, bro.
There's a video of a body.
He won't have sex with the Bella Twin because he doesn't want to take off those jean shorts. Right?
There's a video floating around of a bodybuilder who talked about running into Cena at the store. And he was like, yeah, he had on all of his wristbands and he had on the headband on his arm.
Wow. Wow, what the... I gotta see that shit.
Okay, so anyway,
you can just picture Cena putting his wallet in between his armbands. Like instead of putting it in his pocket, it's in between his armbands.
Did he or did he not revoke your motion?
Revoke.
Hold on, one thing though. Why is he wearing "You Can't See Me" with neon?
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't make any fucking sense because I don't get it.
Dude, imagine being in the store. And all of a sudden you hear a cell phone. And you look over and you look over.
Yes, this is John Cena.
Yeah, and he looks over at you and goes, "Taking a phone call here." So anyway.
In all seriousness, fuck Cena.
Yeah.
Fuck Cena, man.
So they booked him to be the guy taking the Shield's offense during the match, which, you know, look, come on, guys, you got to cheer for Cena to tag in Daniel Bryan. And then, seriously, think about the way they positioned him in that match. His selling was fucking terrible. I mean, not fluid
let's not talk about the selling.
Oh my gosh.
Looked like he got fucking chop blocked.
There was the dude. Honestly, I've seen videos of 13-year-old kids on trampolines that wrestle better than him.
Well, there's that video of those those 7-year-old kids in like the fucking living room. Like
yes, that was pretty funny.
I'm gonna choke slam you.
There was one part in the match where all of a sudden out of nowhere, like loudly, Cena, 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 chants, and I looked in the crowd, there wasn't nobody fucking moving. Really, WWE?
They are really bad with their timing.
They are. I'm like, everyone's just kind of sitting there. As Cena's selling. Yeah. So Roman Reigns spears Sheamus. Cena goes for the AA. Roman Reigns pushes him off, and then the shit factor of professional wrestling botches the spear. Why did he?
That was beyond a botch, bro. That bro, he looked like he was trying to get a torn ACL on that. Like that was beyond the botch.
Dude, wasn't there another time where he botched a spear by jumping?
Yep.
It was outside the ring.
Was it from Ryback or was it from Reigns?
I think it was Reigns.
I do remember him botching another one.
Dude, look. Okay, again, we talk about how he can't wrestle. Compare the spear that Ziggler took at the Rumble to the spear that Cena took tonight.
Exactly. I was just about to say that.
Though. He didn't take the spear. Like, when have you seen a guy like they landed a spear and it looks like he landed like X-Pac's finishing move or something?
like yo, you remember back a couple years back when Goldberg spared the living fuck out of Christian that one year?
Oh yeah.
That was a spear. I don't even know what the fuck that shit was. That's another thing that I hate about Cena is, you know, he expects for you to sell for him, like, oh, when he F you like Edge through 2 tables, some shit like that. But he won't even take a rock bottom, a decent spear. Come on, man.
He doesn't want to make his other opponents look good at all. Period.
Thank you.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, you remember the match at WrestleMania 28 at the end when The Rock sends Cena up for the rock bottom, and The Rock was going to pause because The Rock does that in those type of moments. You remember he did it with Steve Austin, where he was delivering the final rock bottom of that memorable match at 19.
Shitty rock bottom.
Oh, the one at 28, yeah, but the one at 19, remember, he paused.
Yeah.
And then he delivered it. He was trying to do that again with Cena. He stopped, and Cena was like, "Come on, let's just go." And he fucked it up. Cena fucked it up. And I remember a couple guys came at me on in the chat room of our podcast, and they were like, The Rock fucked up his own finishing move. I'm like, are you serious?
Come on.
Have you ever even watched the man wrestle? He was pausing to like give it that emphasis.
Didn't The Rock like force him to take it? I think
yes, he did. He lifted him up. The Rock was
you're
like,
gonna take this bitch. Here.
Yeah. So anyway, after Cena botches the fucking spear, this bum, Daniel Bryan hits the running knee. Rollins rolls Daniel Bryan up from behind with the trunks, but Bryan kicks out at 2. Then Rollins hit him with he threw him into the corner with the power bomb, and he kicked out at 2 after that. Rollins went for the stomp off the top rope. Daniel Bryan moved, and D. Bryan hit a really nice overhead release belly to back suplex where Seth Rollins did the backflip bump. That was nice. Bryan got the yes lock on Rollins, but Ambrose came in to make the save. Sheamus hit the bro kick on Ambrose. Rollins hit the flying knee on Sheamus off the top rope. Ambrose and Bryan go for a crossbody at the same time. Both go down. And then did you notice, just again, it's Monday Night Cena. It's all about Cena. How can we, I just don't understand how anyone can really think that we're not going to talk about him when he's such a huge part of the show. And to people like that, I don't have time for that shit. I should have never even responded to it. I'm just not going to I'm not going to entertain that anymore. It's obvious why we talk about Cena. Did you notice how the camera, they just coincidentally had a camera set up behind Cena to show him walking up the stairs for the hot tag? Like, here comes the hero. That fucking irritated me. Just irritated me. Sure enough, fuckboy Buckethead gets tagged in. He puts that ridiculous looking STF that don't even look like a real STF on Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns powered out of it, which, okay. The Wyatts come out, and then you get the Shield and the Wyatts jumping Daniel Bryan, John Cena, and Sheamus. The babyfaces clear the ring. So the babyfaces win the match via DQ. The Shield throws a fit at ringside, and the announcers were like, the Wyatts cost the Shield this match. This booking in so many different directions. Now, what are you going to go Wyatts against the Shield at Elimination Chamber? None of this really makes any fucking sense based on stuff that's happened. There are guys who should be mad about what happened at the Rumble, like D-Style said. So anyways, and then the site, this killed me. First of all, during the match, you literally had Daniel Bryan, the poor guy, cheerleading Cena chants.
Oh my god!
And it still wouldn't cheer.
It's ridiculous. And then you had the one of the most pathetic sights is here's Sheamus up on the ropes, and Sheamus has his place in the company. There's no doubt about it. I just like him more as a heel. And Cena up on the ropes. Cena's doing his thing. And Sheamus has got his hands up, and you've got Daniel Bryan in between the two, in front of the hard camera, cheerleading with them on the ropes. And I'm like, this just irritates me.
I don't know why Daniel Bryan subjects himself to doing stuff like that.
He gets paid very well.
On.
He gets paid very well.
He's not a guy who plays politics.
He
That's
doesn't.
what it is.
Yep, and he said so himself. So this entire thing was, trying to get Cena over, and Cena was the worst performer in the match, hands down.
Yeah.
They're hell bent on shoving him down our throats. So overall, the most enjoyable part of the show for me was Lesnar as a whole, because he's a shit kicker. But overall, the fact that they used Daniel Bryan tonight to try to get Cena over again, I give this show a 2 out of 10.
Damn.
Lesnar fucked the world, and Daniel Bryan fucked the world, and CM Punk fucked the world, but he wasn't there tonight. So.
And Cena fuck himself.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn over the panel for a little bit. I'm going to step out. I'm just going to turn my shit off and let you guys. Everyone gets their chance. Let me give an order. And James, your shit's been kind of breaking up, so hopefully it clears up when you go. But let's start with Billy, and then let's go to Grits. Okay, let's have Billy and Grits lead off, and then we'll go Eric. So D-Style, you follow Grits, and then Bullspit, you follow D-Style. James, you follow Bullspit, and then Mad Genius. We'll bring this shit home.
Wait, who am I after again?
James.
Okay.
And if James starts breaking up, you're gonna have to let him know. So.
You're pulling a Cena, Genius.
Yeah.
I'm evoking emotion out here. That's why I talk about Dixie Carter.
He's pulling a prime Hank Aaron. So he's batting. Or Barry Bonds, whoever you want to say. All right. So Billy, thoughts on the show, thoughts on the direction, and then we'll go to Grits. And if Billy and Grits start bouncing off each other, I think shit might get real.
2 out of 10. It's garbage. It's too choreographed to me. It's a little bit too much like ballet at this point. I can't stand any of this stuff. I actually want to see another billionaire come in, like Ted Turner's not going to do it, and just put him out of business. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see them exist anymore in about a year or two. I want somebody to do a hostile takeover. They need to go out of business. I mean, I've decided. I thought about it. I was like, man, maybe, and then hopefully it gets better. But I'm just at a point where I'm like, you know what? I like to see somebody with like the money of Bill Gates, $54 billion versus McMahon's about $250 million. McMahon doesn't have $1 billion. And hostile takeover that cocksucker. Just get that motherfuckers out. Get Stephanie out. The more she talks, she sounds like a fucking idiot. Triple H, he's in his position where he's in. She has nice tits, though. Mad Genius would agree with me on that. Everybody will. Mm-hmm. They're just inherently fucking bad. It's not going to get any better. Cena's 36, I believe. Wrestlers can go into their 40s. And pretty decently. Fuck, Hogan was going at 50, and the way Cena wrestles, I just don't see this shit getting any better, so I don't mean to be down on it that bad tonight. But fuck it, I want to see a billionaire come in and just wipe the fucking floor. McMahon's a promoter first. McMahon is not a very good CEO, in my opinion. He would get fucking destroyed, basically ass raped by a decent CEO. So, next person can take it away. I guess that was Grits.
Grits, are you there? Oh, Grits.
I think he really threw his phone.
Well, move on to the next person. If Grits comes back, he'll go after you.
I think
All right, so once you've seen one Raw, you've seen them all. But look, man, I don't even know what to say. All right, like this whole show, I'm just being honest. Whatever you can say was good about it. I just think it's because the bar has been lowered so much that we almost think that, and you could kind of see it if you stop watching the product for a while and then you try and watch it again. Like you'll definitely see, especially like me. I was watching a lot of like old school wrestling these last few months, like old Nitro shows, old Raw shows when it was Raw's War, ECW shows, and to come back and watch this product, it is very difficult for me. personally. And look, I don't want to make this a social war on who should be the majority or not, right? That's not necessarily me, but I firmly believe that a good product, right, can cater to everybody from all walks of life. The Super Bowl isn't catered to just one, type of person. It's catered to all types of people. That's why a lot of people watch it, and that's what wrestling used to be. Politicians watched wrestling, rappers watched wrestling, all right. Country stars watched wrestling, right? Boxers watched wrestling. So all types of people watch wrestling. Kids watched it as well. And if this is a product that you want to really push and you want to have certain things that cater towards kids, that's fine. Now, I'm not here, to be against the kids, but eventually the kids grow up, and how do you create these return customers? They're going to grow out of a certain stage and they're going to see how corny certain things are. And that's why you have to evolve with the times. I still remember Vince McMahon giving his little speech about, frankly, we understand that you're tired of having your intelligence insulted. Now they're insulting it again. The way they're booking right now, okay, is the reason they lost control and WCW started to kick their fucking ass, okay? Because they're trying to go back to what they were doing before. It didn't work before. It's not working now. And the argument always is, well, they're turning a profit, right? Well, look, they're a company. There's things they do well, okay? Like, if I don't want to be completely critical, but if I have to give any positives, I think they've done a great job with the camera work, all right? The way they move the cameras when there's guys are slamming one another, the way they do the slow motion, shots and stuff like that. I think there's a lot of positive things they have. All they need is to push the right talent, and it's frustrating. It is frustrating to see talent that has potential just being thrown away just because they're insecure or stubborn or both. I don't know. Why they're keeping Cena on top. And I'm not even joking when I say this. I think Cena knows something about the McMahons that nobody knows yet, and they're scared that he's going to tell people or something. That there has to be some type of blackmail going on, because it's ridiculous. I cannot. If you've been watching wrestling for a long time, this is ridiculous. And it's always the whole argument of, well, it's for the kids and grown-ups have other stuff to watch. No, man, this should be a product for everybody. Everybody should be able to enjoy this, all right? There should be something for everybody. It should be something for the father, for the son, and for the wife if she wants to watch it too, okay? But let me tell you something. My mother hated wrestling. She did not want me to watch wrestling. And that was a good thing, okay? It was me and my dad watching wrestling, and that's it. But now it's all catering to moms, and now which is fine, right? But what you're basically alienating the group of people that kept this product alive, that built the product. Men build the product, and I'll end it with this. Bert Sugar, great boxing writer, passed away, right, last year or the year before, but just recently passed away. Was a big, wrestling fan himself, and he called it, wrestling was soap opera for men, And I'm not saying that wrestling should be called a soap opera, but there's a lot of truth to that, okay? A lot of us, I could bet you anything, a lot of people listening to this show right now watched wrestling with your fathers. I can almost guarantee it. Not everybody, right? But a lot of us have those type of memories, or with uncles or with siblings, watching wrestling and being excited about Monday night. There's nothing exciting about it now. And the truth is, I've seen, if you study, kids are like so predictable. Right? Like it's not hard to give kids what they want. You could give kids the superhero in the mid card and they'll be happy. All right? You don't have to necessarily have a guy shoved everybody's throat to cater to one group of kids, especially when they're the most fickle group. It's easy to cater to kids. It's not difficult. Anybody could be the hero. All right, anybody. It's just a matter of booking it a certain way. All right. So that's me. That's the style. Who's next?
Uh, Grits, are you there? Grits is there. Let him go real quick. All right, and it's James.
First of all, I just want to say fuck this walking bean motherfucker named John Cena. This lima bean that is constantly being shoved down our throat. You know what?
James.
Back,
Oh, go ahead.
back in the 1980s, WWE back in F, you know, they had, they had characters. They had bright characters like, Hogan, Warrior, you know, and then you had Andre, Big John. Kids loved them, and they were cool. They were relatable. Like you want to be like, I want to grow up to be that
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he dropped. Well,
You want me to go ahead and go?
yeah, you go ahead.
But yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and I mean, I know we're supposed to talk about kind of what happened tonight, but I'm gonna just touch on what happened at the Royal a little bit, cause man, to be honest, man, after what happened last night, that was just a complete travesty, man. Daniel Bryan is clearly, it's just fucking clearly the guy, man. Even Stevie Wonder can see it, and to just not even have him in the Royal Rumble, just to not even just to give him a little extra surprise spot or anything, not even to give the people what they want, just the same, watered down shit every single week, man. And it's not even every single week. It's been going on for years, man. It's been going on for years, and we watch every single week, and we just grab onto one or two superstars, and we say, you know what, man, maybe CM Punk or Ziggler or Daniel Bryan, Antonio Cesaro, guys who can really go, the real wrestlers. We maybe think, you know what, you know, they might get their shot, but then it doesn't happen. They bury Ziggler, they put Daniel Bryan in these useless feuds. They give Big Show matches. They give Cena matches. They give Sheamus matches. They give the Shield the runaround. They give these real wrestlers the runaround. Um, and it's just the same thing. Cena, 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 Cena. And I mean, how much longer are they gonna do it, man? I mean, the dude lost at TLC. The dude lost that Royal Rumble last night. Hell, even though it was interference, you fucking lost. So you go to the back of the line. When I was a kid and I was watching wrestling, yeah, some people, used to get the some title matches every now and then. But I learned about number one contendership, and you earned your spot, man. Cena just gets title shot after title shot, burying superstars and burying superstars. Chamber match after chamber match. I remember there was a time when this dude was burying Kurt Angle left and right, and I'm just sitting down like, what's going on here, man? Burying Edge, burying. I mean, I know you guys don't really personally like Shawn Michaels, but burying Shawn Michaels, burying Triple H, burying so much legends. Hell, bury The Rock, kinda. And then we just sit back and we're just like, how long is this gonna keep going, man? How long are we gonna have to, sit down and watch this fucking bullshit? We gotta watch Fandango and R-Truth have a 1 minute match, and we gotta watch Divas have a 50-second match, and we gotta Ziggler versus The Miz battle for Cleveland. Who cares about Cleveland? Personally, I didn't even care about that match. They just give us stupid time wasters, and they shove the WWE app in our face every week, and they put up these polls of Did you know WWE beat ABC and Fox and CBS and NBC on primetime television? How about you put real shows that beat WWE? Like when football was on. Why didn't you guys put the ratings of Monday Night Football? Because it probably destroyed Monday Night Raw. You know, back in the day, I used to fucking love watching Monday Night Raw. I used to love tuning in every fucking Monday night when Monday night was Raw. You know, chair shots and low blows, screw jobs. You know, it was fun, man. It was fun. It was cool to watch professional wrestling. Now you go to someone with sense and you say, man, yeah, man, I watch Monday Night Raw. What? You watch what? People don't even watch SmackDown anymore, man. I remember when SmackDown was cool. Thursday night SmackDown. I remember when watching SmackDown was cool. The Rock, Stone Cold, Kane, Triple H, Kurt Angle, Chris Jericho, the Dudley Boys, Hardy Boys, man. I remember when watching professional wrestling was cool, man. When it was awesome to go to school the next day and yo, man, did you see that freaking match? Fuck yeah, man, the Hardys, blah blah blah, Dudley Boys, man, table match, whatever. You know, now what do you talk about? Yeah, man, Cena and Ryback, they had an ambulance match, and Cena hit him in the head with a fake ambulance light or whatever. Come on, man. Like, don't even get me started with Ryback. Come on, man. Like, it's the same thing. Like, look, how many times do we have to watch Kofi Kingston get buried week after week? All right, I get it. You had a good little Royal Rumble spot, but come on, man. Bad News Barrett. What the fuck is Bad News Barrett? Remember the highlight reel? Come on, dude. Like, you can even go back to Piper's Pit and stuff, man. Come on. I sit down and I watch it sometimes, and you know, I try to all right, the Shield, Roman Reigns, dude's a fucking beast, Daniel Bryan, Ziggler, yeah, Antonio Cesaro, the Usos sometimes, but they just constantly shove Cena down your throat so much that it just overlaps everything else, and I don't know, man. Tonight was probably like a 2.5. I can't. Yeah, the only thing I really like about Monday Night Raw sometimes now is just to see Lesnar just fucking beat the hell out of somebody. I'm not even. Batista's not even as important as I thought he was gonna be. You know, I didn't really think Batista was going to win the Royal Rumble because I thought it was going to be too obvious because they debuted him from like weeks before. But he won it, and, you know, I was just like, all right, Batista won the Royal Rumble. You know, I don't even really care that he's going to WrestleMania. You know, seeing him be the champ doesn't even really do anything for me because I wanted to see Daniel fucking Bryan. That's who we want, man. We don't fucking want Batista. We don't want John Cena. We sure as hell don't want fucking Randy Orton. We want fucking Daniel Bryan. Triple H and Vince McMahon have taken too many chair shots that they don't even understand. We want Daniel Bryan. Come on, we want fucking Daniel Bryan. And that's pretty much it, man.
All right, James, you can go ahead and finish your thought since I know you got cut off.
Man, fucking Team Fruity, man. But anyway. Look, first off, I'm just going to say that personally, I really do not give a fuck about this show. I was pissed off heading into this show. Once I saw fucking Triple H mocking and laughing at us, him and Stephanie laughing at the fans who made what this... They don't want to admit it. We're the fucking ones that made this company what they are. We put our hard-earned money to invest into this company, and for them to come in there and Triple H fucking like, oh, well, you're mad you didn't get what you want. You're damn right, because we spent our money on this shit. We deserve a better product. In today's economy, and you give us like a shitty show like you gave us the Royal Rumble last night, unacceptable. But Triple H, Stephanie, they need to go. I'm tired of them. Randy Orton, he's doing the best he can. But at this point, fuck him. Batista, I don't fucking know anymore. Once I saw him come out in skinny jeans and that tight ass jacket, I don't know what to think anymore. And something wrong. Something's weird about his face. Like his face looks weird now. I don't know what. But Batista, I don't care anymore. To me, he took another spot from Daniel Bryan, CM Punk.
He's older.
Yeah. But John Cena, every time I see this dude on my TV screen, I just want to throw up. This fucking guy is still the main focus of the show. I've said all I can say about this fucking. He needs to just go, like, go away, like, just like how, like, you know how Beyonce just came in like the thief in the night and just released an album. That's what I kind of want John Cena to do. Just like in the middle of the night, just go away, just disappear and just get out of our lives for good. But tonight I give this show a two out of 10 because only enjoyment I got was Brock Lesnar doing what he does best, and that's fuck people up. And again, like, I end this off with fuck John Cena, fuck Team Fruity, fuck Lance Storm too, and Mad Genius, take us home, man.
Yeah, first let me touch on the Lance Storm thing, because I tweeted this bastard yesterday, because he was sitting there defending this bullshit, and I tweeted this motherfucker and told, he's talking about, well, people, if you want to see Daniel Bryan in that top spot, buy his merchandise and buy the pay-per-views, and I tweeted this motherfucker, who the hell wants a t-shirt with a goat on it? And this motherfucker responds, dude, shut up. Daniel Bryan deserves to be where he is on the card. Sounds like Vince McMahon's dick been in his mouth a few too many times. But look, I'm about to reference what is my favorite promo of the last 15 years. Motherfucking Chris Jericho's debut back in '99. For when you have a guy come out there and cut a promo that still holds true 15 years later. If you guys have not seen this, a lot of the younger fans who didn't grow up during that era or didn't really, start at like Ruthless Aggression PG era, go back and watch that Jericho promo.
I remember that shit.
Because that promo still holds true to this very fucking day. Hold on. I got I have the promo right here. I have the transcript of it. I have it bookmarked on my computer because this is always something to reference. Well, let me get to the part where let's see. Okay, the second part of the promo, he says, you couldn't care less about every single idiot in that dressing room, especially this idiot, referring to The Rock, who at the time was in the ring. But if you just put John Cena in the ring, this shit holds true to this day, including this idiot, especially this idiot, referencing John Cena, in my opinion, in the center of the ring. You people have been led to believe that mediocrity is excellence. Are we still talking about that to this day? Let's see. And now, for the first time in WWF history, you have a man who can entertain you. You have a man who was good enough for you. Daniel Bryan right now? You have a man who can make you jump up off your chairs, raise your filthy fat little hands in the air and scream, go Jericho, go Jericho. But right now, Daniel Bryan's the guy who's getting these people out of their chair. Let's see. Thank you. The new millennium has arrived in the WWF, and now that the Y2J problem is here, this company, this company, from the front office idiots to all the amateurs in the dressing room, including this one, to everybody watching tonight, will never ever be the same. And somewhere else in the promo, he says something where he deliberately called he called WWE a sports entertainment company, and with the quotation marks on it. When you have a company where something that a superstar came out and said 15 years ago still holds true to this day, what does that tell you? That you're still doing the same fucking shit. You know how many companies would die? How many wrestling companies would die to have a guy as over as Daniel Bryan?
100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100.
That is, Jim Ross said it himself. As a promoter, that is the dream, to have a guy like that who you can push to the fucking moon. Promoters would kill to have that. You had a guy in CM Punk like that. You have a guy in Dolph Ziggler like that. They got a guy in NXT right now, Sami Zayn, who used to be El Generico, who connects with the audience on a similar level to a Daniel Bryan, in the sense that he's just a normal, relatable guy. They're going to fuck that up probably. They already are, because he's not even on the main roster. But the point here is, you kill to have moments like this, where you have a guy this over. Fucking Hulk Hogan, when they brought him in, he was already over beforehand, and Vince understood Hogan's the guy. We're gonna run with Hogan. You know, Austin.
AWA.
NWA, yep. They couldn't. AWA. That's right. Yeah, AWA, because he came back from Japan. But Austin, when he came around at the perfect time. If Austin was not there to really help them flip the script and get really get back on their feet after that whole shit era with Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash or Diesel or Big Daddy Shovel, whatever the fuck you want to call them, wrestling companies would kill to have a guy this fucking over. It's crazy to me that you just don't want to push the fucking guy. I mean, it's not like we're asking for the guy to have a fucking 10-year-long championship reign and end Undertaker's streak and defeat everybody in the fucking business. No, we're just asking for the guy to get a fucking title, a shot with the ball to run with. Him and other guys. You give us multiple choices. That's always been the fun thing about the wrestling business, is we can always cheer for who we want to cheer for. Every guy on this panel, for the most part, probably has a different favorite wrestler of all time. Why is that? Because the eras we grew up in, we had choices to choose from. We didn't have fucking one company shoving one guy so far down our throats that we didn't have another option to choose from. At least not to this degree. I don't get how how do you go to bed at night realizing you put out a product this shitty? How do you wake up in the morning saying, man, that was a good ass Raw last night? We really entertained the fans. How? And let me combat something that people always say and that D Styles touched on about the kids, making the show for the kids. If you really pay attention to society, kids like what they can't do or have or watch or and see and hear. That is what the kids gravitate to. That's you go back to the Attitude Era, the kids were going nuts. And actually, if you pay attention to the fucking ratings and the demographics, that was the time period when they had their the largest percent of their audience was kids, was a kid demographic. That's the largest kid demographic they've had back during the Attitude Era. Why? Because it was edgy, because it was something that kids couldn't do, something they couldn't see in everyday life, or something that they wanted. It just came off as cool. Why do you think kids go out and buy these fucking Grand Theft Auto video games and fucking Call of Duty and the Saints Rows of the world, all these graphic violent games? Why do you think they watch all of the TV shows they watch that have all the violence and all of the cussing and all of the drama in it? Because it's cool to kids. That's the one thing I don't think people understand when they say this product is for the kids. In what way? Because kids like something that's for adults. I mean, all of us when we were kids, we couldn't wait to see an R-rated movie. We couldn't, hell, even a TV-17 movie. We couldn't wait to see that shit. We couldn't wait. I mean, growing up in the 90s when rap was like really big, we couldn't wait to hear fucking songs that had the cussing in it and that just had the violence and all of that shit in it. We couldn't wait to hear it. I mean, your parents might get mad at you if they caught you listening to it or if they caught you cussing or reciting it, but at the end of the day, that's what we wanted. And kids today are the same thing. You look at what the fuck is popular on TV. You look at some of the, highest, you go to YouTube and you look at like the NFL and you see some of the highest, most viewed clips. There are clips of people getting hit and fucked up. There's a reason for this. There's a reason why old school rappers have such a memorable impression and still live on to this day, because they came off as cool, because when you were a kid, that's something that you couldn't do. That's something that you wanted to be, something you wanted to do, something you weren't supposed to because it was for adults. And that's where society is today. Why is the WWE going backwards from what society is reflecting right now? It's just like during the whole fucking 90s before they were forced to go into the fucking quote unquote attitude era. They were doing the exact opposite of what society wanted. 90s is all about the rebels and just being different, going against the establishment and all of that shit. That's why the attitude era thrived the way it did back then, because people wanted to change from the old way of doing things. The way you're booking now doesn't reflect society in today's times. It doesn't. Number one, you don't give us characters that are relatable, because nowadays when it comes to entertainment, people don't buy into the talent of people anymore. They buy into the character themselves. So as a company, you have to realize that, and you have to put characters on the screen that people can relate to and that people will buy into. Hence why John Cena is getting booed. Nobody finds him relatable. Nobody finds him fucking believable. Daniel Bryan comes off as a normal guy, an everyday guy that people can relate to, so they get behind him. Fucking CM Punk, you might not be straight edge, but you understand and you relate to the guy in some type of way, and you respect him. It baffles my mind. How can a company go the opposite direction? That's just like having a fucking a TV company that's used to film in HD, and then as technology has advanced, they say, you know what? We're not going to do HD shows anymore. We're going to go back to the old way of doing things. All our shit is on VCR now. You got to buy VCR tapes. How does that make sense in any form or fashion? Hell, even music artists have adapted in some sense. You might not like what the music they put out, but at the end of the day, they're adapting to the times. WWE hasn't even done that. Well, a lot of the shit they reference on TV, I mean, you got a Selena Gomez reference. People thought that was so cool because Selena Gomez is so over with the male demographic, like guys like me who, grew up in motherfucking Detroit, who've seen a lot of shit. You talk about Selena Gomez, and then I gotta watch phony ass John Cena and fucking Fandango. And I mean, as much as I like Dolph Ziggler, fucking guy with fucking pink tips in his hair, like, yeah, that's supposed to really get over with my demographic. A demographic of a guy who I'm raised old school, so today's new school, it's a whole different definition of what a man is, and that's another thing that's getting lost. If you grew up like I grew up, or where I grew up, or like a lot of
Uh-oh.
Team Furry has done it again.
Poof. He gone.
Fucking John Cena.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Chavo, man.
Yeah, he'll be right back. So while we're waiting for him to come back, you can find Bullspit on Twitter. Give him your Twitter handle.
At Bull_spit.
At Bull_spit.
Yeah.
D-Style. Plug your shit. YouTube channel and Twitter.
D-Style Boxing, Twitter and YouTube. Same
Easy
thing.
enough. D-Style Boxing. Letter D, no E's. D-Style Boxing. Billy, your webcast that you do. How
I'll
can
let you
people
guys
find
know.
it?
Yeah, there's no wrestling or sports talk on there. It's mostly arts and entertainment. It's on YouTube under Scatter Jagged, all one word, or you can look up Blabbercast. That's all one word. Should come up.
Okay. And let's see, James. How do they find you, James, on the interwebs?
Oh, well, Bruce, I'm glad you asked. You can find me on Twitter at Mr. Timms 101193, and then you can find me on my YouTube channel at James Timms.
And Grits is Grits available?
I think Grits is done, man.
I think he's done too.
Grits is a fucking god. I'm gonna just say that right now.
You can find Grits at Grits718 on Twitter. And it looks like Mad Genius is not going to make it back. Some sort of interference on his end, apparently.
And viewers, understand, unlike the WWE, we don't have to show anybody what that mouth do, though, to get to the top of the
You can find Mad Genius on Twitter and YouTube by searching for Virtuoso Sports. That's Virtuoso Sports. He does great NXT reviews, and he really knows the independent wrestling scene like no other. I think if you want to become a more educated wrestling fan, when it pertains to that, he's the man to go to, and he also does some sports videos and stuff like that as well, and some WWE stuff. I think he just put one up on Daniel Bryan. So you guys might want to check that out. Long review. Took us a little while to get started. I'm going to do a short version for the folks who, we only do these Raw reviews once a week. We used to do 4-hour podcasts tonight. I have no problem. It's fun to sit around with the boys and talk about this stuff. I used to do it every night for the podcast for 4 hours. Believe me, doing it once a week is not a big deal. And people are like, make them longer. I'm like, no, we're at about as long as they're going to get. But yeah, to everybody who watched our entire review, a big shout out to you. Head over to blitzsportsnetwork.com, give it a try. To the VIP Blitz team members, I recorded a bunch of Q&A videos earlier tonight before Raw that I'm going to be getting on there, and then tomorrow I will be filming and uploading my Brock Lesnar VIP video. This week's going to be Bret Hart. Hope to have that done by Friday. An article about his entire career. I've been working on it for 4 weeks. And then also a VIP video where I talk about all the matches and booking and, of course, Shawn Michaels thing and the whole WCW thing and the thing with Goldberg, all that stuff. So I try to do one of those every week. I named off at the beginning of the video a lot of the ones that I've done already. So give it a try. I think you'll like it. You guys are getting the bargain. I'm putting in a ton of work. It costs a fair amount of money to keep a website like that up and running. So I'm just trying to provide the extra, because people were always like, when are you going to do nostalgic reviews? When are you going to do this? I'll put it on the website. And if I'm going to spend that much more time on this, you know what I mean, you're going to have to become a member of the website and stuff like that, because it's a lot of work. But one thing I always try to keep in mind is you as a consumer, I want to keep you happy. So come over to blitzsportsnetwork.com and give that a try. Other than that, subscribe to the channel before you go. Thank you if you already have. Big shout out to the Blitz team out there. Please like the video below before you go. It's always encouraging to see those thumbs up, just to show that you guys had a good time or whatever. And then visit the channel for the other videos on the NFL, NBA, MMA, boxing, and pro wrestling. We will be back Thursday night for TNA. The good news is we don't have to talk about the current WWE product for a week. Thank God. I need to get away from talking about the current WWE product. I'm talking about Twitter. I'm talking about comments. I'm talking about everything. And I just can't take. I can't take anymore. The Rumble and then tonight was too much.
It's too much emotion.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's too much emotion to John Cena.
Vintage Cena. Cena.
But all in all, my final thoughts on tonight's show and the state of the WWE right now is they clearly used Daniel Bryan as they threw it right back up in our face. This whole notion that this whole thing's a work. Well, then why do they keep trying to use his popularity to try to get fuckboy Buckethead over? Fuck Cena. He's the shit factor of professional wrestling. Fuck what the WWE's become. I desperately want it to get better. Don't get that confused with the message in these videos, but I just don't see any time in the near future. And I'll throw this out here right at the end of the video. I am starting to worry that there's a potential that this could be another WrestleMania that we come away from extremely disappointed. I'm going to throw that out there right now. And WrestleMania 30 without The Rock or Stone Cold. Who would have thought? All right, guys. Thanks again for watching. We're out. And Mad Genius just popped back in. I didn't hit end broadcast. So Mad Genius.
Yo.
I basically just wrapped everything up, plugged everything for everyone, told everyone watching this to come over to the website, but you got cut off right in the middle of a very nice speech. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my mic and my camera off. Take us home.
Wait, what's the last part you heard?
Gosh, I just had all this shit running through my head to tell people. You were talking about the kids and how the product is the kids want to like something that's cool, not corny and edgy and stuff like that. So,
Man, yeah, kids want something that's for adults. That's the bottom line. That's why the fucking Attitude Era was so over with so many people. That's why they pulled in the fucking ratings they pulled in. Why the fuck is it that WWE it just doesn't understand that you have a large demographic of people that want something manlier, a manlier product. The kids want a manlier product because it's cool to them. The men want a manlier product because it's cool to them. The women want a manlier product too. You know why? Because they look at these guys and they say, that's a good looking guy and he's a badass. Girls are attracted to badasses if you haven't noticed. That if anybody who's dated a woman in real life, not one that's on your computer screen, understands that women like the bad boys. It's plain and simple. Why is everything so fucking pussified now? From society to sports as a whole, fucking NBA guys flopping all over the place. You can't touch a motherfucker. I miss the old days where motherfuckers was out there clotheslining each other. Why don't the NFL pussified? You can't even talk shit about another player. You get labeled a thug like Richard Sherman. The only sport where where really some manly shit going on out of the and you got MMA and boxing, of course, but fucking hockey where they let the guys fight. And why you think people are watching fucking boxing and UFC at the rate they're watching it at? It's because you got two real ass men and they're fucking duking it out. I don't know what changed between motherfucking 2000 and now, but the definition of a man has changed. That shit has changed for some odd reason. I was brought up old school. I was brought up a different way, a different era. I'm from the motherfucking west side of Detroit. Guys, as people on this panel from all different types of hood, all different types of area. Back in the day, being raised as a man was just something different. All you had was your balls and your word. Scarface said it best. Your balls and your word. It was just something different about the way you was raised. What was acceptable, what was not acceptable. When did shit change? When was being a man no longer being a man anymore? That's what I don't understand. Society as a whole. They won't let you be a fucking man no more. You can't be strong-willed no more. You can't have no common sense. You can't think for yourself no more. You gotta follow the sheep herd, whether it's sports or fucking society, politics, no matter what it is. You gotta follow the fucking herd now. You just can't be a man. You can't grow chest hairs. You can't grow a fucking mustache anymore. It's illegal. It's illegal to be a man. I don't understand where the fuck society went. I just do not understand. Like, do you realize how hard it is to sit here and watch a WWE show or even a pay-per-view? When ROH's last pay-per-view, I watched motherfucking Kevin Steen pile drive a dude on fucking 2 steel chairs. Or when I watched Kevin Steen in a fucking stretcher match say, you know what? Fuck this stretcher. He broke the fucking stretcher and said, fuck this shit. I'm gonna beat this motherfucker ass till he can't walk. Or to watch fucking Tommaso Ciampa out there kneeing girls in the face and hitting fucking back power bombs in the back breakers on girls and shit. Like, where the fuck did this shit change? I mean, Bruce, I know you with me on this one. Motherfucking Taz, Bruce. How many motherfuckers you know can stand there with a towel over their fucking face and still look like a fucking badass? How many? None. I don't see anybody right now like that.
By the way, to my own horn, a lot of the younger guys who join the website have a new respect for Taz, by the way.
You're the fucking badass. He just stood there and looked like he wanted to kill somebody. What happened to that wrestler? Fucking they show the graphics on screen before the matches where they let you know what matches is coming up and shit, and you got some motherfuckers there with a mean mug on their face, and you got John Cena with his fucking hand over his face. How the fuck I'm supposed to believe this motherfucker gonna get in the ring and kill somebody or fight somebody or beat somebody up? You just look how ridiculous this shit is. I just want look, I'm a grown ass man. I just want a manlier wrestling product. That's all I want. I'm not asking for Dan Bryan to be motherfucking go on some type of 10-year undefeated streak like motherfucking Bruno Sammartino. I'm not asking for him to end Undertaker's streak. What I'm saying is it's his time. I'm a bigger Dan Bryan fan than a lot of guys on the panel, but when it's a guy's time, it's a guy's time. When it was Ziggler's time, it was his time. When it was Punk's time, it was his time. Give him the ball to run with it. It's that simple. You can't think. When has there ever been a time like this? Like Bruce said it yesterday on the review. Have you ever thought of a time when the guy was this fucking over and it was his time and they did not run with it? Outside of Savage, because they booked Savage all wrong. Even though he won the belt, they booked him wrong.
Well, let's be honest here. Any other wrestling company would be.
They would kill to have a guy like this right now who's this over.
But the dirt sheets and wrestling fans, any other wrestling company, like if TNA had a guy who was over this much, and they didn't use him as the guy, they'd get killed.
Oh, they get buried.
WWE gets a pass, though.
I mean, why do you think I go in on TNA every week about Austin Aries? Or Samoa Joe? I mean, even though Joe's getting pushed now, but Bruce knows this goes back to the podcast days. I've been complaining about this Samoa Joe thing for 2 years now. Because Joe comes off as a badass. That's who the fuck I want to see. Why do you think I like Bobby Roode? Bobby Roode comes off as a badass. That's who I want to see. I don't understand what is so difficult about putting on a product that reaches all demographics. And the way to go with that is putting on an edgier product that is manlier, because people gravitate towards it. Men gravitate towards it, kids gravitate towards it, and women gravitate towards it. That is that simple. I don't see how the wrestling business has fallen this far off. Mainstream wrestling, at least. I just don't see how you've fallen this far from grace. You go from motherfucking Austin to motherfucking Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar to fucking John Cena.
And then, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
And then, cause CM Punk, man, for some odd reason, this dude has like a wide, I mean, I understand and I see why. I mean, cause I'm a huge Punk fan myself, but this guy has like a huge online like fan base of like teenage girls and like probably like 20s. Like it's like a bunch of teenage girls, man. They go crazy over this guy, man.
You just said the key word. Internet, online.
Exactly, internet, man.
The WWE, when they see a star that the internet likes, you know what they call them? They plan on
Mark.
A mark or an internet, that particular wrestler that comes to the main roster, they call him an internet darling. They had no plans for Daniel Bryan from the very start. Just like they had no plans for CM Punk from the very start, okay? Like, I'm sorry, but once you mention the word internet, that just like proves to me that that they don't give a fuck about what we think. But carry on, Magic.
The thing I don't understand is you have a guy, Daniel Bryan, who's this over, and people love the guy, and then you have a fucking show in Total Divas that you completely love, where you get a chance to showcase Daniel Bryan and Brie Bella, because I still believe that relationship is real. Cena and Nikki, not real, in my opinion. You have a chance to showcase the relatable guy that Daniel Bryan is on that fucking show. The most over guy in the business right now, and you're not taking advantage of it. Once again, another failure on WWE's part. Everything this company is doing right now is fucking failing outside of production value, because they have the money to put behind that shit. Everything else they're doing is failing. I mean, I love NXT to death, but a lot of these guys should never have to spend this much time down there, if any. Especially
let me break the reality. This is a company that just turned Daniel Bryan heel. Let that sink in your heads for a minute. This Daniel Bryan shit is not happening. Oh, and Roman Reigns, since he's...
It factor.
Wait till he runs into Cena. See what happens.
Oh my god.
Wow.
And I mean, the Roman Reigns thing, if you have not paid attention to Twitter, the girls love the guy. And men, we find him...
You should see our comment section.
They love Roman Reigns.
Crystal Clear she wants her some Roman Reigns.
Exactly. Like, between Roman Reigns and Ziggler, Girls are fucking going. They go nuts over these two. Hell, I've even seen girls going nuts over fucking Ambrose.
You should see the girls with these style.
but that's my point. Like the girls want a manlier guy. Like the Roman Reigns just has the it factor about him.
But Mad G's, come on, dog. Okay, John Cena wouldn't fucking put over pregnancy.
Oh
Look,
my god.
You think he's gonna put over Roman Reigns? Hell no. Okay.
No, they're gonna keep Roman Reigns away from Cena.
They're gonna use Roman Reigns to get Cena over. Like he's gonna like tell everybody he should get a title shot or something like that.
I just want Reigns to just punch Cena in the mouth. That's pretty much. That's all I want.
God, I mean, you're just missing the fucking perfect opportunities for all of these guys. Fucking Daniel Bryan in a ghost shirt. Nobody's gonna buy that shit.
Mm-mm.
I mean, hell, as much as I like CM Punk, I mean, I'm not really even into his merchandise. It looks too much like a wrestling shirt. Just give it like why do you think I like this Brock Lesnar shirt that I have? There's no hint of it being a WWE shirt anywhere except on the inside. It's a tagless tee. On the inside, the WWE logo was in there in like a dark gray. You can barely even see it on the inside. That's why I like this shirt. It doesn't look like a wrestling shirt. How hard is it to give a guy in Daniel Bryan, who right now is at the height of his marketability, how hard is it to give a guy a decent looking shirt? You're not saying give him like this all-time epic shirt. Just give him a decent looking shirt. See what happens. I mean, you're going to see more guys in the crowd with the yes, yes, yes shirts than the fucking goat face shirts and the flying goat shirts. And by the way, since when has a goat ever been cool? I could have swore dragons were cooler than goats. Last time I checked. Mystical, fire-breathing creature, fucking killing and eating people, or a goat grazing in the fucking in the fucking grass. Which one sounds cooler? Everything this company does is ass backwards, and they've fallen into the fucking trend of society being pussified, and it's not working. Why? Like Bruce mentions it every week. Why is Sons of Anarchy and shows like Breaking Bad and Walking Dead and Duck Dynasty so popular? Because a lot of people out there like shit that's edgy, and not only that, but people like shit that's not pussified.
And Duck Dynasty's not edgy, but it's different.
Yeah, but I mean, and the funny is like you go NFL videos on YouTube. Some of the most popular videos, a lot of them are what? Videos of people getting fucking killed out there from a hit. People want to see violence. They want to see wrestling. They want to see men be men. I just don't understand when it was not just WWE, but in society, when was it acceptable not to be a man anymore?
They started eating Fruity Pebbles.
Oh, fuck John Cena. Fucking Jolly Rancher, bag of Jolly Rancher. Fuck John Cena.
Look, everybody on the panel, everybody in the comment section, look. Just look at this one thing right now. Look at John Cena right now. Neon shirt, jean shorts, knee pads, stupid fucking shoes, same fucking hat, wristbands. Now let's go back a couple years when professional wrestling was fucking cool. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Would you ever picture Stone Cold Steve Austin in the front of a Fruity Pebbles cereal box? Think about that. Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Somebody just mentioned it in the chat. Even Bret Hart was for the kids, but he had probably the coolest looking glasses of all time.
Exactly.
People remember those fucking glasses. Like every kid wanted a pair of those glasses because they just looked cool. Cena does not look.
He came from a wrestling family.
Yeah. But I mean, even as a kid, before you even found out about his lineage, you just seen Bret Hart come out in a fucking leather jacket with the skull on the back and the shades, and you're like, "Fuck, Bret Hart looks cool as shit." Nobody's looking at Cena like Yep.
Exactly.
I want that bright ass neon shirt and the fucking yellow and green and blue and red and purple and every color fruity shit he can pull out his ass. Nobody's looking at those and saying I want those.
Thank you.
I mean, shit. Do you know what would happen to me if I walked down my neighborhood in a fucking flying goat shirt or a hat that had a beard for the brim? I'd get robbed 3 times on my way home. The first time they take my wallet. The second time they strip me naked, and the third time I don't know what the hell they would take. But shit,
The
Can
first
you
thing
imagine
they
going
wouldn't call
out
you
on
by
a
your
date with that shirt?
they wouldn't
You're a Cena fan? Oh my god.
they wouldn't call you by your name. They'd call you an uncle.
I mean, fuck that, bro. They fucking robbed me 3 ways from Sunday.
And I said that as a bad joke.
But I know what you were saying, but I'm just saying, like, it's not cool. It's not cool in any sense. Like, the way to go right now is either going with merchandise. The way to go is either making something that has some resemblance to like the shit Affliction makes, or going something in the direction of what Nike makes in terms of like graphic tees with slogans on it. Those are the 2 directions to go to make cool looking t-shirts right now. The goats, not really doing a job for me. I mean, hell, as much as I like Ziggler, his merchandise sucks. I'm not walking around in the pink. I'm not walking around in a pink shirt that says "show off" or stole the show. Like, I'm not walking around in that shirt. I mean, I own a pink dress shirt. This was a running joke of the podcast forever. I own a pink dress shirt, but I promise you that motherfucker don't have no yellow letters on it, and it don't say "stealing your girl" the show off. And it ain't cut off, and it don't have like the fucking cut off, the back cut out like Ziggler like to wear it and shit. I ain't out there swinging my ass around like Ziggler. Like, I don't have pink tips in my hair like Ziggler. Like, Ziggler, I'm a fan of Ziggler, but dude, man up. Literally, the fucking Briscoes and ROH, their slogan is "man up." When they come out, the fucking crowd goes nuts. They banging on the guardrail, "Man up, man up, man up." Why I can't get some shit like that? I just want something that a man like me would watch.
Like yo, Mad Genius. Like, for example, the week before, we gotta see the company, the face of the company, Cena running in the arena. Oh, we got the camera focused on the entrance. We gotta see Cena running in the arena. Can't even run good. Running in the arena, and that's supposed to be threatening.
No, fuck that, okay?
But dude, but back in the day, when you see Stone Cold pulling into the arena in the huge 18-wheeler truck, not running, walking straight to the ring, looking for The Rock, looking for Triple H, looking for whoever, and you just knew he was gonna go to the ring, whoop somebody's ass, leave, arrive, raise hell, leave. That's the difference, man.
But that's not gonna happen, okay? John Cena is the Chris Bosh of professional wrestling, okay? So.
Oh no, you did not.
Man.
A Chris Bosh reference.
No, Chris Bosh actually has some fucking talent.
Yeah, get a jumper and fly.
Compared to fucking Cena.
And Chris Bosh is going to be the first professional athlete to have a jersey dress with the ass cut out. Okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Nah. John Cena's the Bryan Scalabrine of NBA.
Anybody who's an NBA fan will totally get that. The pterodactyl with the assless jersey. The ostrich. The bostrich. Alright, I'm gonna pull the plug. That was Mad Genius's Grow Your Balls promo.
Man up!
Mad Genius officially just cut a Grow Some Balls promo. Gosh, 4 hours and 45 minutes. I think we gave our viewers every effort we could this week to give you guys a nice show that you can enjoy throughout the week. Again, we'll be back on Thursday with TNA, back next Monday with WWE. If you want more than that, join BlitzSportsNetwork.com. The content on there's a lot better than talking about this shit. And I guarantee you're going to learn some shit. Imagine this real quick. Just tell them how ridiculous I am with these articles and VIP videos and all the extras and shit.
Bruce is more OCD when it comes to them articles than WWE is with trying to get Cena over.
Pretty much. But I just really enjoy talking about the old days, you know. And hell, last couple guys have been Ruthless Aggression era guys.
But Bruce's articles 15 times more manly than John Cena's last 5 dates.
Yeah.
The one before that 5th one, it was probably a man he was dating, so I can't say manlier than that.
Well, you know, I like, you know, there's people who are like, oh, give us a free trial so we can kind of see and check it out. I have to protect the content, you know. But the fact of the matter is, that one of the reasons why I talk about it so much is because I put so much work into it. But the other reason is because I know you guys are going to fucking like the shit on there, man. And it's that simple, you know. Just give it a shot. With that being said, I you know, for all these guys, you know, we already gave you their Twitter handles and YouTube channels and stuff like that, but I got to pull the plug. I still have to film a short version Raw review, and then probably just won't go to bed and film the Brock Lesnar VIP video, hit the gym, then come home and take a nap. But yeah, with that being said, we're gonna get going. Again, thank you for watching. And as Matt Genius would say, grow some balls. Not you guys, but I swear that was the grow some balls promo, Matt Genius. It's like, be a man.
Everybody's so fucking soft now.
Spit on your balls, grows hair. All right, we're out. Thank you for watching.